This is the story about my life in the Royal Navy called The Wrong Path. Boom! A cannon shot rang out across the parade ground. I stepped onto the board that had served as my bed, gripped the iron bars framing the window, peered out and watched as the Admiral's flag was raised. My heart leapt, for this was to be my day. I stepped down onto the floor and stared out of my cell into the adjoining room of the gatehouse. It was time to put on my best uniform. For today, I was to be court-martialed and finally leave the Royal Navy. As I stood there, wearing my bell-bottoms and white front, I pondered about it. Why on earth had I ever joined the Royal Navy, and when had it all started? Chapter 1. I suppose my yearning to join the Royal Navy started in my youth. I lived in Hendon and was attending my weekly scout troop, where, for a change, we were shown a film about life on an aircraft carrier. I thought to myself, wow, that looks good. Plus, after the film, the scoutmaster announced that one of the older scouts was to join the Air Force as a pilot. I looked at him and realised I'd seen him before. He was at the same school as me, Hendon Grammar School, and he was very popular. A year or so later, my parents moved from Hendon to Basildon. Their house was going to be pulled down to make way for the M1 motorway, and they were quite fortunate to sell the house before it was bought under a compulsory purchase order, which meant they would have got less money for it. When the headmaster heard about me moving, he called me into his office. He was very authoritative, and it was with some apprehension that I entered his study. He looked up from his desk and said, "Good morning, Bryson. I hear you are leaving us." "That's correct, sir." "May I suggest, when you arrive at your new school, you do not go into the top stream, but a lower stream?" "Yes, sir," I replied, knowing full well I would do whatever I was asked. "I noticed you took your 11 plus examination in Ealing." "Yes, sir." "Normally, I have a word with optimistic heads I know locally, but in this case, as you arrive from another area, it was out of my hands. As long as you adhere to what I have said, all will be well." "Yes, sir," I replied, and the interview was over. As for the headmaster, he didn't think much of my learning abilities. I was 13 and at a new school, and oddly enough, there were no girls. What's more, Barnstable, the school I was supposed to attend, wasn't built, and I found myself at Woodlands. I'd been there a few days, and a group of us were gathered around in the playground when someone said, "What should we call him?" A quick thinker replied, "He's always smiling. Let's call him Smiler." The following lesson was physical education. I told the boys, "I've got no kit." "Doesn't matter." So there I was, sitting in the changing room, and the PE master handed out paper, and the class told me to stand up. As I did, they cried out, new boy sir, new boy." The PE master approached me and said, "And you can wipe that stupid grin off your face right away." The class was in hysterics, and from that day hence, I never did get on with the PE master. In fact, one year he wrote on my school report, "Thinks he is the class comedian." Eventually, we moved into Barnstable Grammar Technical School, and once again, I was in the class with girls, and believe it or not, I was not in the top class. Initially, I'd wanted to join the Sea Cadets, but couldn't find any in Basildon, and joined the Air Training Corps, thinking I might be able to learn to fly. I went away to an RAF camp I went flying in a small monoplane, and it was amazing. There was just the pilot and me. I sat behind him, and we did a bit of hedge hopping. I thoroughly enjoyed it, but after that I left the Air Training Corps. In 1963 I was 15, and things were really starting to change. There was pirate radio, and in the town centre of Basildon there was a Mecca dance hall, where on a Friday night there'd be various bands appearing. These were organised by the apprentices at Marconi. It was good to see bands like The Who, Searchers, Animals, to name just a few, play live. Plus, the local band was the Dave Clark Five. In 1964, I was a paper boy, and also, being 16, asked my parents if I could have a motorbike. They said no, as they're too dangerous. But as a friend of Mum's rode a scooter, this was deemed to be a lot safer, and I ended up with a scooter and became a mod. I was the first to arrive at school on a scooter. I left school with a grand total of 2 GCEs, and by some miracle managed to get a job at Standard Telephones and Cables as an apprentice. Then my parents moved again, this time to Hawkwell in Essex, near Southend-on-Sea. I rode my scooter to work in Basildon, and being an apprentice didn't do much. This was because for 9 weeks at a time I went to Thurrock Technical College in Grays. At college, we apprentices from STC joined up with apprentices from other firms to study City and Guilds. As we were there on what was termed block release for 9 weeks, not only did we study our own subjects, but we also studied metallurgy and a recreational type of lesson run by a young avant-garde lecturer, and his lessons were so varied. One day we watched a programme about the good soldier Schweik. Another time the lecturer said, "I have a test here. We'll define which job you'd be best suited for." Once he filled them in and handed them back, he said, "This is odd. Never seen one like this before." "What's it say?" we asked. "Well, this person should either be a radio engineer or an entertainer." "Whose is it?" we asked. It was mine. The whole class laughingly replied, "Oh yes, Smiler should be an entertainer." The lecturer said to me, "And what would you like to do?" "Well, I'd like to be a DJ." "Well, judging from this test, that would appear to be the ideal job for you. Good luck." After work or college of a night, I'd ride into Southend and go into 1 or 2 coffee bars, either the Capri or Jacobean. Outside, there'd always be a row of scooters, but as the weather got colder, the numbers diminished to 2 scooters, Mick's and mine. We both had Lambrettas, whereas mine was 150cc, his was 200cc. I'd enter the cafe, walk down the wooden stairs, stand in a dimly lit, narrow passage, and queue up at the end coffee bar, which had gaggier coffee machines. Buy a drink of orange for a shilling, about 5p in today's currency. Then go down into the basement, which was a large writer room with seats around the walls. Hit the jukebox and loon about. There was always guaranteed to be a good crowd down there. As a mod, the music was just so amazing, and the sounds that emanated from the jukebox were mind-blowing. Everything from soul and R&B to bands like The Who and Small Faces. In fact, quite often, the B-side of a record would get played over and over again. Being a mod, there were always girls about, and I distinctly remember being in the driveway of a girl I knew who was with her friend, who stood around as I changed the cable on my scooter. They got bored. One of the girls gave me a love bite, but, like the love bite, to a certain extent, being a mod, everything was about to change. As much as I enjoyed being a mod, I really wanted to travel. Nowadays, everyone does it. Back then, hardly anyone went abroad, and so I decided to join the Navy. Sent off an application form to join the Royal Navy. Dad said, "Look, son, why don't you join the Merchant Navy?" I applied to the Merchant Shipping Office in London to become a navigating officer. Was sent along to do an eyesight test, which involved being in a dark room where I was shown red, green and 2 types of white lights. One of the white lights was slightly yellow. This apparently represented old lights which were still in use on some ships. These lights were then flashed up in front of me, and I had to shout out the responding colours. Having finished the test, the examiner said, "You've made a few mistakes." They're not damning mistakes, but they will have to be submitted to the chief examiner. I returned to the shipping office and told the chap what had happened, to which he replied, "You look like a man of the world, so I'll be frank with you." And there's me thinking, a man of the world? I wasn't even 18. He continued, "Everyone that has been submitted to the chief examiner so far this year has failed. Who knows? Perhaps you will be the exception. But then I see you only have 2 GCE O-levels, which means you'll also have to take more GCEs, and they will have to include maths and physics." I returned home to Hawkwell and told my parents. When the letter did arrive, I'd failed the eyesight test, but was informed I could join ESSO as an apprentice engine room officer, to which Dad replied, "You're not doing that. You'll never see the light of day." I filled in an application form to join the Royal Navy as an aircraft mechanic and sent it off. I was back at college and said to the avant-garde lecturer, "I'm going to join the Royal Navy." "You say the Royal, not the Merchant?" "Yeah, the Royal Navy." "You do realise the Royal Navy is still run by Nelson?" After another 9 weeks at college, I returned to STC, and as it was the 2nd year of my apprenticeship, I was asked to sign my indentures, and refused. I'd made up my mind to join the Royal Navy, but this almost caused a strike. It was because the firm were going to sack me, but once word got around about my not signing the indentures, nothing else was said. Eventually, I received a reply from the Royal Navy, and they asked me to go for an interview at their local recruiting office. I put on my tab-collared shirt and knitted tie and wore trousers, as opposed to my studded Levi jeans, which had metal buttons instead of a zip fly. I entered the office where a man wearing a jacket, shirt and tie said, "May I help you?" Having informed him of my reason for being there, he said, "I'd like you to fill out this form. Take your time." He perused it, saying, "You put here his likes, girls, riding your scooter and playing the jukebox. May I make a suggestion?" "Yeah, all right." "Shall we say you like travelling and listening to music?" I was then handed another form. This was an aptitude test. Once I'd finished, the man checked my answers and said, "You've done quite well. I'd like to make a suggestion. We're currently recruiting for mechanician apprentices, which means once you finish training, you'll be a petty officer. How does that sound?" "Well, yes, sounds all right." "Good. Next thing is we'll send you to London for a medical. Once you pass, as I'm sure you're fit, you'll then be sent to Portsmouth to undergo a series of tests. If all goes well, we'll send you your papers to join the Navy. You'll not have to pay for any of this, as you'll issue with a rail pass to enable you to go to London and, when you go to Portsmouth, to undergo tests for a few days This will all be paid for by the Navy. You get free travel and be put up and fed all at the Navy's expense. How does that sound? Yeah, okay? Good. Now, as the course for a mechanician is rather long, instead of signing on for 9 years and 3 in reserve, you'll have to serve 12 years. Will that be alright? Fine. We will write to you with relevant details. He then shook my hand and said, good luck. I'd left the apprenticeship and was working actually for Southend Corporation as a road labourer. Bit of a doddle, paid better than the apprenticeship. Eventually my rail pass and details of where I was to go in London arrived. I took a day off work and turned up at the recruiting office in Holborn Kingsway, where I was given a medical and told I was fit enough for the Navy. This I thought was odd, as I have flat feet. But then it occurred to me, the Navy don't march, they go round in ships. Eventually I received the information about the test to be taken at Portsmouth and was asked to state the times of the trains I would catch. I was duly informed to catch earlier trains as the test for a few days. I quit my job as a labourer and applied to work in a milk yard. In Portsmouth I made friends with Brian, Ian, Bob and a few others. Once the tests were over we went our separate ways and every day I waited to see if I'd passed. Also there were 2 types of mechanician, weapons and electrical. Dad advised me to go for electrics as weapons was not very good for promotion. In Portsmouth I made friends with Brian, Ian, Bob and a few others. Once the tests were over we went our separate ways and every day I waited to see if I'd passed. Also there were 2 types of mechanician, weapons and electrical. Dad advised me to go for electrics as weapons was not very good for promotion. Dad had served in the Second World War as a wireless operator and served on the Arctic convoy to Russia. I had to take a maths test for the job in the milk yard. The job entailed making up the orders for the milkman. I had to add up the prices in my head and then ensure they were correct by using an adding machine. I could not let an order go until both answers tallied. I passed and started the following Monday. I got on well with the boss and the milkman, and had I failed to get into the Navy I could probably have made a career out of it. At last my test results arrived. I passed and was told to report to HMS St Vincent on the 9th of May 1966. I gave in my notice at the milk yard and the boss and milkman were sad to see me go, but they all wished me luck. I left my parents' house in Hawkwell carrying a case, and Mum thinking the next time she saw me I would be a petty officer. I reached the end of the cul-de-sac, turned left and wandered past a few shops and up the hill to the White Hart pub and then down the hill to Hockley Station. I was so happy and wondering if I'd see the same blokes as I'd met on the tests. In those days the carriages were split into compartments with no passageway. Seeing an open door, I entered the carriage and hoisted my case into the rack above the seats and sat down. My mind was a million miles away thinking about the new life I was due to start. An ex-girlfriend was on the train with her new boyfriend. Hello, Smiler. Where are you off to? Oh, yeah, I'm off to do 12 years in the Navy, I said with pride. She turned to a new bloke and said, here, Ben, why don't you do something stupid like that? Chapter 2. At Portsmouth Station, I once again met Brian and Ian, who were like old friends. I said to Ian, how come you've got blonde hair and dark eyebrows? Are you using an eyebrow pencil? You cheeky git, Smiler. Still, what could I expect from you? But it does arouse much suspicion from girls. Good to see you two. Wonder who else we'll see? Asked Brian. It was about my height and dark hair. We boarded the ferry for Gosport and headed to HMS St Vincent, where a high brick wall surrounded a parade ground. The far side of the square was dominated by a very tall mast, and boy, did I have a yearning to climb to the top of it. Behind the mast was a large brick building. This was to be my home for the next few weeks. We were directed to an office, had our names ticked off, and when they got to Brian, the sailors said, "Ah, we wonder what you look like." This was presumably their attempt at humour because Brian's surname was a bit different. A group of us were taken up to the first floor and shown to a long room on the right of the large brick building. The floor was wooden and highly polished. On either side was a row of beds. By each bed was a square grey locker. Higher up, throwing light upon the room, were large windows which slid up and down and were sectioned into squares. To fill out the mess, us mech-apps were billeted with writers. Apparently both mechanician apprentices and writers were seen as intelligent ratings. Ian was nominated as class leader. I also got to know a couple of Mancunians. Bryson, a tall, stocky chap who'd one time been a bouncer and was known as Greg, and Lenny, who was tall and thin. One of the writers had the most peculiar habit of sleeping with his boots on. Once we were all assembled in the mess, a slim, dark-haired petty officer, a GI, gunnery instructor, who wore an amazingly shiny pair of boots, said, "I'm Petty Officer Brandon. I'll be your instructor for the next 6 weeks. In that time, we'll learn the basics of seamanship. While you are here, you are to refer to myself and all the instructors as Sir." He pointed to the mess on the other side of the staircase, saying, "The mess opposite will be run by Petty Officer Proudman. He and I are rivals. But it appears I have got the better class of recruits. So I want you to beat them at everything." We then marched down to the stores, where we were promptly issued with underwear, sheets, blue shirts, dark blue trousers and a belt which had a useful money pocket in it. These, we were informed, would be our working clothes and would be called number 8s. We were also handed badges which depicted our jobs. Name tags, shoes, shoe brushes, a kit bag which was then stamped on the base with our official number. Mine was P/091800. We stowed everything in our kit bags and were finally issued with our names and initials in wood, which were arranged into a block and enabled us to stamp our names on our clothes. There was also a small blue bag which was laughingly called a housewife. This contained needles, thread and wood for darning. Back in the mess, we were told to undress and put on our 8s. All we could keep was our own underwear. The rest of our clothes were sent home. We then had to sew on badges, plus the cap tally, which is the ribbon with the ship's name on it, had to be fitted round the cap, tied in a bow and cut to size. I found it easy to sew on the badges because I'd actually learnt to sew at school. Over the following weeks we were shown how to neatly lay out our kit on the bed and in the locker, and how to make the bed with envelope corners. We were also issued with number 2 uniform. This is the uniform most people would recognise a sailor in, and consisted of bell bottoms and an odd top that zipped up and had a collar. When I put it on, the storeman said, "Must be something wrong." "Why?" "Because the uniform fits you." There was also a separate blue collar that had 3 white lines at its edge. This was a very awkward thing to wear, as it had a piece down the back and was tied round the waist with tapes. It had to be pressed in a certain manner. We were also issued with a lanyard and a square black silk, which had to be folded into a loop, pressed, sewn up, and when worn, the lanyard was entwined with it. There were Dobie sessions, and in these we were shown how to wash and iron our clothes. As for the bell-bottoms, they had to be pressed with 7 horizontal creases to depict the 7 seas. I showed my first ever to the petty officer, who said, "Do them again." "Yeah, but I've got 7 creases in them." "Yes, all the creases are below the knee." "Do them again properly." The 7 creases had to go most of the way up the bell bottoms, and I also realised that everything was folded in a way to make it easier to fit in the locker. I was measured for the number 1 uniform, which we had to wait for as it was tailor-made. I polished my boots and shoes and they looked fine to me, but I got the impression they should have been spit and polished. And you know what? To this day, I still don't know how to spit and polish boots or shoes. One of the first meals I had was a pie. I said to the ginger-bearded chief, "So what's in the pie?" "Very chicken." "What's that?" "Rabbit." It was very tasty. Once we'd settled in and got to know each other, we wrote letters. My mum replied by saying the first Sunday she'd expect me back and had laid a place for me at Sunday dinner. I had the addresses of lots of girls. One day I came into the mess and the bloke shouted out, "Happy birthday, Smiler!" I was shocked, as my birthday was in February. To my surprise, I saw my bed was covered in letters. Probably a novelty writing to a sailor, but it didn't last, and one by one, most of the girls stopped writing. We got down to the business of being trained as sailors. It was a week after we'd arrived when we had to see if we could swim. I'd been swimming since I was at junior school, albeit a mistake. It happened like this. We were walking around the swimming pool when I fell in. My form master noted that although I was struggling, I was managing to swim, so he coached me into swimming the length of the baths. We also had to learn how to do various knots, how to march, how to salute, how to stand to attention, stand at ease, and rifle drill, which went something like this. Stood on parade as a class and assembled under the colonnade, P.O. Brandon spoke to us. "When I give the order of attention, it's very easy. All you do is slide your left leg to your right leg. This is not the army, and we don't bend the knee." This dates back to the days of sailing ships, when bending the knee to stand to attention or at ease took too long, and the raising may lose his balance and fall over. You lot should find it easy to do as we're on terra firma, which means solid ground. So, when I give the order parade attention, on the command parade, you look sharp and wait for the next order. Parade attention! Thumbs finger to the seams of your trousers. Don't spread your fingers. Bend them at the first knuckle like this. He raised his arm to demonstrate. Now you'll have to stop looking like a rabble, so I'll give the order by the right. Dress! Gregson, you're on the right. You just stand to attention. The rest of you will raise your right arm like so, with your hand bent to the first knuckle. The second rank will fall in behind the front rank, and for distance, the right-hand man will extend his arm forward to the shoulder of Gregson. By the right, dress! Eyes front! And what happened to you? Perhaps it's me, but you'll notice you're the only man with his right arm still extended. Next time you pull yourself, make sure it's together. Petty Officer Brandon was speaking to someone in the rank behind me. If you look out across the parade ground, you'll see yellow spots. This is where you will fall in. First of all, you hear the command, "Markers, fall in." And during your training, Gregson, you'll be the marker. You will, upon hearing the command, "Markers, fall in," double across the parade ground and fall in upon your yellow spot and stand to attention. I'd add here that every time I hear the word markers mentioned, it still reminds me of the parade ground. Then the command, "Parade, fall in," will be given. You will all double across the parade ground, fall in alongside Gregson and dress, which is what I've just shown you. I'll now march you over to your spot, and this will be your class spot whenever you fall in on the parade ground. One thing you never do is walk across the parade ground unless you're being marched across it. At all other times, you double across the parade ground. Parade! Right, turn, great, march. We marched into the parade ground and halted at our spot. Brian had great difficulty with this because his right leg and arm moved simultaneously. When we asked him about it, he replied, "It's my last job, but we were not allowed to walk around with our hands in our pockets, so I just let my arms hang by my sides." P.O. Brandon then said, "Now we'll practice saluting, which is also very quick. All I want you to do, on my command of to the front salute, is pull your arm straight up your head. None of this swinging it in an arc like soldiers. We raise the arm straight up the body to the forehead like this, and keep the palms of your hands facing your faces. This dates back to the reign of Queen Victoria, who was not amused by seeing the tarry hands of sailors." Well, perhaps the college lecturer was right and Nelson was still in charge of the Navy, but then I thought, wasn't he before Queen Victoria's reign? We also learned rifle drill. On for this we used a 303, which apparently was the size of the bullet, and the rifles were referred to as arms. Arms for They then learned how to slope arms, present arms, arms for inspection, an odd one called arms at the short trail. It was used when on the march, and instead of carrying the rifle at the slope, the rifle was carried with the arm extended as if it were a bag or a case. Payday was once a fortnight, and this involved queuing up. Saluting with our right hand was in the palm of our left hand. We held our ID cards and were paid in cash upon them. The GI, for saluting incorrectly, pulled me up. I was probably lucky to be paid. One particular payday, a GI called out across the parade ground, "Oi, you, with your finger up your arse, your brain in neutral. This is not a Sunday school outing. This is the Queen's Navy. Now double march, laddie." At last our number 1 uniforms arrived, which involved sewing on more badges, but this time they were gold. And we were finally allowed out, or as the Navy had termed it, ashore, which struck me as odd as we were already on the shore. In fact, our first trip was on Sunday lunchtime. I went with Ian and a few others to a pub. It was a modern concrete thing and had hot and spicy crisps on the bar, which were free. Naturally, the more we ate these crisps, the more we drank. Apart from drill and being taught how to wash our clothes, with comments from P.O. Proudman like, "By the look of some of your sheets, I'm sure if they're left out in the sun, they'd hatch." We also learned general seamanship, which involved tying various knots and lashes and how to tell the left and right of a ship. The right hand side of a ship is called starboard. The left hand side of the ship is called port. This is because when a ship ties up alongside, it ties up on the left hand side, and which we call in the Navy. The class mumbled a reply. I can't hear you. Port, sir, the class replied loud and clear. Now the night we have lights on the side of the ship to show other ships which way we're going. The starboard light is green and the port light is red. The easy way to remember this is to use the phrase, there is no port left in the bottle. One lecturer said we'd have to go through a dummy war situation, which I was looking forward to. After all, nobody was going to get hurt and it'd be a bit of a laugh. But it never happened. In fact, the very day I was due to go on the rifle range, I was in the sick bay. The previous night I'd been to Portsmouth, which usually entailed going into the Naffy as the beer was cheap, and upstairs they held dances. The only tune I can remember being played on the jukebox was Sloop John B by the Beach Boys. We would then go into pub, maybe come back to the Naffy for dances. On this particular occasion I came back to HMS St Vincent drunk, and as I went to lie on my bed in my number 1 uniform, I hit my head on the corner of my locker and said, "Oh no, not my head again." This was a reference to my crashing on my scooter when I was not wearing a helmet, which in those days wasn't compulsory. There was blood pouring out the back of my head. Greg cleaned my blood-soaked collar and I was taken to the sick bay, where I had some stitches sewn in. I was released from sick bay the following morning and was told I was lucky not to be on a charge. This was because the person on guard duty would also have been put on a charge for failing to report me as drunk. Whenever I was on parade for either pay or going ashore, I was always told to get a haircut. When we got off the Gosport ferry, directly ahead of us, there was a barber's. I promptly went in and got a skinhead cut. Well, until it grew again. Once again, I'd get told to get a haircut. My hair is naturally curly and I really didn't fancy having it short on the sides and long on top. Naturally, I toyed with the idea of having a tattoo. As we had so many injections, I thought of having a porthole tattooed on my upper arm with the phrase, "Open here for injections," written around it. There were two things I really enjoyed doing. The first was when P.O. Brandon raced P.O. Proudman's class in a large rowing boat called a cutter. We rowed together before, but this time it was a race. And once we got into stroke, rowing as a team and skimming across the Solent in an open boat felt really good. And yes, my class won. The second thing was climbing the mast. At one time, HMS St Vincent had been a training ship. Well, that's what the Navy called it. For boys, hence the mast. It was like a mast on an old sailing ship, and clambering up the rigging, I felt full of life until reaching the top and stood on what is termed as the button. It's a bit scary, but brilliant. The button's like a stool, but instead of sitting on it, you rest your bum against it, and there's a certain way to wrap your legs round a bar, and the ultimate thing to do is raise your arms until they're level with your shoulders. During that, and looking all around me, over the walls and down upon Gosport, was amazing. I believe it was to build confidence in boys, because in those days they could enlist straight from school. At the foot of the mast, I said to P.O. Brandon, "Back from the top, sir." "Carry on, Southend." This was a reference to where I came from and my accent. Finally, after 6 weeks basic training, we were due to pass out, and for this there was to be a final parade. But prior to that, the whole mess had their kit inspected. The officer of the day went round the room inspecting our kit and asking each of us why we joined the Navy. He stopped in front of me and said, "Why did you join the Navy?" "To do the world, sir," I replied, whereas others had said to learn a trade. He looked at my kit and added, "Any other class, this layout would be good, but up against the standard of this class, it's poor." It was the final parade and everything went well until we were marching along when the GI bellowed out, "To the left, salute!" So I turned my head to the left and saluted with my left hand. What I should have done was turn my head to the left and salute with my right hand. Fortunately, I passed out along with the rest. P.O. Proudman had signed on, and apparently P.O. Brandon was due to leave the Navy, and as we were his last class, we all went for a farewell drink with him. Having all passed our basic training, we went our separate ways. The weapons mechs went to HMS Excellent on Whale Island, which was the gunnery school for the Navy. I'm not sure where the writers went to, but I think they went to Chatham. The rest of us went to HMS Collingwood in Fareham to study electronics. Chapter 3. Of the 18 that had completed their initial training, we've been split into 3 groups to go to various training centres. So 6 of us turned up at HMS Collingwood. As Ian had been our leader at St Vincent, we nominated him to report us at the guardhouse and find out where our mess was. Ian returned saying, "We go to E Block. It's one of those over there." I stared in amazement. Everything seemed so large. I swung my kit bag over my shoulder and joined the others in the long walk to our mess, which looked more like a 4-storey block of flats. "Ian, I'm supposing these large blocks way over yonder are to be our messes?" "Suppose so," he replied. "They look more like, better actually than the plots in my side," Greg said. This was a referral to where he came from in Manchester. As we approached the parade ground, I said, "How about walking over the parade ground? It's going to be a lot quicker than going round it." This seemed to most of us a good idea, but Ian dampened our spirits by saying, "I think we ought to walk round it." We entered what was to be our mess for the next... Well, I don't think any of us were sure how long we would be there for. By a glass door and walked along a corridor. The walls were white and the floor was grey lino, off of which were the living areas. I looked into one, and next to the window were 2 beds that had on them blue and white naval counterpanes. At the top of the bed were folded some beige blankets with a pillow on top. Next to the beds was a wooden wardrobe, then 2 more beds, and the wardrobes marked the entrance to the area. It smelled clean with a hint of polish. Compared to St Vincent, this place is so modern, Lenny said. "Carry on. Should be a chief somewhere who will sort us out," Ian said. I was amazed, not only by the newness of everything, but how many of us would be sharing a room, or should it be called a mess? I had no idea about that. Finally, a boarding leading hand appeared and addressed us. "You're the new influx of mechs, Apps, are you?" "Yes," we replied. "Drop your kit bags, follow me, the chief will check you in and tell you the routine." The chief, who still wore his cap, pushed it back on his head, exposing his dark receding hair. as he checked us in and said, "You'll all be on the ground floor of this building, and it's up to you who you mess with. There'll be 4 of you to a mess, so start with sorting yourselves out into groups of 4. Get unpacked, changed into 8s. That should take you to stand easy, after which leading hand will march you all over to the stores to draw new cap tallies. Right, carry on." Ian, Greg, Lenny and I shared a mess, leaving Bob and Johnny to fend for themselves. We chose a bed and locker. I said, "This is amazing. We've got a wooden wardrobe instead of a metal locker, and lino on the floor instead of wooden floorboards." "Same old beds though," Lenny said. "And they have to be made up as laid down in standing orders," added Ian. "Still, that's easy enough to do. Just put on the counterpane. It looks as if the blanket's already boxed at the head of the bed. All that remains is to put a pillowcase on the pillow. Place our sheets and pyjamas in the pile and, hey presto, it's all done." "Yeah, look, I think I've got the hang of it by now, Ian. But I thought, as we're no longer in training, we wouldn't have to go through with this rigmarole of making beds in this stupid fashion." "Would you expect a hammock?" Greg asked. "Well, no, at least. Well, it would be easier." "Perhaps you'd like your mum here to make the bed for you?" "No, not that either. It just seems so stupid. Look, I'll explain. Every night we have to strip down this pack and make our beds prior to going out. Otherwise, if we get drunk, how the hell are we going to make our bed?" "Smiler's got a point, Greg," Lenny said. "Thanks, Lenny. So it'd be nice to have the bed made up without this blanket block at the head of the bed." "Why don't the 3 of you just get on with it? We'll try and work something out later on," Ian said. "Maybe we can sort of keep the beds made but still have this block at the top of the bed." "Go on then. How do you propose to do that?" Ian asked. "How about folding the blankets and sheets double and make them look as if the bed's still stripped?" "Try it, Smiler. See how we get on," Lenny added. I gave up with the bed idea, unpacked, made my bed, changed into 8s and locked my wardrobe, undid the sliding window and climbed out of it saying, "Wow, get a load of this." "Good job we're on the ground floor, Smiler, otherwise I could see you getting pissed and falling out," Greg added. For stand easy, tea break, the leading hand appeared and said, "Go along to the naffy, just past the parade ground, you can't miss it, and then report back here to me." As we walked along, I looked at some old huts behind the new blocks and said, "Look at those decrepit old buildings." "They're probably the old messes," Ian replied. Walking along, I felt so relaxed that I almost put my hands in my pockets. The naffy was huge. It had a jukebox, coffee bar, and behind it were a bar and a dance floor. "Blimey, this place is massive," I said. "Think about it, Smiler. Every electrician in the Navy has to come here at least once in his naval career," Ian replied. When we were once again assembled in the mess, the chief said, "Is there anyone under 18? Nobody said anything. He carried on. "Anyone 20 or over?" Again, no reply. The reason I ask is because if any rating is under 18, he can have a sweet ration. Over 20, draw his run. He paused, looked at a clipboard. "As you're still in training, you'll have to wear your uniform at all times, and that includes going on leave. Any questions?" When can we go on leave, sir?" "First of all, you've finished basic training, and so I am referred to as Chief. Next, about leave. Once you finish work on Friday, unless you're on duty for the weekend, you may go on leave until Monday morning. Any questions? What duties will we have to do? Bob asked. As MECAPs, your only duty is fire duty. This will consist of 4 of you sleeping in the hut, near to the playground, and should there be a fire, all 4 of you will rush along with a fire cart to the fire. Most of the time, they're just fire drills. Also, 2 of you will have to go to the cinema. For that, you'll have to draw lots. Any questions? Nobody said anything. Right, Bunny, assemble them outside and march them over to stores to draw cat tallies. As you march along, I mumbled to no one in particular. Blimey, I could get lost here. Keep quiet. This is the Royal Navy, not a Sunday school outing. Bungy ordered. Having been issued with new cat tallies, we will march back to the mess, where the chief addresses. Next, tie on your new cat tallies, and when you've done so, report back here, and don't take all day. As we tied on our new cat tallies, Lenny said, "It appears we're still in training, hence the bed layout." Yeah, I suppose so. When we once again assembled, the chief said, "Whilst you're here, we expect you to do as well as possible in your exams, but apart from your electrical training, we'd like you to enjoy yourselves. So there are dances held at the Naffy on a Thursday night. If you look on the notice board, you will see there are various activities for you to do. For example, you can go gliding, but don't ask me, read the notice board. After all, as MECAPs, you should be reasonably intelligent." Any questions? Yeah, you mentioned about going on leave on Friday if we're not on duty. This may seem daft, but I'm not sure how to get to London from here. Not as stupid as it sounds. Again, see the notice board for buses, or someone may even give you a lift to London. Otherwise, back into Portsmouth and catch a train. What about washing? Greg asked. Would that be yourself or your clothes? Both, Chief. On each floor of this building there are showers and heads. As for washing clothes, a washing machine and dryer. Now your routine every day except the weekend is as follows. Get up, wash and dress into 8s, make your beds, have your breakfast, then assemble on the playground, and from there you'll be detailed off into groups to go to school. Where do we stand on parade? Ian asked. I'll get Bungy to show you, replied the chief, who looked at his watch, saying, almost time for lunch. Go and get yourself something to eat. I'll see you back here in an hour. The chief then left the building, leaving Bungy to show us where the galley was. The galley was huge. The food was fine, and once we finished, we returned to the block. Bungy and the chief returned, and we assembled by the stairs, and the chief addressed us. You will see the table. Your mail will be upon it. Should you wish to write to anyone, your address is as follows. E Block, HMS Collingwood, Fareham, Hampshire. If you should forget that, then it is on the notice board, which, if you haven't already noticed, is behind you. Next, keeping your mess tidy. Bungy and I had a look around, and I have to say that most of you have done well. I will mention no names, but suffice to say, kit bags go in the wardrobe, not under the bed. Also, your weekend case is placed on top of the wardrobe with your cat on top of it. Finally, your towel is to be placed on the towel rail that is on the front of the wardrobe. You are adults. As such, I expect you to behave like adults. Next, cleaning duties. You'll have to work out a cleaning rota between yourselves and other members of the mess to clean the gangway, heads and showers. You will find cleaning materials in the cupboard under the stairs. You finished basic training, so you should find this mess easy to keep clean. Any questions? The chief looked at us. Nobody said anything. As there are no further questions, I'll leave Bungie in charge. Should there be any further questions, Bungie will be glad to answer them for you. Today, you have had rather an easy day, but tomorrow you will turn to on the parade ground to start your education. Right, over to you, Bungie, the chief said as he walked out of the block. As the chief said, you've had it easy today. The next you will hear is a broadcast saying secure. This means that the working day is over. It will be followed by a rig of the day. You all seem fairly responsible, so I'll leave you to tidy up your messes and correct the faults, the chief said. Any questions? Nobody said anything. Good, Bungie replied. Next, listen to the tannoy. I shall see you all tomorrow. Bungie put on his cap and left the mess. That's an easy start, Bob said. Right, let's see who hasn't stowed away their kit bags properly. Also check your towels, case and caps, Ian said. I picked my kit bag up from under the bed and placed it in the bottom of the locker. I said about writing a letter, which was interrupted by a voice from the tannoy saying, secure, rig of the day is half blues. How about after tea we go and have a drink down the Naffy? Greg asked. Sounds good to me, Ian, Lenny and me replied. We'll ask Johnny and Bob and see if they want to come along as well, Ian said. That evening, having made our beds for sleeping in, all six of us went along to the Naffy to have a drink. We wondered how the next day would be and how the others had got on at Whale Island. And hence, we only had a couple of drinks as we all wanted to make a good start for the following day. Chapter 4. The following day, we followed the others onto the parade ground and then marched off to our classes. The next week, it was decided all MECAPs were to be housed in the same block. We were then moved several floors up to an adjacent block. The MECAPs were organised by a chief, who some said was a goody two-shoes. Apparently, his last ship had been the Royal Yacht Britannia. I later discovered any rating on board the Royal Yacht had never, in their whole naval career, done anything wrong. The chief was assisted by a 3-badge killick, leading hand, who said, I was on a submarine and we had an officer in charge who wanted us to change jobs. The only problem was when we surfaced, we were in Weymouth. At the time, it meant nothing to me apart from wondering why a submarine should be at the seaside. Later on, I learned the submarine should have surfaced at Portland. Every morning, we fell in on the parade ground and from there marched to our lessons to be taught about the Navy and electronics. I noticed one of the ratings had a bent hat, and as it appealed to me, I said, how'd you get your cap like that? Oh, been to sea and it became bent in my kit bag. As we were still deemed to be under training, when we went on leave, we had to wear our uniforms. One evening, we decided to go to Whale Island to see the others. They were amazed, as they could all wear civvies. Of the lessons, I can't remember much. Just a few snippets, such as the schooling, it's the Navy's term for a schoolmaster, who was an officer, said, would you prefer to be either a control or an ordnance electrician? Nobody knew what on earth he meant. He carried on. If you like to take things apart and discover what the fault is, then ordnance is for you. On the other hand, if you'd rather have someone take it apart, then control is for you. Basically, ordnance deals with large machinery, control deals with radios and the like. Furthermore, if you wish to be a control electrician, then you will have to do exceptionally well in your studies. My brain picked up at the word radio. I thought perhaps I'll be able to be a DJ in the Navy. But then, not being very good at my studies, I thought I'd have to be an ordnance electrician. If you don't pass the exams, then you'll have to have a re-scrub. The schoolie said, but re-scrub had nothing to do with how clean we were. It was just a naval term for re-sitting the test. During one lesson, the schoolie drew some boats on the board. They depicted an actual battle in the First World War. The English fleet was sailing along when a German ship, which was located about 45 degrees beneath the English fleet. Well, on the board it was. The German ship just waited for its ship to get into a certain position and sank them. So I asked, why didn't the fleet change direction? They can't do that. But they're getting blown up. Anyway, this whole situation seemed ludicrous to me. Mixing with more blokes, my whole world of music changed. Up until then, I liked soul, plus the Small Faces, Who, and Spencer Davis Band. Upon hearing me mention the latter group, someone said, "You heard of Eric Clapton? Plays guitar like Steve Winwood." Who was the guitarist for the Spencer Davis Band. From Collingwood, it was the first time I'd been home. I remember saying to Dad as we drove along, "I really like the Navy, I think I'll sign on." Now, be serious, son. You've only been in a short while. Think about what you're saying. Once home on leave, I used to go along with my brother's friends to parties, one of whom was really into Eric Clapton. So, every party we went to, the album Fresh Cream would find its way onto the turntable. And yes, I love that music. Dave, who was another MECAP, but in a different class, said to me, "Smiler, how'd you like to spend the weekend with me at my parents' home in Rickmansworth?" I agreed, and it was one of the most enjoyable weekends I've ever had in the whole of my naval career. We were constantly bombarded with music. On Saturday morning, we were in a coffee bar listening to the jukebox, playing Semi-Detached Suburban Mr. Jones by Manfred Mann. On Saturday night, having returned from seeing a band, Dave and I sat in his living room, talking and playing Beatles albums. We even went to a pub on Sunday that had a jazz band playing in the lunch break. That weekend went past so quickly. I said to Dave's mum, "I really enjoyed myself, but unfortunately, as I've spent all my money, I'm afraid I can't offer you any for your hospitality." Dave's mother smiled. "As long as you've enjoyed yourself, it's all that counts. Plus, it's nice to see some of Dave's friends in the Navy." One of the duties of a MECAP was as a fireman. 4 of us were chosen for the duty and were billeted in a small shack, but 2 had to go to the cinema. For the 2 left behind, there wasn't much to do, and for entertainment there was a record player. Although the only record I can recollect ever being played was Simon and Garfunkel's Homeward Bound. We were forever waiting for a fire called to the Rennery. At least, I suppose that's what it was called, as it was where the Wrens lived. Women's Royal Naval Service. I was actually on duty when this momentous thing happened. All I can say was that the girls looked very nice, but one wag said, "You wouldn't know what to do with it." One Saturday morning, having stayed at Colin, when I borrowed a bicycle which had the cable of the front brake wrapped around the handlebars, and, in my ignorance, I replaced the brake onto the front wheel, but there was no bolt to hold it in place. All went well until I braked hard. The front brake cable went round with the wheel and I went flying over the handlebars and cut my chin. I went off to sick bay, where the medic put in a few stitches. At this rate, I could see my body being covered in scars from my misdemeanours. Fortunately, I was still able to carry out my duties, and so I was not put on a charge for having a self-inflicted wound. On another weekend, instead of going home, I decided, along with some others, to go gliding. It was one of a list of things we could do. Finally, it was my turn to go for a flight. I got in next to the instructor. "Are you properly strapped in?" he asked, as he looked at my harness, then gave the signal to the Land Rover, which began to drive along and gradually were hauled up into the sky. At a certain height, the instructor released the cable from the Land Rover. We hadn't risen very high when we started to descend. "Sorry about that. Cable's broken. We'll give it another try," said the instructor. We got aloft on the second attempt. It was just so peaceful. Nothing could be heard except the wind whistling along and below us. The ground just drifted by. I thoroughly enjoyed it, but for the life of me, I don't know why I never had another go at gliding. As Mechaps, we were very much into the Batman series on television, and when the episode ended with those immortal words, "Can this be Batman to die?" we tried to work out how Batman and Robin would get out of the fix they were in. I even sent off a membership to the Batman Club. One week the senior Mechaps were floored by the Batman mystery as Mr. Freeze placed Batman and Robin in a freezer. The way Batman and Robin got out of that fix was very technical. It was to do with the heater being used to freeze the ice, and somehow or other Batman used the heater to melt the ice. The senior Mechaps were seething about that episode because they had been unable to work it out. For summer leave, I worked with my brother and his friend Tom, digging out footings and doing general labouring work. Tom was a strong, stocky bloke who drank tea and coffee with his tongue hanging out. The money was handy, although I wasn't very good at labouring. I dug out one footing compared to several of theirs. One day we got rained off, and so we went to the cinema. My brother and I were stood waiting at Hockley Station when Tom appeared carrying an umbrella. My brother said, "What's this?" Tom then got the umbrella stuck between a lamppost and a tree, and we started laughing. Tom couldn't understand what we were laughing about. One day in the builder's yard I lifted a block that was really heavy. I said to Tom, "Try this, see what you think." As he was so strong I didn't think he'd notice. Tom picked it up saying, "Yeah, you're right, Smiler, it is heavy." On another day we were digging outside some houses and I was singing. Tom, my brother, overheard some children say, "Let's go up the other end and watch the drunk." So much for being happy in my work. But then I had every reason to be. I'd met a girl. No, not one of those that had written to me. Most of them had long since stopped writing. Although I made love to this girl, it wasn't very good. More of a quick fumble on the sofa. Over these various weekends, I did meet some of my old friends, two of whom had joined the army. One was in a band and said, "We have to wear these tight maroon trousers, tighter than I've ever worn before." I gathered, apart from the trousers, he liked the army. as opposed to the other bloke who said, I was in Aden, walking down the road when I heard rifle fire. I carried on walking and thought I was sweating a lot. I put my hand up to my neck and there was blood. I was lucky to be alive. They gave me a medal for it. They could stick it and the army. It was in the autumn that part of our naval training led us into the New Forest, where we were split into several groups. Every day there was a competition to find items on a list. To do this, we set off individually, and I used to hitch around, chat to people, and take in the scenery of the New Forest. We'd rendezvous of an evening, compare notes, camp out and cook the tin food that had been issued to us. I thoroughly enjoyed this nomadic lifestyle. In fact, the only problem about camping in the New Forest was the rainy weather. One night I lay awake in the tent, and for some obscure reason we'd camped near a river. Had it rained hard, we could have been washed away, and with these thoughts running scarily through my mind, I felt a drip of water on my forehead. It felt warm, and I felt the Lord was looking after us and believed we'd be all right. I slept well that night. The chief used to turn up and check on us. He said, as it's raining so much, would you all like to return to Collingwood? Everyone was annoyed about this. We all said no. Now, ordinarily, I am not a religious person. In fact, when I was a baby, my maternal grandmother took me away and had me baptised as a Roman Catholic. There it ended, as I was never confirmed. If the truth were known, I actually joined the choir in a C of E church. Now, this RC bit did me some good, because at Collingwood I met an attractive wren who was also a Catholic, and she enticed me into church. On the other hand, the priest was not impressed with me, because I had not been confirmed, and so he did not consider me to be a Catholic. The Catholic chapel was only small, and on Sunday it was not exactly bursting at the seams. I thought the clergy would be crying out for a congregation. Obviously not. Needless to say, the romance with the wren was not one of those made in heaven. It was a Thursday night and there was a dance at the Naffy. An older Metcalf said to me, may I borrow that t-shirt? Sure, I replied. I had the t-shirt as it looked like a sea jersey, and I thought I would be able to get away with wearing it instead of the itchy sea jersey. The other memory of the Naffy was the jukebox, and then whenever it played the Small Faces All or Nothing and played the line, got to keep on trying, some wag would say, got to go to cleaning stations. It was a reference to the duties that electricians had to do, but whenever I hear All or Nothing by the Small Faces, I'm back in the Naffy. Some of the Metcalfs thought I looked like one of the Small Faces. I thought my brother looked more like one of them. Over the years I've been told I looked like one of the Searchers and Eric Burden. The older Metcalfs were nearing the end of their training and were putting in for ships. Some applied to go on submarines and not the nuclear subs, which were quite new then, but what were then called hunter-killer subs. These were the old submarines, similar to those used in World War II. They'd applied for this type of sub because, serving on them, they would earn more money, rather than me. Reportedly, Metcalf, upon learning he was now a killer, leading hand, said he'd sew the anchors everywhere, even on his underpants. It was during my time at Collingwood I decided to learn to drive. I took lessons in a Singer chamois, and as we approached the dual carriageway, my instructor said, put your foot down. The car went pretty well, but I never did take my test there. The reason being I hadn't done very well in the exams, and neither did Lenny. we decided to change courses. Lenny left to become a stoker, and I went to Scotland to become an aircraft mechanic. It was only a week or so to Christmas, and I wondered if I'd get Christmas leave. Also, Greg left the Navy. He said it wasn't for him and opted out. Chapter 5. The train journey seemed to take forever, and I arrived feeling rather bedraggled and hungry. Put on my Burberry Macintosh over my number 1 uniform, and as it was the 16th of December 1966, instead of a white front I was wearing the sea jersey, which, although warm, was also very itchy. Stepping off the train, I hauled my kit bag onto my shoulder and walked out of the station at Arbroath in Scotland. Outside the station was a naval bus. Wandering over to it, I asked the driver, "You going to HMS Condor?" "Yes, laddie, get on board." "Do you think I'll be home for Christmas?" "I didn't fret about that, you'll be home for Christmas." The bus ride didn't seem to take long, as my thoughts were more about going home for Christmas. Approaching the gatehouse at HMS Condor, the chief looked me up in a book, gave me a slip of paper saying, "You'll need this to draw overalls and rigging shoes from the stores. I've written down your mess. You'll find it easy enough." "Thanks, Chief," I replied, and wandered along the road thinking I'd travel back in time, because along the side of the road were Nissan huts. Eventually I found the one that was to be my mess, entered it and noticed the smell of floor polish. There were beds lined along the walls, and the windows were dotted along the mess at about head height. Having chosen a bed and placed my kit into a wooden wardrobe, I made my way to the stores. Feeling somewhat isolated, I wondered what the other members of my class would be like. But there were things to be done to take my mind off this. Firstly, my cap ribbon had to be changed. Then all the MECAP badges had to be removed and a badge sewn on that had an aeroplane on it with the letters AE underneath. Plus my initial number now began with an L instead of a P. This was because having transferred to be an aircraft mechanic meant I was no longer a general service sailor, fishhead, but in the Fleet Air Arm, airy fairy or Wafoo. I'd also been issued with overalls, canvas caps and aircraft rigging shoes. The rigging shoes were excellent, as they had leather uppers, moulded rubber soles and steel toe caps. The idea being that we'd be able to walk on the specified area of the wing of the aircraft to carry out maintenance. They were far more durable than the leather-soled boots and shoes I'd originally been issued with, and had worn them all the time. What struck me as odd there were wrens also being changed as aircraft mechanics. Why on earth they couldn't train as electricians was beyond me, but in those days wrens never went to sea and all the aircraft had land bases. Perhaps that's why the Navy decided to recruit women aircraft mechanics. Not only would I now have to learn my trade as an aircraft engineer, but also had to attend classes to pass maths. It has something to do with promotion, for although I had O-level English, language and City and Guilds maths, the maths did not count. Once again, there was a schoolie officer teaching us. He said to me, "You say you've passed English language. Well, from what I've seen so far, I would not have believed it." This meant carrying out another fruitless task, but by the time my course had finished, I'd passed maths to the Navy standards. As for English language, I was exempt. The civilian bus driver was right. as I did manage to get home for Christmas. My parents and brother were staying with my Uncle Laurie and Auntie Sis in Chalk Farm, and turning up at their flat wearing my uniform, my auntie said, "You remind me of your dad." Her dad was in the Navy during the Second World War, although I think he spent most of his time attending courses, which was probably his way of avoiding going to sea. But he did end up on HMS London, which was then a battleship, and he went on the Russian convoys, where none of the crew were allowed ashore. The pictures of him show the guns covered in ice, so how on earth they ever expected to fire them, goodness only knows. As for Dad, he was a wireless operator, which meant he did Morse code and had a winged badge on his arm. He told me how he was on a train and that two old ladies guessed he was something to do with signals. And when asked, Dad said he was. "See, I told you he was. I could tell by the pigeons on his arm," said one old lady to the other. Having had a really great Christmas and looking forward to going back to Scotland, I was in Edinburgh, waiting for a train, and entered the kilt shop. Said to the assistant, "Wonder if you can tell me if I've got a claim." "What's your name?" "Bryson." He looked up in the book and said, "The name dates from claims of the 14th century, first to the 15th century." "Oh, great. What tartan can I wear then?" "Well, your name doesn't it belong to any clan?" "Oh." "Any tartan I can wear?" He thumbed through the book. "Aye, you can wear this, the Stuart tartan." "Oh, no, thanks." "Oh, maybe it's just as well." On the first day of our instruction into the world of aeronautics, the chief who stood in front of the class, he removed his cap, revealing a full head of dark hair, and said, "I will be your instructor for this, the initial course in aircraft maintenance. My name is Chief Summers. Just call me Chief. Over the coming weeks you will learn how an aircraft flies, how the engines work, and for that purpose, or you will also be involved in practical work on aircraft engines. In the Navy, prime concern is safety." He paused and looked around to see if we'd taken it in. "Let's say, for example, that an aircraft has landed. The pilot and navigator have left the cockpit. The first job will be to insert the pins of the ejector seat. Of course, this will only involve fixed-wing aircraft and not those that have propellers. But I'm probably jumping the gun a little bit there, as you'll be taught all about this. Another thing we are concerned about is corrosion. As almost all of our aircraft go to sea, then there is a serious problem with corrosion." He paused, looked around the class and carried on. "I'll explain. As the aircraft are made of aluminium, then whilst at sea, the salt water corrodes the metal. To compensate for this, the aircraft have to be cleaned and covered in a solvent that keeps out the seawater." He stopped and had a worried look on his face. "I can see some of you do not understand a thing I've said. Don't worry. All I am trying to do is give you an outline of the course that you will do, and then everything should become crystal clear." Nobody said anything, so he continued. "Right, I shall draw a simple diagram. I'd like you all to copy, and I'll label the parts. Incidentally, the body of an aircraft is called a fuselage." He then drew a simple diagram on the board saying, "How does the pilot turn the aircraft to the left or right?" During my training at HMS Condor, I learnt all about aircraft, how they fly, how they land, and so on. It was fascinating. We also learnt about tool control. This meant that when we finished working on an aircraft, we replaced the tool or tools in its compartment in the case. Hence, when all work was finished on the aircraft, it could be ascertained at a glance if all the tools had been returned to their appropriate case. Meaning, there would be no tools on the aircraft when it took off. We also learned about various methods to lock a nut or bolt in place. This either consisted of lock nuts and bolts, double nuts, and wire locking the nut or bolt into place. Tea breaks, or as I had to get used to calling them nappy breaks, meant we stopped work or our studies, and a van appeared which was staffed by civilians and sold pies, tea or coffee. The town of Arbroath was in actual fact just a small fishing village, and their speciality was Arbroath smokies, a term we also use for the local girls. An Arbroath smoky is a haddock, which is then smoked and sold as an Arbroath smoky. Of a weekend I would usually go to Dundee, where I discovered the pubs opened at 5 p.m. as opposed to the English times of 6 p.m. Not only was the beer different, but so was the food. I found tasty little round meat pies which were sold in most bakeries and called bridies. The beer served was either light or heavy, which to me seemed odd, as the light beer was dark and the heavy beer was light in colour. What the term light and heavy actually referred to was the strength of the brew. Hence the light beer was like an English mild, the heavy beer was a strong beer. I tried to be a man, drank the heavy, and managed to get drunk and throw up. There was also a good pub called the Bothy, where me and another bloke picked up two girls, who every now and again would say, "I dinna ken." We never really got on, as neither of the girls understood what I was saying, and it was difficult to understand their accent. I later discovered "I dinna ken" means I don't know. Meanwhile, back at Condor, I decided to continue with my driving lessons, but when it came to the test, I failed. Apparently that particular examiner had a reputation for being a bit tough, but I passed on my second attempt. I'd also taken up judo, as did a wren, and when it came to floor exercises, it's a good job there was nobody else around, because although we were doing exercises on the mat, I don't think what we were doing was judo. Some of the other aircraft mechanics had formed a band which performed in the naffy. One song they did was Cut Across Shorty, which I'd learnt under duress when I was a scout. What happened was, we were camping in the Channel Isles on Alderney. One of the older scouts told me to learn the words to the Eddie Cochran song, Cut Across Shorty, which I did. Now, as for this band in a naffy, during the interval and having had a few beers, I approached the guitarist and said, "I can sing Cut Across Shorty better than your singer." "Okay, we'll try you out in the second half." So it was. I made my singing debut, but the offers of being a vocalist didn't exactly come flying in. All that happened was Ellis, a mousy-haired aircraft armourer who played harmonica, but only thought he knew one tune, said, "Would you like to form a band?" "Yeah, well, I'll think about it, Ellis." Having passed my driving test, the next thing was to buy a car. I was told about an artificer who was selling some. One had the wrong brake fluid in, but he assured me it would be all right. I made a few inquiries and was told that by putting in the wrong fluid would either swell the seals or shrink them. Either way, it sounded expensive. For the princely sum of £10, I bought a blue Hillman Husky and decided to take it home during the Easter break. Danny and Roy said they'd have a lift and share the cost of the petrol. Driving home was a disaster. All three of us changed into civvies, and Danny sat next to me and Roy in the back. During the night, Danny said to me, "You've paid your road tax, haven't you?" "Yep." "Why don't you drive on the road?" I was getting sleepy and kept veering off the road into the curb, and to help me keep awake, had my window open, to which Roy said, "Can't you close the window?" "Don't be silly or fall asleep," Danny replied. "When are you two coming back?" Roy asked. "Oh, we've got rail passes," I said. Also, the car started to go wrong. First of all, something went wrong with the starter motor, and Danny suggested removing it. This meant when we stopped, Danny and Roy had to bump start it. Later, when we filled up with petrol, I just kept the engine running. We dropped off Roy, and then, just after London and prior to dropping Danny off, the exhaust either blew or fell off. Having dropped off Danny, the drive down the South End arterial road was very noisy. My parents were not too impressed when they heard this jalopy coming along and up their drive. Plus, the whole street must have known I was home on leave. The car remained on the drive for all of my leave, and presumably my parents got rid of it. During my leave, I went round to see Sue. She was about the only girl that was still writing to me. She was short, had long dark hair and wore spectacles. It was late when I left, and as there were no buses, I walked home. Oh yes, the folly of youth. Meanwhile, back in the Navy, in its wisdom, the Navy had decided it would supply a bus and take us to Aviemore to go skiing. This was something I fancied having a go at, although I'd never skied before. Once we'd disembarked from the bus, we got our skis and went our own way. Novices, like myself, were told to keep to the lower slopes. I didn't feel cold, but stared up at the snowy peaks of what to me looked like mountains. Sticking to the lower slopes, to my amazement, I actually skied. Well, I'd never be an Olympic champion, but barring falling over a few times, it went well. It was nearly time to return. I decided to ski down a gentle slope that was adjacent to a river. After all, it wouldn't matter if I fell in, as I was already wet. I actually reached the bottom of the slope without once falling over. Many years later, I had to go water skiing. All I can say is, it was the most expensive enema I've ever had. In a similar manner to Collingwood, the Navy had decided we should have a camping week in Scotland. This time, I was unable to go because of a bout of flu keeping me in sick bay. During my stay, I read Sherpa Tenzing's account of his climbing, together with Sir Edmund Hillary, to the summit of Mount Everest. Upon their return, my classmates said the chief, being our instructor, also had his wife accompany him and the class on this expedition. Although they said the chief was like a mountain goat, it was apparently the wrong time of the month for his wife. She or he apparently dropped their luggage and tampons spilled out all over the ground. Finally, it was time to take the exam that would qualify me as an aircraft mechanic. Upon hearing the results, I had come second. Not realising the higher up one came in the class, the better chance one had of going to the air station of their choice. During the course, I made up my mind not to work on fixed-wing aircraft, as I didn't fancy working on any aircraft that had an ejector seat. The reason being, once the pilot got out of the aircraft, safety pins had to be put in. This prevented the ejector seat accidentally being fired. Supposing somebody forgot to put in the safety pins, one could inadvertently fire the ejector seat. This was wrong because safety was of paramount importance in the Navy. The Chief said, "As you've done well in your exams, you're now a specially selected aircraft mechanic, SSAM, which means once you're qualified to maintain and qualified to serve, QMQS, two different types of aircraft, and pass all your qualifications for leading hand, you then go back to school, and if you once again do well in your studies, you'd then be able to sit the exams to become a petty officer." This also applied to Steve, a Scouser who'd come top of the class, and he chose to go to RNAS Cold Rose, Royal Naval Air Station, Cold Rose, HMS Seahawk. What I thought peculiar was, why didn't the Navy do this in the first place? Instead of trying to make me an electrician, after all, artificers had a choice across the whole spectrum of trades in the Navy. RNAS Coldrow was the main place for helicopters, and there was only one place available. This left me feeling very despondent, thinking it was the only place for helicopters. Fortunately, there was also one place available for RNAS Portland, HMS Osprey, which also had helicopters. HMS Osprey was peculiar in that it was a centre for fish heads and airy fairies. So it was that I was happy but as alone as I travelled down to Portland, Dorset, where I'd actually begin my trade as an aircraft mechanic. Chapter 6. On the 22nd of May 1967, I wandered from the station at Weymouth and along to the seafront, where I looked out over the sand and watched the sun glistening on the sea. I felt ecstatic. This was to be the first time I'd work on an aircraft. I found a bus stop where a man was stood smoking a cigarette and asked, "Excuse me, is this where I get the bus for Portland?" "No, along there. It'll go through the town, over a causeway, followed by gasometers. That'll be Portland." "Thanks," I replied, and walked along to the correct stop. As the bus left the town, I looked over the causeway, and the man was correct in that once I passed the gasometers, I was in Portland. I walked up the slope to the base of HMS Osprey, and seeing a sailor, I said, "Excuse me, I'm new here. Where do I report to?" He smiled. "Oh, stand over there. Take the bus up top. That's the living quarters. Report there." "Thanks, see you later," I replied, and boarded the naval bus that turned left past a couple of pubs and a cafe. On the left I caught sight of the RPO office, and then it was into the naval dockyard until the bus went uphill to HMS Osprey. Stood on guard was a large sign of an osprey with a fish in its talons. I walked past it to a model of a torpedo that was in front of the gatehouse. Entered the gatehouse, and the chief stopped reading a paper and stared at me. "Naval Air Mechanic Bryson reported for duty." He looked me up in a book. "Past the wardroom, that's the first building you'll come across. Then go into the next building and up to the first floor. You'll be attached to 829 Squadron. There should be a leading hand in the mess. He'll find you a bed." Following the chief's directions, I walked down the slope, paused at the ancient building that was the wardroom to take in the panoramic view of the Bay of Weymouth. Compared to HMS Collingwood and HMS Condor, Osprey was so small. I wondered if this was because most of the sailors were at sea. Reaching my mess, and prior to entering it, it occurred to me that it was easily as old as HMS St Vincent. I entered the building and was faced by an ancient staircase that had a metal banister with a polished wooden handrail. At the top of the stairs I opened the double doors and could smell wax polish that had been used on the dark wooden floorboards. I gawped in amazement, as this was the largest mess I'd ever seen. There were rows of beds on either side, plus the lockers were stacked up, one on top of the other, to separate the same amount of beds on the other side. I found the leading hand, who had a dark, wiry hair and a weather-beaten face, and said, "I'm new here." "No problem, I be Jed, mess killer. I'll be supposing you're on 829 Squadron," he said with a West Country burr. "You are? You be?" "Oh, Smiler, yeah, 829 Squadron." "Right, Smiler. Let's find you a bed and a locker." We walked along and stopped by a bed that had an empty locker by it. He said, "Put your kit in there. I'll show you where to put your kit bag." Now I understood why during my 6 weeks basic training my kit had to be folded in such a way. For this was the same type of small locker in which I had to stow all my kit. Plus, I could now officially wear civvies when I went ashore. I stowed my kit into number 8s and rigging shoes, and Jed said, "Don't you forget your overalls." I grabbed them, tucked them under my arm, and said, "Thanks." "Be you report to the Chief, 829 Squadron?" On my way to the heliport, I thought HMS Osprey was peculiar in that it was a centre for fishettes, general service and airy-fairy Fleet Air Arm. Also, being such a small place, there were no Wren station there. It would appear long ago some wag named all the air stations after birds, and the Fleet Air Arm referred to them by place name, whereas the general service sailors referred to them by ship's name. Arriving at the heliport, I looked out over the small airfield. There are a few helicopters dotted about. I followed a sign to a long building and entered the shack. Noticing a ginger-haired chief stood behind a desk, I approached him and said, "I've been told to report to 829 Squadron." He stared at me. "You're not in training now. As soon as you can, change your cap tally. In the meantime, over to the wardroom, report to Lieutenant Nathan Smythe." "Where's the wardroom?" "Back up the slope, turn right, you'll soon find it." I wandered past the hangar, entered the building, and eventually found the wardroom. Promptly knocked on the door and said, as a tall officer opened the door, "I'd like to see Lieutenant Smythe." Little did I know, I was addressing the man who himself angrily replied, "You will now be working on a frontline squadron, and I hope you live up to my expectations of a specially selected aircraft mechanic. And by the way, it's Nathan Smythe. Now go back to the line shack and report to the Chief. He will tell you what to do." How was I to know he had a double-barreled name? And you know what? From that day hence, we never really did hit it off. I reported back to the Chief, who said, "Grab a broom, sweep up. Anyone wants help with anything, I'll tell them you're a gash hand." I swept up, found there was a room where people sat doing nothing but drinking tea or coffee. This was deemed to be a coffee boat run by two leading hands, Jimmy Rowan, dark-haired Killick, and Jake Fordham, a blonde Killick. It was a restroom for ratings. For example, their helicopter may well have been flying. Jimmy and Jake probably made a small profit by selling coffee and other drinks to them. But I thought I hadn't done well in my training to end up as a sweeper. For lunch it was back on the bus to the top, and I was shown where I could get a new cap tally. Gradually I learned all about the Wasp helicopter, and one of my main tasks was to grease the road ahead in such a way that all the old grease was purged out. Naturally, working with oil and grease made a right mess of my overalls. Jed came to the rescue, showed me how to wash them. Took me into the bathroom that had dark tiles on the floor and white tiles on the walls. Also, on the walls were handwritten signs that said, "Hygiene, keep the bathroom clean." Jed said, firstly soak them, then lay them out on tiles and bathroom floor, then pour soap powder over overalls, scrub them, then he rinsed off the salt. Believe me, it really did get them clean, although it was advisable to ensure nobody else was using the bathroom at the time. Then it was merely a case of squeezing away the soapy water down the drain. For that first week, I never went into Weymouth, as I would have had to go in uniform. So I wandered round the mess and went down to the mess below mine, and at the far end, someone had pinned up the centerfold from Playboy magazine. The woman had dark hair and glasses, and her name was Fran Gerard. Plus, she had the largest breast I had ever seen. I wandered over to the poster and placed my hand under her breast. It filled it, and that was only the picture. It put a whole new meaning on the song by John Fred and his Playboy band, Judy in Disguise, all about a girl that wore glasses. At the other end of the mess was a room with a few beds in it where someone had stuck pictures of the Who. I was looking at them when someone said, "Do you like the Who?" I looked. I saw it was a sailor who told me which bus to get on when I first arrived. "Oh, yeah, thanks for putting me right about the bus earlier on." "No probs. What's your name?" "Smiler." "Mine's Dan." "I'll put on the Who if you like. Like a drink?" "Yeah, love to hear the Who. I saw them a few years ago. They were amazing." Dan put on an LP by the Who and asked, "Would you like to drink? Tea, coffee or beer?" We sat listening to the Who, drinking beer from a can. I discovered that Dan worked on the Wessex helicopters of 737 Squadron. There were three types of helicopter at Portland. Wasps, which were small and carried 4 or 5 crew. They had 4 doors and their role was to be attached to a frigate. This is the helicopter which I was to work on, and the chaps who'd been to sea with Wasps said it's brilliant. Even the fish heads weren't all that bad. I was on the front line squadron, and as far as I knew, I had a very good chance of going to sea on a frigate as opposed to an aircraft carrier. Then there were Wessex Mark I helicopters of 737 Squadron. This was a second line squadron whose role was to train people, and as a consequence the squadron never went to sea. Finally, there are a couple of Whirlwinds that were painted in day-glow red and blue. These were old helicopters which still had piston engines and were used as search and rescue, SAR helicopters, as opposed to the Wessex and Wasps which had gas turbine engines. The Navy, in its infinite wisdom, seemed to put old helicopters on search and rescue. Both the Whirlwinds and Wessex were stored in another larger hangar at the other end of a heliport which also incorporated a line shack. Portland's a natural harbour, and at various times the following ships docked there. Submarines, these were the small hunter-killer types which had a diesel engine. MTBs, which apparently went so fast seamen could stay on them for long, as the vibrations could cause varicose veins. From up high in Osprey, these small but fast boats could be seen heading out to sea, leaving in their wake a long white V formation of froth. During the long summer nights, as we were returning to the mess, somebody said, "See that view?" "Yep." "You probably think you're looking at ships on the sea. Actually, there are men underneath who just move the props around. You look next time we come out. They'll move the ships around." Most of the time at the squadron I was sweeping up, and so, to keep myself amused, I had a small portable radio wedged in between my shoulder and neck. One hot summer's day I was outside the line check when Jimmy Rowan appeared and shouted, "Here, come and look at this." Jake Fordham joined him. Jimmy pointed at me and said, "Now look at that. He's just won the ugliest bloke of the year competition." They laughed and went back inside. One thing about being in a mess with so many other blokes meant there was always someone you'd get on with. As a consequence, I used to go ashore with Den, Ian, Richie and others whose names I cannot remember. A lot of the time at the heliport there was nothing to do, so I used to sit outside the line shack and put flowers, or rather daisies, in my hair. Well, it was the time of hippies. But it was one of these ponderous moments I realised what the three-badge killer had been on about in Collingwood when he said his submarine had surfaced in Weymouth. Of course, they should have been in Portland. During my early days at Portland, Taffy Thomas, a gangly aircraft mechanic, approached me and said, "Can you do me a favour?" "Sure, what do you want me to do?" "I need someone to marshal in my helicopter." "Sorry, I've never done that before." "It's easy." "Look, it might be easy for you, but I've never done it. I don't know what signals to give." "You're useless, Boyle." He replied and walked off. The heliport had large circular markings on the ground where each helicopter would take off and land. They then flew into a set of parallel lines which, I suppose, served as a type of runway. I made it my duty to find out what signals I had to do for both landing and takeoff. As Taffy had said, there really wasn't much to marshalling, but for that first time, especially when I'd never done it before, it was a bit nerve-wracking. There were signals to give to start the engine, engage rotors, and then what to do for landing and takeoff. Then I made an horrendous mistake. During the day, pilots would be trained to fly by instruments to give them a foretaste of night flying. This entailed fixing amber screens inside the windows of the helicopter, and the pilot would then wear a dark visor, which gave the appearance of night, and he had to fly only by instruments. I put in the amber screens all right, but when the pilot in charge landed, he said, "Did you put those screens in?" "Yep." "You haven't cleaned them or the windows. Next time, do it properly." Well, I thought, why bother? After all, they're supposed to be flying by instruments. One day the line chief said to me, "I hear the group of yours, the Beatles, has had their latest LP compared to a classical composer." "Oh yeah, you mean Sgt. Pepper's? It's not a bad LP. I think they're on about the track She's Leaving Home. It's something to do with the way there's one tune laid upon another." "Yes, probably. Get along and sweep out the crew room." Portland was excellent for one thing, and that was weekends. At 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, work stopped, and the majority of people went away on leave. When I went home for a weekend, I usually went with my brother to see a band. There wasn't much to do in Portland, and not much more to do in Weymouth. In fact, I managed to find a pub which had 3 people in it. One of those was the barman. Of a weekend in Weymouth, well, during the summer, there were groups on at the pavilion. Failing that, there was a disco in the town. A bit difficult to find, but not only did they play records, they also had a band, and one of the numbers they did was Soul Finger. That guy in the band really did blow a mean trumpet. It was an odd time musically. There's still great soul music being released by Motown, Stax and Atlantic, but then rock bands like Cream were emerging. At other times I'd go along with some others to pubs that had folk singers appearing. Mind you, when you've heard one gravelly voice singer perform "I'll Step Up in the Racehorse," you've heard them all. But they're good fun, and after a few pints, everyone joined in with the singing. There was one good thing about Weymouth, and that was the beef burger stall. It was near to the bus depot and made excellent burgers. Whilst waiting for a bus after a few beers, it was just the thing to eat. Talking of waiting for the bus, one guy who made us all laugh. He was with his girlfriend at the bus stop when she got chatted up and taken from him. The odd thing was, she was chatted up by a girl, not a bloke. This kept us amused for weeks. I decided to get mobile and bought an Austin 16, which was a monster of a car. Unfortunately, something went wrong with it, and so two of us decided to strip down the engine. And it never did get put back together. Later on, I got to know the rating who wore the gloves. He said, "I used to work on Buccaneers. I spent a lot of time polishing the windscreen of my aircraft. We thought it was late in coming back. But then we heard it had crashed. I went along with the others to look for debris and found the pilot's helmet. I picked it up. His head was still in it. I threw up." I was also chosen as one of the ratings that would assemble in Weymouth by the War Memorial for the Sunday Remembrance Parade. I had visions of not keeping quiet when the minute's silence was on. After all, I thought, had Remembrance Sunday ever stopped any more wars? It was not to be. I was like a good sailor and arrived in Weymouth for all the others, marched to the War Memorial and did my bit. Then the big day arrived. 16th of February 1968. I was 20 and so was able to draw my first tot. I was first in. This was a mistake, as I then had a magic tot glass in and it never emptied. As a result, I was sick and thrown into cells. Boy, was I miffed. Being a Friday, I was going home to see John Mayall's band. I was allowed home on the Saturday, and that night went to see Duster Bennett and Peter Green's Fleetwood Mac at the Cricketers pub in Southend. It was brilliant, although my parents were not very pleased about me arriving home on Friday. Chapter 7, end. Chapter 7. Part of the duties of an aircraft mechanic, or in fact any rating working at the heliport, was to guard the heliport of a night. This meant working 2-hour shifts throughout the night. There were several of us, and we all had to sleep overnight down at the heliport. In the summer, if you were lucky, you could go to bed and get up in the morning without having to do any duty. This was due to the helicopters performing night flying duties. I was once teamed with Carlos to guard the heliport, and we headed out to the far end of the airfield near to the gasometers. As we entered the boiler house, I said, "So what's these gasometers for?" "Smiler, think about it. They hold fuel for ships and aircraft." Inside the boiler house, Carl and I sat down and chatted to the night watchman. It helped to pass the time on what was otherwise a rather boring duty. Also, on Portland there was a prison for adults and youths. If there was a breakout, then the guard was doubled and we had to wear helmets. Luckily, whenever I was on duty, nobody broke out. Once, whilst on guard duty, we had to go and watch a helicopter being pulled out of the sea. It was a Wessex, and as the crane lowered it down, the water dripped from it, and sadly, the pilot was still sat in his seat. This was the first time I'd ever seen a dead man, but being quite a distance from him made no impact on me. On a lighter note, I went to stay with Den for a weekend at Stevenage, and on Saturday night we went to a large dance hall. whenever the band changed, they played Time Is Tight, and the band was replaced on a turntable by another band. Dan and I met two girls who said they'd be going to Weymouth for their holidays. One I was with was a more attractive one, and I said to her, "You heard the LP by the Moody Blues, Days of Future Past?" "Oh yes, pretty good," she replied. We said we'd see the girls in Weymouth, but I'm sure they didn't believe us. Well, sure enough, when they turned up in Weymouth, I spotted them. I said I'd meet them later on. When I did go back into Weymouth, Dan would not come with me. I think this was because, just for once, I had the more attractive looking girl, so I took with me Richie. Good laugh, but like me, not the best looking bloke in the world. Well, never did see those girls again. I thought Dan was not really playing the game. After all, when I'd been on mod, I used to go chatting up girls with a mate of mine called Dave. We took it in turns to have the more attractive girl in the pair. In the end, we knew it would work out okay. Later in the year, Dan and I met two Swedish girls who came from a place called Vaxo. They made such an impression on us, we said we'd visit them the following year in Sweden. All we got was our passports. It was November when I finally became qualified to maintain and qualified to serve, QM, QS, WASPs. As a consequence, I was now promoted from Naval Air Mechanic 2nd class, NAM2, to NAM 1st class. This meant starting on new badges, as I now had a star above the aeroplane and I got a pay rise. Having reached the dizzy heights of a NAM1, I decided to go on a course to help me gain promotion to leading hand. For this, I had to take exams in my own trade, firefighting, safety equipment and damage control. Firefighting would determine what action to take if an aircraft caught fire. Safety equipment was all about life jackets, dinghies and general safety. Damage control was about the action to be taken if a ship was in trouble. Then there was a separate subject, power of command. This involved being in charge of a squad of men who were known colloquially as awkward squad. The firefighting course was most peculiar, for not only were we lectured about firefighting, but we also had demonstrations of what to beware of if the firefighting suits were not impregnated with some anti-fire fluid. For this demonstration, two aircraft handlers, chockheads, were dressed in firefighting suits. Then the chief set light to both suits. One burnt away, whilst the other didn't burn at all. I later got to know both of the chockheads and asked one of them, "Why you do it?" He said, "Something to do, breaks the monotony." "Well, aren't you afraid of getting burnt?" "No, we both wear another suit underneath anyway. We're trained to fight fires and work with flames lapping around us." As for the damage control course, it was above my head. It would have been easy if I'd been to sea and could relate to the things we were lectured about. Stuff like soft wedges, hard wedges, soft bungs, hard bungs, which would be put in the ship's side if water was gushing in. It all meant nothing to me. Plus on the course, things for me took a dive. A group of us had just left the Greasy Spoon, a cafe near to the heliport, which we'd often frequented. Feeling relaxed, I had my hands in my pockets. "Oi, you, with your hands in your pockets, over here!" Shit. I'd forgotten. There were two regulating offices, one up top and this one in the dockyard. I entered the office. "ID card?" the leading regulator said. I looked in my pockets. "It's in my locker." "Cap?" I handed him a cap. "Name, rank?" Naval Air Mechanic Bryson. That isn't the name in this cap. Oh, I can explain. Look, my cap was bent, and this leading hand just been promoted to petty officer, so I took his cap. As this was written down, I tried not to long. The leading regulator said to the regulating petty officer, RPO, I'll do him for silent contempt. No, you can't do that, replied the RPO. Put him on captain's defaulters. Now, the problem was with my caps, I was always bending them to simulate being at sea. Every time I went on parade, I was told to buy a new one. So, naturally, when I found one in my size, in good nick, I took it. The PO who owned the cap saw me and said, come here, you. I wandered over. He said, you had a nerve taking my cap. In future, ask first. I do not like to be called by the regulating office about something I have no idea about. Do you understand? Yes. I said you asked me, but I'm not happy about this situation. He then walked off. Next day I was up in front of the captains on defaulters. I pleaded guilty, sentenced to 10 days number 9s. This meant no shore leave, stoppage of pay and 2 hours extra duties a day, plus something I was really not looking forward to, laying my kit out for inspection every day. Luckily, I did not have to do the last bit. As for the extra duties, it meant getting up earlier, mustering in front of the duty PO, who then assigned us some work. Having blotted my copybook, I thought, if ever the Royal Yacht has a helicopter on board, then this is one rating that will not be going on it. It was at this stage I walked along the lower path to the Naffy bar. It was small, rather depleted, but very cheap. I bought a scrumpy top, even though it was about 9pence. What's that, 3p today's money? It's not something I can recommend, but my punishment soon passed. Whilst undergoing punishment, I informed Terry, a blonde air crewman, who, from what he'd said previously, had undergone number 9s. It's my first time doing number 9s, Terry. You're having me on. No, honest. You do surprise me. How you coping? Hey, all right. But tell me, when you underwent punishment, how'd you cope with the stoppage of shore leave? After all, from what you said, you were at sea at the time. Terry smiled. I only underwent punishment when we were at sea. In port, I was all right. Well, until the last few days of leave. Oh, thanks, Terry. When I took the power of command exam, I thought it was easy, as there was a rating wearing gloves. Straight away, standing in front of him, I bellowed out, "You, with the gloves on, remove them!" But it's cold. Did I say you could speak? Have a look around. I think you'll find you're the only one wearing gloves. Now, get them off. After that was easy. And I had an 80% pass mark. As for the rest, I failed abysmally and was duly informed when I'll be able to take the exams. Later on I got to know the rating who wore the gloves. He said, I used to work on Buccaneers. I spent a lot of time polishing the windscreen of my aircraft. We thought it was late in coming back. But then we heard it had crashed. I went along with the others to look for debris and found the pilot's helmet. I picked it up. His head was still in it. I threw up. I was also chosen as one of the ratings that would assemble in Weymouth by the War Memorial for the Sunday Remembrance Parade. I had visions of not keeping quiet when the minute's silence was on. After all, I thought, had Remembrance Sunday ever stopped any more wars? It was not to be. I was like a good sailor and arrived in Weymouth for all the others, marched to the War Memorial and did my bit. Then the big day arrived. 16th of February 1968. I was 20, and so was able to draw my first tot. I was first in. This was a mistake, as I then had a magic tot glass in and it never emptied. As a result, I was sick and thrown into cells. Boy, was I miffed. Being a Friday, I was going home to see John Mayall's band. I was allowed home on the Saturday, and that night went to see Duster Bennett and Peter Green's Fleetwood Mac at the Cricketers pub in Southend. It was brilliant, although my parents were not very pleased about me arriving home on Friday. Chapter 8. On Monday, I was paraded before the captain. I told him I would give up my tot. He replied, "Highly commendable, but you will be unable to do that until the new moon. As you've shown remorse, I sentence you to 10 days number 9s. It was my second stint of number 9s, and it was like water off a duck's back. In fact, I got up early as usual, and one day the duty PO said, "OK, carry on. No work for you lot today." So I went back to bed. This was fine until the duty PO arrived at my bed, and to say he was not very pleased would be making light of it. I was once again taking the course to help me become a leading hand. During one lunch break, I had to clean the torpedo, which was situated outside the gatehouse. As such, I turned up late for the lecture on safety equipment, which was being given by a leading hand I've got to know called Ray. I bounced into the room. "Oh, sorry I'm late, Ray. We cleaned the torpedo." "I know." The others told me, smiling, "Sit down." Ray then asked a question. I put my hand up and answered it, to which Ray replied, "If Smiler knows, you should all know it." Eventually the test came round, and they were mainly verbal. I went into the one on damage control. The chief said, "The ship has a hole in the side, and there's water gushing in. What do you do?" "Ah, yeah, put a wedge in the wall." "Would that be a hard or a soft wedge? And what do you call a wall on a ship?" I thought for a moment. Soft wedge. Wall of a ship is a bulwark. Right, you've got a man with a broken leg below decks, and you have to take him to sick bay, which is several decks up and forward. How do you do it? You put him on a stretcher. Any type of stretcher? Yeah. How would you solve the problem of lifting him between decks, bearing in mind he has a broken leg? Oh, right, yeah. Tie him in then. Ever heard of a Robinson stretcher? No. Well, after all, for me, Robinson only made jam. Or is it barley water? I then answered a few more questions and left. It was a similar case when the bearded chief who ran the firefighting section confronted me. What would you find in a foam extinguisher? Foam? Right. You have an aircraft that's landed and it's caught on fire. What would you do? Get the fire tender and get it to squirt foam over the aircraft. He then went on to ask me more about this, so I just waffled on about more fire tenders arriving and squirting foam. In fact, I think the aircrew would have drowned in foam. Having done all the exams, we had to line up and enter one at a time to hear our results. The officer looked at me and said, "Name and rank." "Naval Air Mechanic Bryson." Upon hearing my name, the officer looked at me in a loathsome way and angrily said, "If it can be done, you've done it. You've actually done worse this time in firefighting and damage control, but you've done better in your own subject and safety equipment. If it were up to me, you would have failed. As it is, Your overall mark is a pass. Now get out. For those that are interested, the side of the ship is called a bulkhead. A Robinson stretcher is one that is specifically designed to carry injured personnel about a ship. It actually has bits that can be folded over the patient to ensure he stays strapped in. As for the foam extinguisher, I really don't know what chemicals make up the foam, which is presumably what the chief wanted to know. As for Ray, the safety equipment colleague, I got to know him for quite a while. If I had a spare moment, I'd walk around and chat to some of the other guys. Ray had a dark hair with a bald spot at the back, and one day I entered into the safety equipment shack. One of the guys said, "Look at this, Ray." One of the occasions when I got fed up with being told to get my hair cut and had it cut really short, when Ray turned up, the same guy said, "Ray won't get his hair cut like that in case it doesn't grow again." I find I'm attracting them older woman with this bald spot, Ray replied. "Oh, but do you have much choice?" said the other safety equipment rating. I left them having a go at each other. I must admit the safety equipment section had served me well because I had an old hold-all grip, as it's termed. Look at this, Ray. It was one of those occasions when I got fed up with being told to get my hair cut, and so I had it cut really short. When Ray turned up, the same guy said, "Ray won't get his hair cut short in case it doesn't grow again." I find I'm attracting the older woman with this bald spot, Ray replied. "Ah, but do you have much choice?" said another safety equipment rating. I left them having a go at each other. But I must admit the safety equipment section had served me well because I had an old hold-all, a grip, which had broken a zip, and so they took it out and replaced it with a Velcro strip. This was superb. Having passed my test for a leading hand, I decided to further my education and take maths GCE. I discovered there was a schoolie that taught such things, plus I had visions of being a pilot. Once again I was allowed one afternoon a week to go and study. All was going well until one day I approached the chief and asked, "Okay, if I go off and do my studies?" "Sorry, you're needed to work on the helicopters." After that it was difficult to get away, and so I gave up studying for any more GCEs. Then the guys in the squadron voted me to be the squadron representative, to which the line chief said, "Why did you pick him? He's very mouthy." "That's it exactly. He'll come and do what we ask," the leading hand replied. The main gripe was the food. Now, I could not challenge the cooks on their culinary skills, but there were rumours the stores officer had a Bentley and the chief cook had a Mercedes. I got up early in the morning, went down to the galley, told the cooks who I was and said, "How come you don't use fresh milk?" The cooks shrugged his shoulders. I reported this back to the squadron and then said, "Next time you have a meeting, ask for a food committee. They've got one at Lee." This was a reference to Leon Solent, the headquarters of the Fleet Air Arm. Next meeting, I asked for a food committee and was told it would be considered. I waited until the next meeting, and at the end, I once again raised the issue of a food committee, to which came the reply, "Commander S. Stores will not hear of it." I reported back to the squadron and then gave up being their rep. At one time there were some students who wanted to look around, and so the line chief grabbed me and said, "Take this lot round and explain to them about the helicopter." I wandered off to the hangar with the students in tow, walked round a Wasp and explained what it did. One chap looked up to the flat things above the doors and said, "What are they?" "Oh, flotation gear. If the helicopter should go into the sea, these things expand and keep the helicopter afloat." "Aren't there any guns on it?" another chap asked. "Actually, we can fix torpedoes beneath the helicopter, or else we can attach missiles. If we do the latter, there has to be an aircrewman flying with the pilot. This is because pilots have been mesmerised into following the missile and crashing. Suitably impressed, the youth left. Chapter 9. Shortly after I had passed my exam to qualify in airmanship as a leading rating, I was transferred to 737 Squadron. I was not amused, as ever since I joined 829 Squadron, I'd been applying for a small ship's flight. And upon arriving at 737 Squadron, it was the end of all my hopes of going on board a small ship, because, as far as I knew, Wessex helicopters were only on board aircraft carriers. As a distraction, I volunteered for different things, one of which was Awkward Squad. This meant being part of the squad that was similar to the body of men I'd drilled to gain power of command as a leading hand. Having been drilled around a few times, the officer in charge called me out and spoke quietly, saying, "For the next person, whatever he tells you to do it wrong." "Okay," I replied and returned to the ranks. Yes, I did everything wrong that could possibly be thought of, but the chockhead in charge never noticed a thing. Then he gave the order, "To the left, salute." This I did with my left hand, and not once did the person correct me on what I'd done. After the officer had finished examining the chockhead, he called me out and said, "Now, show the squad how to salute with the left hand." I started off well, saying, "Saluting with the left hand is similar to saluting with the right hand, except that it's done with the left hand." The only thing was, as I demonstrated to the squad, I was in fits of laughter, to which the officer said, "I think you should take charge of yourself before you try to take charge of the squad. Now, back to the ranks." The line shack of 737 Squadron was incorporated inside the hangar, and in the crew room, amongst the card-playing fraternity, could be heard somebody slamming down their fist, which, as it had rings on it, rang out across the room. This, I later discovered, was Tony Danvers playing cribbage, as whenever he slammed his hand on the table, he called out his points. One sunny day, as there wasn't much to do, he and Price and I went for a walk around Portland. It's something we do to get away from naval life. We stopped and sat on the grass. I said, "I don't want to work on Wessex. I wanted to stay on 829 and go on a frigate. So I thought perhaps I could fail becoming QMQS on Wessex." Ian said, "Smiler, you can't fight it though. Okay, so you don't want to work on Wessex. You know what they'll do?" "No. One of the chiefs will one day come out to you, point at a helicopter and say, 'What's that?' You'll say, 'A helicopter.' And from that day on, you'll be QMQS Wessex." "I know. I've seen it done." "Yeah, I suppose you're right." In the tail cone of a Wessex helicopter was a large flotation bag. Therefore, if a helicopter was laid up for a while and not being worked upon, it was possible just to lie on the flotation bag and have a crafty snooze. Actually, it was a shame there weren't any wrens around. Working on 737 Squadron entailed turning to at different times, whereas the rest of HMS Osprey appeared to work a 9 to 5 shift. 737 Squadron also did night flying. As such, on some days I had to turn to at lunchtime and work through until late at night. It was while I was on one of these late shifts that I ignored the early morning call and stayed in bed. The duty PO caught me and said, "Get up, now! No place for idle loafers." On the other side of the mess, he repeated what he'd said. is he found another rating still in bed. He looked at both of us and said, "You two, on defaulters." The officer of the day said, "Why are you still in bed at this time of day?" "Well, I don't have to turn to until 1 o'clock, so I thought I'd have a lie in bed." "I see. If that is all you have to say for yourself, I sentence you to 1 day's 14s. The other 18 was sentenced to the same punishment, which was 2 hours extra duty. We carried out our punishment and completed it by the time we returned to. As we did the extra duty, we both cursed the fish heads." Another friend said, "I'm going to become a diver. This involves undergoing various tests, and then, if I want, I can take the navigation test and become an SAR diver." "Well, that sounds good." They don't do anything except sit in a crew room all day, waiting to be called out. Plus, I'll get more money for being a diver and more money for being aircrew." "Even better. Good luck." In the mess, I got chatting to Paddy Murphy and said, "I've not seen you in the heliport. What do you do?" "I work on PDEs. They're pilotless target aircraft." "What's that?" "They're like large model aircraft, and we travel around the world, and the gunners and ships use them as target practice. All the thing is, it's not going to hit them." "Well, isn't that what it's supposed to do?" "No, they're only supposed to have near misses. Otherwise it'll cost a fortune to repair them." "So how do you get to these different locations?" "Fly, of course. You have to live out a suitcase." "Wow, sounds like my kind of job. So, whereabouts you situated?" "In the dockyard. Call in sometime." "Oh, thanks, buddy, I'll do that." Having managed to find where the PTAs were, I entered the shack and looked at these small red aircraft. I've already mentioned Commander S and the chief cook had very nice cars. Well, there were 2 other flashy cars at Portland. One was an E-Type Jag, which was owned by a pilot. Word at it, he came from a wealthy background, and the other flashy car was a Mercedes Sports. This belonged to a rating who'd inherited some money. Word had it that if a rating showed up, the captain of the ship would be told to leave the Navy. As far as I know, this never happened. I never met the rating, but he was pointed out to me, and he was very smartly dressed. He wanted to leave the Navy. I never found out if he ever achieved his goal. At Easter, I boarded the ferry along with Wilf, Ian Price, and another rating, also called Ian, to St Brelade's in Jersey. The weather was pretty good. We only stayed a week, although we did have a go at surfing, which I don't think any of us were any good at. Mind you, we didn't exactly have the waves for it. For the second week of leave, I went to my parents, who had moved from Hawkwell to Bridge Lane in Golders Green. I arrived at night and had no idea where they lived. I phoned up my auntie Sis. "Hello, Philip. How are you?" she asked. "Look, fine, thanks, son. I'm not sure where Mum and Dad live now. You got their phone number?" "No, they've only just moved there." "I'm near to Brent Bridge Hotel. They can't be far away. Good luck. Let us know how you get on." "Will do. I'll get Mum or Dad to give you a ring." When I did find where they lived, I thought the flat was very nice, and they used to sit in the kitchen, mainly because in the summer they could open the door and overlook a park. It gave the flat a feeling of being in the country. In winter, there was a fire that kept the kitchen warm, heated up the water, and a radiator in the hall. Chapter 10. I returned to Osprey to find that things were changing for the better. As Osprey only had a small amount of accommodation, volunteers were asked to live out in Weymouth, and the Navy paid for it. Those that went on the first wave had a brilliant time as they moved into flats and pooled their resources, so at the end of the month they could have a party. Naturally, when they asked for more people to live out of Osprey, Dan and I were among the volunteers. The only problem was, instead of us having money and finding our own accommodation, the Navy found it for us. Okay, so I did manage to share a room with Dan, and the food was put on the table at certain times, but it was all so regimental. I can only assume they used to run a boarding house for holidaymakers, and as such saw this as a means to a regular income. Being away from Osprey, I'd taken to wearing the lining from my Burberry over a shirt and jeans. This was a throwback to my days as a mod, when on hot days, instead of wearing my parka, I just wore the lining. Unfortunately, the landlord didn't like the look of the way I dressed and informed the Navy, who had me moved back to Osprey. There were rumours going around that a driver was required to work over the summer leave. This meant working whilst everyone else went on leave, and then going what was termed as retard leave. I've been told it's a doddle. I volunteered. I had to take a test for the civvy in the short wheelbase Land Rover. I turned up at the appropriate place in the dockyard. This civvy said, "Get in and I'll give you directions." I started the Land Rover. We drove off up the hill and to the lighthouse, putting the Land Rover through its paces, and when we got back to the dockyard, the civvy said, "Oh, you're too fast for me, laddie. Does it mean I failed?" "Yes." I thought this was rather odd, as every Land Rover driver I'd seen drove like a lunatic. Having failed the driving test, I asked if I could go on normal leave. This was also declined. I ended up on gate duty at the heliport. Actually, it was a right doddle. I just had to stand at the gate wearing half blues, white belt and gaiters, and every other night I'd have to patrol the airfield. It was on one of these occasions I got out of bed in the morning, dressed in my eights, went up to Osprey, had breakfast, and changed into half blues, belt and gaiters. I relieved my opposite number on the gate, and an officer was stood there who said, "You're late. This chap's been on duty all night." "So have I." The officer then apologised and wandered off. One day, I was stood there, trying not to fall asleep, when an officer approached me. I promptly saluted him. He returned my salute and said, "No need to salute me, I'm a customs man." I believe 737 Squadron was also used to train pilots, which is why we had to turn to for night flying duties. Plus, I discovered, much to my amazement, a few of us were about to go to sea, presumably so we could get the hang of life on board a ship. It also enabled pilots to get the feeling of landing and taking off from a ship. My first trip to sea was on board RFA Engadine, which was a merchant ship used by the Royal Navy. RFA stands for Royal Fleet Auxiliary. These ships could be anything from tankers to cargo vessels, which allowed the Royal Navy vessels to refuel at sea, RAS. On the rear of the Engadine was a landing platform and a hangar that housed 2 helicopters. On boarding the ship, one bloke was seasick, and we hadn't even left the harbour. As for me, I said to one of the older ratings that they've got a woman on board. "No, you've just seen Angie." "That's right, a woman." "No, it's a bloke. He's got tits. All right, they're small ones, but he's got them." "Yes, that's Angie, all right." "You sure it's a bloke?" "What with the tits and the high voice?" "Yes, that's Angie, all right." Angie was indeed a bloke, albeit a gay one, and his job on board the ship appeared to be that of a cook. Nevertheless, it took me a while to suss out it was in fact a bloke. On the Engadine, we did a spot of bird trapping. This entailed loading and unloading goods to the helicopter. The pilot had to fly off with the load suspended beneath the helicopter. The object was to try and get the load to swing as little as possible, because once this started, it was difficult to stop, which also made the helicopter difficult to fly. We were out on the Bay of Biscay, which is renowned for its rough sea, but when I was on it, it was as calm as a mill pond. In fact, I was off duty, sunbathing, eating the chalk ice, reading Alfie, and oddly enough, I later went below to watch the film of Alfie. Oh yes, it was certainly a hard life at sea. It was during my stay at Osprey they had Navy Days, which meant the public could have a look over a naval vessel, and so I thought I'd have a look over a submarine. I queued up. When I got to the front, the PO said, "You didn't have to queue." That's all right, I just thought I'd have a look over a sub. I went down inside the submarine, and even though the hatches were open, it was smelly and ever so small. It was like living in a tube. There seemed to be nothing in it but a gangway with a few beds stowed on the side. I took my time but was glad to surface and leave the submarine. I could not believe how anyone would volunteer to serve on one, rather them than me. But then things changed, as I was going to be drafted to Cold Rose in Cornwall and from there to a ship. I'd since learnt that county-class destroyers had a Wessex helicopter on board them. I had an idea that by going to Cold Rose to work on a frontline squadron would mean going to sea on an aircraft carrier. Now, some of you may recall when I first qualified as an aircraft mechanic, I wanted to go to Cold Rose, but that seems so long ago, and I'd since become acclimatised to the easy life at Portland. Chapter 11. On the 15th of July 1968, I arrived at Helston in Cornwall and caught the bus to HMS Seahawk, RNAS Cold Rose. Having reported to the gatehouse and been told where my mess was, I walked across the vast parade ground and stopped at the mast. Glanced across to the naffy when someone come up to me and said, "You okay?" "Yeah, I'm just trying to take in the size of this place on my way to my mess." He pointed. "All the messes are over there." Arriving at my living quarters, which were single-storey buildings joined by a long corridor, I entered and said, "I'm new here. Any chance of a bed?" "Yes," said the leading hand. "There's a bed over there," and used the locker next to it. The locker was once again a wardrobe, and I began to unpack, saying, "This place is huge. Where's the heads?" Got off his pit, took me to the corridor. "Look down there is where you'll find the bathroom and heads." "Thanks." At the other end of the mess was another door that opened out to a grassy area, which, in summer, was used for sunbathing. I once again met up with Ellis and also became friendly with Gary, Tony and Stan. Our main link was with music. I recall one day going into Helston and Gary, a blonde-haired chap, said to me, "Can you get me a Bob Dylan LP, a track on it called 'It Takes a Lot to Laugh, It Takes a Train to Cry'?" But that's jumping the gun. For my first night at Cold Rose, I had a few drinks at a naffy bar and bumped into a chap whom I'd met in Portland. He said, "Oh, hi Smiler, want to buy a car?" "No, thanks." "It's a Citroen. Only want £40 for it. Perhaps you could buy it together with some of your mates." For a fiver, I now had an eighth share in a Citroen, which I used mainly to transport me to and from work. I should explain here, Cold Rose is a huge air station. At one time had gannets, so naturally it had a landing strip. When I arrived there, it just had loads of helicopter squadrons. Turning to in the morning meant waiting in line for a bus to take me to the other side of the airfield, where my squadron was housed. One day, as many of us as possible crammed into the Citroen. I never drove it. Instead, we had a chockhead drive us. This was a mistake. He drove like a lunatic and lowered the suspension, after which the car never seemed the same. The others knew when I'd arrived because I used to enter the crew room singing I'm so glad. It was a song that Cream performed on their first LP, Fresh Cream. Much to the annoyance of one of my fellow roommates, I would rise every morning, wander over to the galley, have a bowl full of Cocoa Pops and a cup of tea. I would add here, the food at Cold Rose was so much better than at Portland. Every lunchtime there was a steak grill with a choice of either having a beef steak or gammon steak. So it crossed my mind, were the rumours about the chief and the commander at Portland being on the fiddle true? After breakfast I returned to the mess and would put on Fresh Cream LP. Sometimes I would act as if I had a guitar, and one rating said, "You don't hold a guitar like that. It's a lot wider than that." Obviously they weren't in tune with bands like Cream and Jimi Hendrix, who were all electric and so played slimmer guitars. One of the aircrew looked at the cover of Fresh Cream and seeing Jack Bruce, bass and vocals, dressed in a flying jacket, leather flying helmet and goggles, plus Ginger Baker, drums, dressed in some sort of military jacket, and Eric Clapton, guitar, wearing goggles. The aircrew man said, "It's a disgrace. They've made a mockery of flying gear." What did I care? They made brilliant music. But my first big shock came on Friday at Cold Rose. It was gone 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I said to somebody, "Don't we finish now?" "What?" "Well, when I was at Portland we finished at 3 and went on weekend leave." "Oh no, you work until 5 here." Also, I'd managed to procure a small picture of Alfred E. Newman of Mad Magazine and inserted it in my ID card instead of my picture. It was all right until a policeman stopped me. When I showed him my ID card, he was not impressed. A few days later he happened to stop the Citroen I had a share in, and when he asked who owned the car, they rattled off, amongst other names, my name. To which the policeman replied, "Shouldn't he be with you?" Quite frankly, I'd given up with the car. On a Saturday morning, I used to visit Helston and do my washing. This did not impress the lady in attendance, who would throw us out because washing our overalls in her machines ruined them. On one occasion, I used a friend of mine's Hillman convertible to go to Helston. The rear window was plastic and made it difficult to see anything out of. I only used it once. The chap who'd lent me the car was a rather tall and gangly bloke called Mickey. He went up in my estimation as he'd been in the Fleet Air Arm gun crew. At that time, during the Royal Tournament at Earl's Court, there was a race every day between different sections of the Royal Navy. The sections were Portsmouth, Fleet Air Arm and Devonport. It was quite an honour to be chosen to represent your section, and all field gun crew members had a jacket of a different colour to depict whom they were running for. Fleet Air Arm was green, Devonport red, Portsmouth blue. There were also rumours about men losing their fingers as they dropped the pin that went into the gun. I never thought to look at Mickey's fingers. In fact, when I was stationed at Portland, we actually went up to London and watched the field gun crew, and the announcer said we were in the audience. It was a brilliant night out. Sadly, with government cutbacks or whatever, the field gun crews no longer exist. There was certainly an excellent display of fitness and teamwork, hence I was in awe of Mickey. Overnight, I used to pop over to the Naffy, have a few beers, and one night a chap entered a box which was positioned just inside the hall on the far side by the dance floor. This chap then played a few records and said, "Now for a track from the late, great Otis Redding." Wow, I thought, I fancy doing that, being a DJ. I made a few inquiries but never actually got round to becoming a DJ. There was also a pub in Helston that brewed its own beer, and on special occasions like Christmas and Floral Day, the landlord made a special brew. I entered with Gary, who went to the loo, and I said to the barman, 2 special brews, please. But there'll be only one of you. But my mate's in the toilet. I'll pour you one for now. When you're a friend of Abe's, I'll pour out t'other. This is strong beer. On that count, he was right. But even his normal brew was quite strong. I popped in one Saturday with Stan, doing our usual thing of going to Falmouth. I thought we'd have a pint before catching the bus, and believe me, when Stan and me boarded the bus, even after 1 pint, we knew we had a drink. But then, we probably had not eaten. Once in Falmouth, we frequent a pub that had a superb jukebox. Have a few beers and buy a pie. One of the records I recall being played was the flip side of a Canned Heat record. The tune was World in a Jug. Sometimes in the afternoon when the pubs were closed, we'd go to the cinema and always knew when Ellis was there, even though we never saw him, as he was into sniffing Davidoff. It smelled awful, so how Ellis could saturate his hanky with it and inhale the stuff was beyond Stan and me. After that, Ellis was in a jovial mood, and once again we'd go to the pubs where Ellis would somehow manage to get us invited to parties. This all ended, but Stan and I went to see. Prior to going to see, I was on leave and went to a pop concert at Woburn Abbey, where my brother and I camped out for the weekend. Amongst the performers and bands we saw were Jimi Hendrix, who headlined the bill on Saturday, Tim Rose, Donovan, Tyrannosaurus Rex, probably their first live appearance. There were just 2 of them on stage, Mark Bolan and Steve Peregrine Took. And Taste, who were the hit on Saturday and headlined the bill on Sunday, was John Mayall. But the best band on Sunday was a band called Family. Then I returned to the Navy and had to face up to being on board HMS Eagle, the second largest aircraft carrier in the Navy. Don't know about Stan, but being with 820 Squadron on board HMS Eagle was my worst nightmare. We were to be billeted in 6 Whiskey Zero mess. Now, I better explain the numbering system. The numeral at the front meant how far down below the top deck you were, but being on an aircraft carrier, this was halfway up the ship. The ship was then sectioned off from front to back, or if you prefer, bows to stern. A would be at the front of the ship, Z at the back. So it was that I found myself living below the waterline in the stern of the ship. Chapter 11, end. Chapter 12. To get to the mess, I had to go along several decks and down through numerous hatchways. The lockers were the same size as the first locker I'd ever used at HMS St Vincent, which now seemed like eons ago. I was allocated a bunk, which was the top bunk in a 3-tier system. This was a bonus, as it never had to be made. I'll explain. The bedding, which consisted of a mattress cover, sheets and blankets, was all zipped inside a plastic cover. Turning to meant hinging the bed, unlike the 2 bunk beds below me, which during daylight hours are used as a seat. The bottom bunk was the seat and the middle bunk was the back of the seat. There were about 18 of us in the mess. Luckily, we were not all there at the same time. One of the guys was into surfing, hence he was stationed at Cold Rose, but whenever he was off duty he would go to Newquay to surf. Being at sea was a bonus for him, as he went along to the divers and managed to obtain the material to enable him to make his own wetsuit. He even made a hat and boots. He said, "This will allow me to surf throughout the year." At that time the ship was about to embark on manoeuvres with other navies from NATO, so we spent 6 weeks at sea in the Arctic Ocean, plus I was not going to be working on the helicopters. Instead, I was to be misemployed on between decks party. Stan was also misemployed, but he was a petty officer's messman. One day he'd drawn their rum ration, about a gallon. I said to him, Stan, how about I have a top? Smiley, they'll miss it. No, they won't. We top it up with water. They'll never know. Stan was reluctant, but nevertheless, I did manage to draw out a tot, and boy, was it good. You see, unlike the tot I drew, this was neat and undiluted with water. Well, it was before I added the water to make up the level. I offered Stan a sip, but he declined. As for myself, I was to be captain of the heads. Mind you, they were not just any old heads, but they were officers' heads. In fact, I had two lots to do, and one was the personal head of the captain. Now, just in case you wonder what a head is, it is the naval term for a toilet. I wrote home. When Mum heard, she wrote back saying, "You're supposed to be specially selected, not some shithouse cleaner. I don't care if it is the officers. It still amounts to the same thing." My messmates had a right old laugh about this. Actually, being captain of the heads was a bit of a doddle. A part, that is, from when we had rounds, and on this account, one week I had the best heads, the following week the worst. When I had the best heads, it was the captains. When I had the worst, I think the officers had some do, as the toilets were full of spew. This was only a daytime job, and so overnight I went to the galley, which was used as a cinema and also sold ice cream. Being in the Arctic Ocean on exercise meant of a night there were no lights on the weather decks, while the other decks had red lights. A weather deck is, as the name implies, open to the elements. I found a route to the galley from my mess using a minimum of weather decks, but then some fishhead said, "What you do is use the light from your life jacket and you'll be able to see along the weather decks." This was a brilliant idea and meant no more tripping over bits on the weather decks. For lunch, I would draw my tot and then go to the salad bar, and the food was delicious. We had beans, radishes, corn, lettuce, tomatoes, sausages, ham, various cheeses, and ice cream. Marvellous. I turned to late one afternoon and the boatswain said, "Fell asleep, did we? OK, never mind." He then detailed me off to do something. One day I had a leak in my heads and had to report it. It went something like this: "I've come to report a leak in heads." "Where are they?" "They're the officers' heads on the starboard side." "No, wait, they're on the port side." "Look, that's the front of the ship, that's the back. Are they on the left or the right?" I pointed them in the right direction. Then I got a huge surprise. It transpired there was a certain day for me to have my laundry done. So I tied up a bundle of my dirty washing and went along to the middle of the ship where a Chinaman confronted me. "I'm new. OK, this your number." This was brilliant. Plus, they also sold underwear. They were fancy coloured boxer shorts made out of cotton. I was told the Chinese had a stream running through the quarters, and they bashed the clothes with stones and then just sat around playing mahjong. However, they did a brilliant job of cleaning my clothes. But there were always notices, either in the ship's paper or posted about the ship, saying the Chinese had worked overtime on the button smashing machine. Once again, this was a reference to the buttons being smashed on our number 8s or whatever. During my break, I wandered up to the flight deck and further up to the goons deck and watched the hive of activity going on below on the flight deck. There were chockheads towing aircraft with tractors. They either towed them to the side or onto the catapult, where two chockheads secured the strap. The flight deck captain then signalled the aircraft for takeoff. And so it was catapulted off the deck and rose up into the sky. The aircraft on the carrier at the time were Sea Vixens, Buccaneers, Gannets, plus of course Mark I Wessex helicopters. Meanwhile, at the rear of the carrier, aircraft were landing. They had to hook onto a selection of arrestor wires. I later discovered our pilots were also landing on United States carriers and came back saying, "It's like landing on an airfield." As it was so small, I don't think the Yanks managed to land on the Eagle. Mind you, as I looked out across the sea, I could see other ships in the convoy. It was as if we were at war, but then, I suppose we were. Well, we're playing at it. In between the ships were icebergs, and alongside the Eagle was a magnificent silver helicopter. This was the Yanks SAR helicopter, and was later used in the Royal Navy and called a Sea King. And believe me, it certainly lived up to its name. Being the second largest aircraft carrier in the Navy, the Eagle only had one lift, unlike its sister ship Ark Royal, which had two lifts. The lift was used to move the aircraft from hangar to the flight deck below, and whenever it was in operation, bells rang out across the deck to warn anyone in the vicinity that the lift was in operation. Plus, it goes without saying, the water in the heads was icy cold. One fish head remarked, "It's the longest I've ever been to sea for. 6 weeks without putting in to a port." While another fish head got drunk and threw himself overboard. Rumour had it he'd been drinking aftershave. Now, why he couldn't drink beer, I don't know. What I've omitted to tell you is that when you draw your tot, you're also entitled to a few cans of beer. Even then, ratings were saying if ever they stop issuing the grog, then there'll be more drunks on board ships. What they were referring to was that when a man drew his tot, it was one man, one tot. But with the cans of beer, if a man didn't want his beer, then someone else could and would have it. Of an evening, if we were not on duty, we had to change out of working clothes into rig of the day, which was usually half blues. Sometimes we had an officer inspect our mess. I said to my messmates, "Any chance I could have a go at being a DJ?" "Phone him up," was the reply. The next night I did a programme. I wandered up to the radio station, knocked on a door. When it was opened, I introduced myself. The guy said, "Oh, pick out some songs from the collection, off you go." I don't know how long a programme I did, whether it was half an hour or an hour. I really enjoyed it. There's one song I remember announcing. Now here's one you can sing along to. It was The Court of King Caraticus by Rolf Harris. The following day I asked the others what they thought. "Oh, it was you, was it?" Sounded all right to me. Whilst at sea, we were still paid once a fortnight and had to muster in the hangar at a certain time to collect our wages. I was on my way to getting paid when I bumped into Ray, the safety equipment killer from Portland. As we left the gangway and entered the hangar, my shoes clicked as we walked. "Smiler, what are you wearing?" "Shoes? Why?" "Have you got metal tips on them?" "Yeah, I had the heels done." "You do realise you could be done for wearing them?" "Why?" "After all, I'm not working on aircraft, I'm only the shithouse cleaner." "That's not the point. You could cause a spark which would ignite the fuel from the aircraft." Luckily, I never did get done for wearing the wrong shoes. So it was the second time at sea ended It's back to Cold Rose, where I was in for a shot. Chapter 13. I left HMS Eagle and 820 Squadron thinking I'd completed my length of time on servicing 2 types of helicopter. Now I'd be able to devote my time to becoming a leading hand. Oh boy, was I wrong. It appeared the Navy had other ideas for me. I was once again stationed at RNAS Cold Rose, HMS Seahawk. Much to my horror, I discovered I was to be drafted to HMS Eagle again. This time I was to be part of the SAR, Search and Rescue. 820 Squadron was to be disbanded due to the updating of the Wessex Mark I helicopter to Mark III helicopters. Now for some technical info. The Wessex Mark III helicopter was equipped with a radome, which could be dropped into the sea, enabling it to seek out submarines. For the non-technical minded, a radome is a large blob which is lowered into the sea and emits radar bleeps, which enables a radio operator perched up in the helicopter to find submarines. As opposed to being misemployed, I was now part of a small team working on a helicopter led by a pilot, Lieutenant David Stanton. What's more, I was also billeted with other members of the SAR apart from those who were living ashore. This may sound odd to you, as I was already based on land, but ashore meant married men could live at home in Helston or wherever with their families. To take up the rest of the vacant beds in the mess, another small ship's flight was billeted with us, for they were from an RFA. One of them used to drink the poor man's black velvet, which consisted of scrumpy and Guinness. One day he said to all of us, I was in a pub drinking this awesome concoction, but one of the locals said to me, if he don't eat after drinking E eats E. The local was saying that as scrumpy gets its sour taste by hanging meat in it and gradually the cider eats away the meat, then so it'd be the scrumpy would eat away my stomach. One of the RFA team was huge and had a black beard. He said to me, do you like the Rolling Stones? Yes. Would you like to buy this for £6 bob? It was a copy of their latest album, Beggar's Banquet. I rummaged through the change in my pocket and replied, I've only got £5 bob. That'll do. It'll buy me a few beers. So from that day, instead of Cream, I played the Rolling Stones. Meanwhile, back at work, I was in the office of Lieutenant Stanton, the dark-haired officer commanding the SAR. He perused my documents, looked up at me and said, well, it looks like you've finally got your small ship's flight. I said nothing. After all, the Eagle was hardly a small ship, but having said that, as part of a team, I got on well with the other members of the SAR, and all the officers apart from Lieutenant Stanton were referred to by their first names. At Cold Rose, I was once again back into my old ways of Saturdays spent in Falmouth with Ellis and Stan. I was still heavily into music, and you may be wondering what on earth I was moaning about. Well, I'll explain. With the SAR, we all went between Cold Rose and the Eagle. It was one of the times I'd not long returned from leave. Having finished work at Cold Rose, I was sat on the bus en route to my mess, when the PO aircrew diver said to me, your hair needs cutting. To which I replied, I could get a job anywhere with this length of hair. He replied, you have a job though. Yeah, I thought, but I'd rather not have it. Things came to a head, and I got so fed up with being told to get my hair cut that I shaved my head, which met with very mixed comments. The chaps in the Navy said, you'll get done for that. Now this I could not comprehend, but was duly informed that if the ship went down, they would not be able to drag me out by my hair. Again, this seemed odd to me, as first of all, I was on land, and also, what about baldy men? How would they get dragged out of the sea? Mind you, John Glass, whom I'm nicknamed Hingehead. You see, he was bald, but had a flap of hair combed over his bald pate, which flapped about in the wind and looked like a hinge. That night there was a dance in the naffy, and so Pete, a stocky aircraft mechanic, lent me a slaughterman's cap. I also donned a pair of dark glasses I bought in London. They looked very much like aircrew sunglasses. I thought I looked the business. At that time, next to the hut where we worked was the photographic section. One of the photographers said, "May I take a picture?" "Sure." He wrote on a board, baldly, and said, "Can you hold this?" It was a bit of a laugh. He was a Londoner and really enjoyed taking pictures. He showed me some he'd taken as a hobby, and I got the opinion that once he left the Navy, he would still be taking pictures. Whereas in Falmouth, some hippie said to me about my baldness, "Far out, man. Yeah, it shows you don't give a damn." Now that really did reflect my opinions. Whilst at Cold Rose, our flight was visited by an admiral, and the flight chiefs did not want me to meet him, but he asked to see everyone. We were all duly lined up in the office, and the admiral went along asking us questions, mainly about if we were married. He got to me and said, "What about you? Are you married?" "No, sir. I ain't even half married." As he was leaving, he thanked the chiefs and said, if he had to choose, he'd be happy to have me on his team. It all changed when I was once again billeted on board HMS Eagle. Only this time, I was in 6 Whiskey 2 mess. There were 15 of us, and I had the bottom bunk. The top bunk was perceived to be the best, as it was very rarely made and became the prized possession of the horizontal kings. These were the chaps who, when not on duty, spent their time in bed. I never found having the bottom bunk to be a problem because whenever I turned to, I merely had to zip it up. We also had living in our mess a storeman and a chef. The latter received the brunt of our displeasure. But eventually he did put on a good spread for us. What this now meant that my time was split between Cornwall and Plymouth, where the Eagle was docked. I remember going ashore at Plymouth with the others from the SAR. I was trying to speak posh. Usually my accent's Cockney, whereas it's now termed Estuary. So there I was in a pub. I said, "What do you think of my posh accent?" Came the reply, "Actually, you sound gay." So ended my days of trying to speak posh. I later went into a local dance hall, but the bouncer said as he looked at my cord jeans, "Not your scene." He was right. I didn't stay long, and as I walked out he remarked, "Told you so." As for my time aboard the Eagle, it was a dramatic change from my life as captain of the heads. Every time the aircraft were flying, the SAR had to be in the air. The Eagle set sail, and as it did, the various aircraft squadrons flew on board. We now had on board the Mark III Wessex, as I've already mentioned, Sea Vixens, Buccaneers and Gannets, which as far as I can remember were the last aircraft to have propellers, or in this case 2, which counter-rotated. Rumour had it, one of the Gannet pilots made several attempts to land on the flight deck, but as he couldn't manage it, he was told to return to the land base. My day would start by someone turning on my bed light, and as it shined in my face in the morning, telling me to turn to. I washed, dressed, went up on the flight deck and waited until the helicopter arrived. I watched mesmerised as the sun rose from the sea and spread its orange glow all around. I stood and looked in awe, saying, "Wow, the sun's rising." "Another JD," came the reply. A bell clanging rang out across the flight deck. This meant the hangar lift was in action, and gradually the helicopter appeared on deck and was towed towards us. I then had to assist in spreading the rotor blades of the helicopter, which entailed either Pete or myself sitting on top of the road head, the others jiggled the blade up and down, whilst Peter I banged home the pin. This done, we would go below and have breakfast, after which I returned to the flight deck, watch the helicopter take off, and return to the Burma Row. This was a small passageway which ran inside the large tower on the right-hand port side of an aircraft carrier. I would sit there with my back against a chimney stack, reading paperbacks and drinking coffee, which the leading chockhead would make and sell to me. Whenever the helicopter landed, I would run across the flight deck with the logbook, refuel it, climb up the side of the helicopter and get the pilot to sign for a rotor's running refuel. The blades were spinning just a foot or two above my head. Then it's back to the Burma Row. At midday I would be relieved by Davy Jones, a large aircraft mechanic. Draw my tot and get something to eat, followed by bed. I then turned to at 6 in the evening until flying finished, which was followed by maintenance on a helicopter, a night flying supper and bed. The following day I would draw my tot, have something to eat and start work at midday and finish at 6. One night I was sat in the Burma Row reading when Ed James, a short electrical leading hand, approached me and said, "There you are. We've been looking all over for you. Why? Has it landed?" "Landed? We put it away. It's down in the hangar." 1968 rolled into 1969, and somewhere along the way the Queen, who was on board the Royal Yacht, reviewed the fleet. That night the Queen, God bless her, ordered splicers, otherwise known as splice the main brace, which meant we were given an additional tot, which was issued in the night. I was stood alongside Jock Stewart, an air crewman, drinking my rum when he poured some of his ration into my glass. Why he did that I don't know, but I did get rather tipsy. I went below, slid open the door of our office, stumbled inside and said to Paddy Ryan and John Glass, the two chiefs in charge of maintenance, back from slicers. "Get below, Smiler. We've finished for tonight, and by the look of you, so are you." It was about this time I went into the adjoining mess, which housed the helicopter squadron, and together with Dan, whom I'd first met in Portland, took some records down into a storage below. I was getting into the stuff we were playing when someone threw cold tea over us. We promptly left, and I returned to my mess, where I was asked who did it. Jock Stewart was ready to punch the guy's head in until he discovered who'd done it, and then realised the bloke's wife was friendly with his girlfriend. As for me, I just shrugged it off. It was just another idiot who thought he was being big. Naturally, I had a shower and asked my clothes. The Chinese laundry would be able to clean them. At that time, we also had an electrician called Sparky, who gave me a really weird book to read entitled The Naked Lunch by William Burroughs. It was all about drug addicts. Presumably, as I was into rock music, it was also assumed I was into drugs, which I wasn't. As we were often between the Eagle and Cold Rose, we kept most of our kit on the ship. One day we just threw everything on board the helicopters and flew from Cold Rose to Cornwall on the Eagle. As we flew over Plymouth, Glenn, the flying stoker, opened the door of the helicopter and said, "There you are, Plymouth from the air." Glenn had started life in the Navy as a stoker, but he'd done various tests for aircrew and diving became the flying stoker. He said to me once, "You ever been diving, Smiler?" "No." "You should try it sometime. On the surface, you may have all sorts of problems, but once you get down under the waves, all your problems disappear. Completely different world." "Yeah, okay, I think I'll try that sometime." The aircrew then changed, and also the storeman in our mess left and was replaced by Terry, of whom the last storeman said, "You'll never get on with Terry." How wrong he was. I really got on well with Terry. Chapter 14. One weekend when I was stationed at Coldrose in Cornwall, Gary and I decided to go and see John Mayall's band in Plymouth. I think we hitched there. Glenn said we could stay the night at his place in Plymouth. Anyway, we went round to Glenn's and I said, well, thanks for the offer, Glenn. I think we hitched back to Coldrose. Glenn said, I think you're both insane. And we probably were. John Mayall had formed a new lineup for a band that didn't include a drummer and used acoustic guitars. In the end, Gary and I managed to get in for nothing, as I think it was near to the end of the concert and the bouncer let us in for free. The LP by John Mayall at that time was called Turning Point. There were also trials going on board the Eagle with a Phantom jet. This was the most amazing aircraft I had ever seen. To give it extra thrust, it put on afterburners, which meant that prior to it being catapulted off the ship, 2 flames burned out of its exhaust. As for the noise, deafening is the only word that springs to mind, and whenever it took off, the flight deck chief cleared everyone off the flight deck who was not wearing ear defenders. Everyone had to wear 2 pairs. These consisted of a small pair inserted into the ears and then another pair worn in the helmet which all flight deck crew wore. This jet was amazing. It could take off and go straight up at a 90-degree angle into the sky, unlike other aircraft that went higher at a lesser angle. I really wanted to photograph this jet head on, and as luck would have it, a photographer was on board. His job was to film the takeoff of the Phantom. I put word round that I wanted to meet him, and so we were introduced. I offered him a sip of rum and got my pictures, albeit on an Instamatic camera. When I met the photographer in the top room, he said, the movie camera I use shoots each frame as a still, which enables the boffins to analyse how the aircraft is performing. The photographer had drunk some of his top. I duly topped him up with some of mine. He remarked, I've never had this much before. Look, don't matter, thanks for helping me get my pictures. I later discovered there were ratings billeted directly below the flight deck, and whenever the Phantom took off, it burned the ceiling above their heads. I bet there weren't many that wanted to sleep on the top bunk in that mess. Shortly after this, we were issued with new gas masks. They had an inflatable seal, and Pete and I were in the hangar trying to inflate the seal. A voice announced over the intercom, put on your gas masks, these gas masks are self-inflatory. How this was achieved to this day, I've no idea. We were also shown a suit, which we were supposed to wear to protect us against some gas or other. Pete and I weren't paying attention as we removed our gas mask, got into the rear of the helicopter, closed the door and chatted. The Eagle then set sail for America. First of all, we sailed to Norfolk in Virginia. En route, I went along to the cable deck and watched as dolphins swam in the wake of the bows. Once at Norfolk, Tony and I went ashore and met up with some American sailors who took us to their PX club, where we had our first taste of pizza. Tony and I were on special duties, which meant we were able to go ashore whenever we wanted. Paddy and John, the chiefs in charge of the flight, had it so organised that all the routine servicing was done before 12 each day, which meant I was able to go ashore every day. Once, as Tony and I went ashore, we heard the following message being broadcast from an American ship. Liberty guys to glamorise, bad guys to the sheriff's office. Having found not much to do in Norfolk, Tony and I decided to go out to Virginia Beach. To do this, we took some civvies out to the bus station, changed out of our uniforms, placed them in a bag in a locker, and called a bus out to the beach. It was brilliant. Tony wore jeans, a shirt and a waistcoat, which the Americans call the best. We went into a store. I saw some copies of Playboy magazine and cried out to Tony, "Oi, Tony, they got Playboy magazine here. What's it cost?" "Well, about the same as it does in England." To which a woman stared daggers at me and said, "Shame on you, boy." Also, there was a plaque on the wall which commemorated where the first shot was fired in the American Civil War. Tony and I tried out a few bars and we had to produce ID to prove we were 21, which was the legal age of drinking in the state of Virginia. The bars were so different from the pubs in England. They had a long bar, which had mini jukeboxes dotted along them. Plus, there were also booths to sit in, and each one also had in it a mini jukebox. The most popular tune at the time was Bad Moon Rising by Creedence Clearwater Revival. At other times, Tony and I would sit on the beach, which seemed to go on for miles. We were approached by guys who said, "Are you English?" "Yep." "Can you talk to us?" "Well, what do you want us to say?" "Anything. We just love your accents. Why you got a vest on with jeans?" Tony didn't understand, but when he realised what they're on about, he laughed. "What do you think about Prince Charles' inauguration?" "What?" "You know, Prince Charles." "Well, not personally." "Yeah, well, your Queen inaugurates him this year." I finally twigged. "Oh, yeah. You mean he becomes the Prince of Wales?" "Yeah, that's it." Well, not too fussed, really. Word spread round the ship that it was possible to sell your blood in Norfolk. The previous day, Terry had done this and collapsed outside Woolworths. I went along to the place with some friends and they had all finished donating whilst mine was still dripping out of my arm. Once finished, I decided, after Terry had collapsed the previous day, to have a glass of water. But they were in a hurry to leave, and so I quickly followed them. Everything seemed fine as I never collapsed. That afternoon I was swimming out at Virginia Beach, although I didn't use the arm I'd had blood taken out of. It was while we were out at the beach that Tony and I met two girls who said they'd take us to a drive-in movie. We went back to one of the girls' houses where they changed. The drive-in was a totally new experience for Tony and I, although I really can't tell you what film we saw. But the girls did run us back to our ship. All too soon, we were back at sea. I discovered that Al Hart, one of the SAR team, had bought a huge Zippo lighter. It transpired that at the nappy shop for sixpence, old money, about 2p in today's money, one could fill up a lighter. Al used to go along, place sixpence in the box, and discreetly fill up his lighter, which probably took most of a tin of fuel to fill. Now, the odd thing was that Al didn't smoke. He'd merely bought the lighter for a laugh, so when someone pulled out a cigarette, he could say, "Would you like a light?" and then pull out this veritable flamethrower. Our next port of call was Boston in Massachusetts. All the time in Virginia I'd been drinking slush. This was an icy drink and, as the name implies, a flavoured slushy drink. When I tried to do the same in Boston, I practically lost my voice, which was due to the colder weather in Boston and my laryngitis pleased my messmates. Once again, Tony and I were ashore. It was night and there were two girls sat on a bench. Tony said, "I think those two fancy us." "Well, we go over and chat them up." "I don't know what to say." "It doesn't matter. We're in uniform. They know we're English. Won't matter what we say." Having said that, we strolled over to them. I said, "Hello. We just thought we'd come and save you from the Boston Strangler." That was it. We were in. So much so that my girl gave me some smelly spray which she'd obtained for her boyfriend. Later that night, the girls had to go home, and so we were walking them to the underground when another girl approached us and said, "You guys English?" "Yep." "There's a party out of Cambridge for all you English guys." "Oh, thanks," we replied, as she took hold of her leaflet explaining where the party was. "Don't go there," the girl said. "It'll be full of drugs." We said we'd meet the girls tomorrow and went off to the party. I immediately thought of Simon and Garfunkel, mainly because they'd mentioned Cambridge Square in one of their songs. The party was run by a tall, thin black guy called Mark. One guy chatted to me about a super group called Crosby, Stills and Nash. Plus, he was also into the Jeff Beck Band. The party was so different from the atmosphere we left in Virginia because at this party, black and white people mixed, and I mentioned this to Mark, who replied with, "This is nothing. When I normally throw a party, I have all races and gays. I'm visiting some friends tomorrow. Would you like to come with me, Smiler?" "Yeah, okay, I'll see if I can get a weekend pass." I returned to the Eagle and the next morning asked John and Paddy for a weekend pass. "Whom are you staying with?" they asked. "Dunno. First name's Mark." "Right, we'll put down Mr. Mark." "Probably gay," somebody said. Unfortunately, Tony couldn't come ashore with me, so I took Dan instead. At Mark's, we got into a car and drove out to his friends, where we had a meal. I was offered a bottle of beer, but could not manage to remove the top. I was then shown it was a screw top. I felt a complete fool. When the food was served, we had corn on the cob, which had 2 spikes on the plate with it. It was the first time I'd ever seen corn on the cob, so I proceeded to pick out each individual piece of corn with the spikes. I was then shown what to do, which was put a spike into each end of the cob and gnaw at the corn. Although I'd made a fool of myself, I'd really enjoyed my stay with Mark, and the next day I showed him around the ship. He was aghast as I showed him the various methods of making war. As for my messmates, they said I'd met Jethro Tull. At least that was how I read the implications about Mark. I also met a girl at Mark's and we wrote to one another, but it never got any further. While in Boston, the ship organised a one-day trip to New York. That was quite spectacular as I went up the Empire State Building, United Nations Building and the Broadcasting Building, where I think I saw Jimi Hendrix. I found New York to be somewhat dark. Perhaps this was due to having been at sea in an open space and then to be surrounded by skyscrapers. I'd enjoyed my time in the States, but as the ship sailed back to England, most of the crew were very restless. In fact, I walked up in the night to the flight deck and there were loads of other sailors doing the same. Was this jet lag? The older ratings moaned about this, saying there were too many JDs on the ship. During this time there was no flying and routine maintenance carried out on the aircraft. I was advised to go into the adjacent mess as a rating I'd heard rumours about was going to perform his after shower routine. The rumour was that his cock hung out of the bottom of his shorts. I stood and watched the tall white guy as he dusted himself down with talcum powder, grabbed hold of his cock and swung it around like a propeller. His cock was easily 12 inches long and was lost in a cloud of talcum powder. Once back in England, we went on leave. Chapter 15. It was August 1969 and my 2 weeks leave had expired. I was due to return to my ship, so, with my hold all packed full of clothes, my passport in my pocket and a single railway ticket to Gothenburg in Sweden, I bid my parents farewell and departed from their flat in Golders Green. I wandered through the park and felt very pleased with myself because, at last, I was escaping from the clutches of the Royal Navy. I'd chosen to travel to Sweden thinking I would be able to obtain political asylum. The reason behind my thinking was that Sweden was neutral and was already sought out as a refuge by deserters from Vietnam. The thought of never being able to return to Britain never bothered me. I firmly believed If Britain only wanted me as a sailor, then I did not want them. I travelled alone until I'd crossed the English Channel by ferry. Then it was on to a French train that would take me north to Sweden. I caught sight of a tall teenager with long hair, carrying a rucksack. I approached him and said, "Excuse me, you English?" "Yes." "But where are you going to?" "Gothenburg, Sweden." "Brilliant. So am I. Any chance we can travel together?" "Why not? My name's Chris. I'm Smiler." This was also what I really appreciate about hitching. Whatever you said your name was, people adhered to. Plus, it was the end of forever being told to get a haircut. What's more, I could put my hands in my pockets whenever I liked. Chris and I boarded the train and walked along the corridors. There appeared to be no open or communal carriages, as they were all partitioned off with seats for 8 people, and a corridor ran along the length of the carriage. We found an empty carriage and Chris slid back the door and said, "Here, this'll do." We placed our luggage on the overhead racks and Chris said, "Stretch out on that side. Try and stop anyone coming in." We stretched out on the seats and deterred anyone from joining us in the carriage. At last, the train pulled out of the station and headed north towards Sweden. Chris sat up and asked, "What are you going to go to Sweden for, Smiler?" "Oh, just deserted from the Royal Navy, so I thought I'd get political asylum in Sweden." Chris smiled. "I don't think you'll have much chance of that, mate." "Where are you going to stay?" "Blimey, never thought of that. I suppose youth hostels or bed and breakfast." "Sounds a bit pricey." "Tell you what, I'm camping. Why don't you share my tent until you sort something out, that is?" "Oh, thanks, Chris. What do you do? Why are you going to Sweden?" "I'm a student. I've got a girlfriend in Gothenburg." Having kept the compartment to ourselves, we stretched out and managed to get some sleep. We were occasionally interrupted as other passengers tried to join us, but we fobbed them off and they used the small pull-out seats which were available along the corridor. As we approached the German border, the door was flung open. A uniformed man entered the compartment and said, "Passport, please." As I handed over my passport, I was terrified in case the man queried my occupation of government service. Then all would be lost. I would be dropped off at the next station and no doubt handed over to the military police. Hence I was nervous every time my ticket and passport were inspected. As we entered Denmark and the last person checked my credentials, Chris looked across to me and said, "You're fine now. We're in Scandinavia. There'll be no more border checks. You've done it. You've escaped." "Chris, you don't know how good this feels. If I go back, I've got to serve another 9 years. That would do me in." "Christ, it's a lifetime. Why so long?" "I signed on as a mechanician apprentice, which meant I had to sign on for 12 years straight. 9 years and 3 in reserve. Something to do with the cost of my course." 9 years is long enough. Yet you say you'll have to serve 9 years still. Why did you join in the first place? It's going to sound really silly. I just wanted to see the world. Did you see it? Well, I've just returned to the States. Wow. Bet that was good. Well, actually, the States was weird. But on the ship, there was no escape. You know what I mean? Normally, you finish work, go home, and then you go out. Yeah, sure. Problem was, the ship was my home. We crossed the last expanse of water and arrived in Helsingborg in Sweden. We noticed the train for Gothenburg would be arriving shortly, so to while away the time, we entered the station buffet and ordered an expensive coffee each. But As we sat down, what I thought was rather odd, for although the Buffy looked no different from any other railway Buffy, well, it was a lot brighter. But it was otherwise deserted. It was the music which was playing, put me more in mind of Switzerland than Sweden, because it was accordion music. Finally, we boarded the train for the last leg of our journey, and as the train pulled out of the station, I looked out the window. To my amazement, I noticed the line was only a single track. I deduced there was not much rail traffic, because whenever there was another track, it was merely to allow the trains to pass. I later discovered the single track railway was just another example of Swedish frugality. Chapter 16. For me, the Swedish railway was more like a giant model train set. I never said much to Chris as I just stared out the window at the land flashing by. The houses, of which there didn't seem to be many, were made of wood, which was painted in different colours, and many of their houses had a flagpole alongside, flying either the Swedish flag or pennant. Perhaps the other residents were on holiday as they had naked flagpoles. I turned to Chris and said, "Not many people live in Sweden, then?" "No. The population of the whole country is less than the population of London. Actually, we're only seeing a small part of the country. It's massive." The train arrived at Gothenburg. As Chris and I left the carriage, he swung his pack onto his back. I picked up my hold on when we walked out of the station into brilliant sunlight. All I noticed were pale blue trams. We made our way to the tourist information where Chris chose a campsite that was near to a tram route. Luckily, where the tram terminated was but a few metres from the campsite. We headed towards a wooden shed with a window in it, which housed both the reception and a small shop. In front of it was an area which had several benches and tables in it. Of a night, it was lit up by a string of lights, as the shop also served hot dogs and hamburgers. The area served as both a meeting point and a place to eat. Having booked in, Chris and I climbed the small grassy hill, and I helped Chris to erect his tent, which he'd chosen to erect near to the bathroom and toilets. As I had no sleeping bag, Chris offered me a large blanket to sleep in. Once we'd settled in, we meandered around the site. To the rear of the campsite were many conifers, which led through to a lake. Camped in amongst the conifers were few people who, by camping there, used the facilities of the campsite, which were superb, and avoided paying any camping fees. In the centre of the lake was an island, and although I felt tempted to try and swim out to the island, I decided to leave it for another day. There were several Englishmen on the campsite, so for the first night Chris and I didn't venture into town, but instead we made the acquaintance of the other campers. When Chris told the others I was a deserter from the Royal Navy, it met with mixed reactions. The main question was why I joined. I also bought a postcard from an attractive blonde girl in the kiosk to send home. When I licked the stamp, it tasted of strawberries. Roger, who was one of the students staying there, was obviously a Batman fan, as he'd renamed Gothenburg Gotham City. He also said that in the town was a university, which had an excellent students' bar where the beer was cheap. The next day, a small, wiry chap from Hull called Billy said, "You need to buy a sleeping bag. I know a place in town. You should buy a rucksack and place a Uni Jack on it. And people will be able to tell from which country you come from. Don't moan about Britain. In fact, when I lived for the Germans, he said which towns he bombed in the Second World War. At least you'll get a lift. Cheapest and best way to travel is by hitching." That night at the campsite, Billy said, "The railway station serves excellent breakfast." The following morning, a few of us set out for the station and breakfast. So as not to arouse too much suspicion, we entered in small groups. It was exactly as Billy had described. We paid one price and could eat as much as we liked. There was a good selection of food, which was known as smorgasbord. The Swedes only had a few slices of bread or a piece of cake, which they washed down with black coffee. We, on the other hand, wandered along the self-service counter and selected cereals, cakes, various types of bread and eggs, which were all washed down with fruit juice, milk or coffee. I poured milk, which looked rather thick, over my cornflakes. When I tasted it, I realised it was sour milk, which is very popular with the Swedish. The others told me to take another bowl of cereal and ensure that I poured proper milk over it. Having eaten our fill, we gathered outside, and Billy was the last to appear. His belly was actually bursting from his small frame and pushing out from his granny t-shirt. Blimey, you've packed it away there, Billy. We're doing me for 3 days now. Like the jacket, where'd you get it from? I asked Billy as I felt the texture of his jacket. Brown, well-worn leather jacket, which Billy was now forced to leave unzipped. Yes, pretty nifty. Bought it second-hand flea market in Amsterdam last year. I then went with Billy, who showed me where to buy a sleeping bag. It was superb, warm and damp-proof. As we wandered around the town, I thought how attractive the Swedish girls were. I never got around to chatting any up, and we went to Liseberg. This is an amusement park, and there were attractive blonde girls in abundance. One night we decided to try out the students' bar at the university. Roger said, "We won't need a student's union card, as they will accept our passports as evidence of proof, as it clearly states occupation student." My passport didn't state that, but nevertheless I decided to go with them, and as we descended in the cellar bar, only a few of our passports were checked. I got away with it, although Billy did say, "You'll be able to get a student's union card in Athens." The cellar bar was laid out like a German beer cellar, which meant it was well lit. Had a bar at one end, and everyone was seated at long tables. It was an enjoyable night, and after that, money allowing, we quite often frequented the students' bar. The campsite had visitors from around the world. Some turned up in vans with the words Nordkapp emblazoned upon them. Others had trophies in the form of antlers on the van. I discovered that Nordkapp was the highest anyone could travel north in Europe, and was a good vantage point for the midnight sun, which I'd arrived too late in the year to see. A group of English students arrived, and one of them had a bad leg and was unable to leave the campsite. They'd also camped near to the bathrooms. This was not a good thing to do, as the person with the bad leg, having nothing to do, timed the sequence of the flushing water in the pissoir. I believe he'd injured his leg whilst climbing in Norway. Also, some Dutchmen arrived, who were accompanied by a loud-mouthed American. One day, when Chris went to visit his girlfriend, I decided not to join the others by taking the tram into town. Instead, I went for a swim. Put on my swimming trunks, a t-shirt, grabbed a towel and went to the back of the campsite towards the lake. I took off my t-shirt and lay on the ground in the sun and took in my surroundings, and lay there until I felt hot enough to swim in the lake. The water was a clear brown and contrasted with the green of the leaves on the trees. Swimming out to the island felt different to swimming either in the chlorinated water of a swimming pool or else in the salty sea, for this was fresh water. Having reached the island, I noticed many of the girls were topless. I stayed for a while and then swam back. I'd been at the campsite for about 2 weeks, and things were getting a bit tense, as one of the students took umbrage about me using the students' bar at the university. Being September, the campsite was beginning to empty, and Billy said, "It'll start to get cold soon. You should head south. Where to? Go to Amsterdam. You'll be able to get a job there. You also need a tent. Or leaving soon. Sell your mine. I was given a sheet of plastic to place over the tent in case it rained. Billy and I journeyed into town, and he took me to a shop where I purchased a high pack, which was huge. It had an aluminium frame, a large main waterproof compartment, 3 outside pockets and leather straps, which were covered in a soft fabric. There was a padded part which stretched across my back to make it comfortable to walk with. I also bought a map of Europe and a decent sized Union Jack, which I managed to stick onto the rear of the pack. Union Jack will help you to get lifts, Billy said. I approached the Dutchman, hoping to procure a lift with them to Holland. Sorry, we got the American. We met when he was drunk. When he's sober, he's awful. We'd rather take you. Smiler, but no room. Good luck with hitching. So I packed my belongings in the high pack. There was a place on the top where I could strap on the tent, and at the bottom was a separate bag where I could fit in my sleeping bag. I strapped on my hold-all onto the main compartment, and when I hoisted the high pack, although it was very comfortable, because it towered over me, I looked like a pack on legs. I bid my newfound friends farewell. They wished me luck, and I boarded the tram for the last time and went back to the railway station. From there, I chose the road going south. I was really enjoying myself. To travel like this without anyone telling me what to do, was this the right path? Chapter 17. I walked along with my arm outstretched and my thumb erect, thinking about how gorgeous Swedish girls were and how enjoyable my time in Sweden had been. This had been my whole reason for joining the Navy. If only I'd known that by joining the Navy I'd chosen the wrong path. I hadn't gone far when a VW pickup van stopped, and the driver, who wore a dark peaked cap, overalls and a dark bushy moustache, said, "Where you go to?" "Amsterdam for a job." "Oh, so I myself am German." I hoisted my high pack into the rear of the pickup and joined the driver in the cab. "How come you're working here in Sweden?" I asked. "In Germany, everything is Papa says. Here, I'm free to take up any occupation." "The roads are pretty good here." "Ah, you haven't seen autobahns then." I caught several lifts to Malmo, and from there I caught the ferry to Denmark. Once again, fortune smiled on me as I managed to catch a lift in the Friday rush hour. A Volvo stopped. The driver stopped, looked at me and said, "You're very lucky. I work in Copenhagen but live in Assens, which is in the middle of Denmark, so you're welcome to travel with me to my destination." Denmark appeared to be quite a small country. Once we left the ferry, the Volvo driver dropped me off. It wasn't long before I managed to get another lift, but when I was dropped off, I decided to sleep, albeit rough. I found it easy to read these signposts because the map I'd purchased was written in the language of each individual country. The following day the lifts went well and I was soon in Germany, where I was eventually picked up by a couple in the Citroën 2CV. As I sat in the Spartan seats of the car, which I thought owed a lot to deck chairs, but was nevertheless comfortable, I was wondering where I would stay that night when the woman, who'd done most of the talking, turned to me and said, "Where will you stay tonight?" "No idea. Well, I just want to get to Amsterdam." "Don't think you'll make Amsterdam tonight. My brother, I wondered, you'd like to stay with us for the night?" "Oh, that'd be very nice, thank you," I replied. Although, up until that moment, I wrongly assumed they were husband and wife. Then I had a closer look at them and could see a resemblance. They both had blonde hair, although the woman's hair was darker and their clothes were very conservative. The car pulled up outside a large double-fronted house which had black wooden gables. All three of us entered the front garden through a gate that was the only break in an otherwise symmetrical wooden fence. As we walked up the path, I was overawed by the splendour of the house, which, as far as I could ascertain, was somewhere in northern Germany. I dropped my high pack in the hall, which was decorated in a tidy but old-fashioned style. The man went upstairs while his sister beckoned me to follow her through the kitchen, where we sat and talked. The man returned, spoke to his sister, who said, "Have you tent?" I thought it was an odd question, but I replied, "Yes." "Good. You see, our grandmother will not allow you to stay in the house, but my brother will help you to pitch your tent in the garden. Then I'll give you something to eat. In the morning, we'll drop you off on a better road to take you to Amsterdam." I thanked her and wondered what on earth the British had done to this kindly couple's grandmother in the Second, or was it the First World War, or both? I quickly dispelled these thoughts from my mind and went to retrieve my high pack from the hall. It didn't take long before my newly acquired tent was pitched in their back garden. It reminded me of when I was a small boy and I'd camped out in my parents' back garden with my brother. What struck me as odd was that when my tent was erected, I was invited back into the kitchen and given food, which I washed down with coffee. The tiled kitchen had a clinical feel about it, and I sensed that the house lacked homeliness. But then perhaps this may well have been the grandmother's influence, as their brother and sister had been very hospitable. The following morning, I was lying in my tent, thinking how pleasant life was, when my thoughts were interrupted by a woman's voice. "Hello, you awake?" Oh, yes." "Well, you'd like to get dressed? You can have wash in the house and join us for breakfast." It didn't take me long to wriggle out of the sleeping bag, pull on my jeans and t-shirt, put on my shoes and socks, wander dreamily into the kitchen. "Good morning." I was shown where to have a wash, and as I did, I took in the surroundings. The whole house seemed to be decorated in the same cold, clinical style, and everything looked to be in its correct place. There were ornaments dotted about, which looked as if they were scared to move, in case they were punished for being out of place. I enjoyed a breakfast of coffee, cold meat and bread, after which I packed away my tent and was driven to a good road for Amsterdam. I was retrieving my high pack from the boot of their car and just hitched it up onto my back when the man extended his arm and said, "Good trip. You and your sister have been most kind. Thank you very much." The woman was now standing next to her brother and said, "It's nothing. You're welcome." They returned to their car, and as they drove off, the woman gave a friendly wave, which I returned, and they It was easy to familiarise myself with the streets and canals of Amsterdam, and so I never needed to take a boat tour around the canals, as I walked around most of them. On some evenings I dropped into the youth hostel. It was there that I was advised to see a film called Easy Rider. For some time I'd been intrigued by posters that showed a man wearing a leather jacket, on the back of which was emblazoned the flag of the Stars and Stripes. Words underneath the man said in English, "This man came to look for America." Unbeknown to me, these posters were advertising the film Easy Rider. The student said, "In Holland, all films are shown in their original language with Dutch subtitles." Thus enlightened, I went to see Easy Rider. I thoroughly enjoyed it and could sympathise with Billy and Captain America, the heroes of the film. One morning I left my tent for the usual walk to work, but outside the walls of the campsite I noticed how foggy it was and got lost. I came to a crossroads and instead of walking straight on, I turned right. When I heard the gong of a tram rumbling down the centre of the road, I realised my dilemma. Not only was I lost, but also I was late for work. I arrived half an hour late for work and was severely reprimanded. In the afternoon of that day, a stocky grey-haired man approached me and said, "Come with me, please." I immediately thought the worst and assumed I was to be sacked. Instead, I was led upstairs and given a different job. Prior to entering a darkened room, the man said, "You good worker, you get more money." I thought to myself, yeah, I've heard that one before. Nothing ever comes of it. I adjusted my eyes to the darkness of the windowless room. There was a table in the room, at which was sat a portly, white-haired lady, dressed in dark clothes. The man gesticulated for me to be seated. He then left, and the portly lady showed me what to do. It was quite simple. All I had to do was to polish the cutlery. It was so much easier than washing dishes, and instead of standing for most of the day at the machine, I was now able to sit down and work. The lady spoke good English, and close too. She was younger than I first thought she was. The darkness of the room from a distance made her look quite old. It was then I noticed she had hardly any lines on her face, and what I had misconstrued as white hair was actually blonde. It was a pleasant afternoon's work, and to my utter amazement, the following week I had an increase in pay. But I was still sweating it out at the machine. I made the most of my Sundays off work, and having gradually got to know Amsterdam, I began to enjoy the city. It was not very large, well, not by London standards, and the main form of transport was bicycle, although I thought pedalling along the cobbled streets would not make for the most comfortable of rides. The funniest thing I observed were the couples that left the discos on mopeds. The guys drove while the girls sat precariously perched upon the rear mudguard, or a very uncomfortable looking carrier with their legs dangling down. One day I stood in awe, as what I thought was a solid bridge straddling the canal rose up in the air with all its tram lines and tram wires intact. The barge has its funnel tilted over to allow it to sail under the low bridge, and so it floated along, oblivious to the traffic that had stopped for it. At other times I just sat and watched as the heavily laden barges chugged along the canal. Of course, there were the tourist boats, where people stared out from beneath a glass canopy whilst the guide prattled on in different languages. Alongside the canals there were a great many houseboats, which were all brightly painted, and many of them had plants on the deck, and several had the obligatory bicycle stowed on board. There was one place I took a great delight in visiting. I saw a postcard upon which was a picture of a very old bridge. After much searching, I found it. From this viewpoint, I could observe Amsterdam from a distance. There was a church that had many bells in it, and when they rang out, it was not like the boom of Big Ben in London. It was a gentle sound, as if a group of campanologists were ringing the bells. In fact, most of the bells throughout Amsterdam rang out with a gentle tinkling sound, as opposed to a large booming drone, which is so familiar with English church bells. At one time during my ambles around Amsterdam, I saw a sign in a doorway which wanted American or Western European passports. I presume they were for illegal immigrants. I thought about selling mine, but when I went to declare it stolen, I've no doubt I'd be handed over to the military, and so I decided to hang on to my passport. Mind you, on hindsight, it might have been very funny to see whoever bought the passport being questioned by the immigration authorities and handed over to the military police. I'd worked in Amsterdam for a little over a month. Studied my resources. They looked good, plus I'd bought a small radio and a jacket. I decided to hand in my notice and move on. My last day's work was on a Saturday, but for me, one day was as good as another for travelling. The day after I'd finished work, I went into the workers' dining area for food to make up some sandwiches for the journey. My fellow workers had informed me that I could pop in on my day off to get something to eat. This was the first time I'd taken advantage of it. A well-dressed, dark-haired, stone-looking man challenged me. I gave him my name, knowing it was a Sunday, and he would not be able to find out anything until the following day, by which time I didn't know if I'd still be in Holland, let alone Amsterdam. Having eaten, I returned to the campsite, took down my tent, packed everything into my high pack and swung it onto my shoulders. I looked down to where my tent had stood. There was now a rectangle of yellow-white grass. That was all that remained of my stay in Amsterdam. I settled my bill for camping, took one cursory glance at the few remaining tents. I wore a t-shirt, jeans, my new Dutch jacket and my desert boots. I hitched north through Holland, and it was the first time I'd seen windmills, for which Holland is so renowned. The houses looked very elegant and were made of brick, and although I enjoyed the scenery, I found it to be very flat. I'd been stood outside a house for some time trying to hitch a ride, when a slim, red-headed girl appeared at the gate and said, "Excuse me, you English?" I turned to face her and said, "Yes." "Would you like to come inside for something to eat?" "Yes," I replied, and followed her down the steps and along the path into the house. I left my high pack in the hall and went into the front room, which was very English in its decor. A grey-haired, bespectacled man, wearing a suit, looked up from his armchair and said, "As it is 4 o'clock, we're English, we thought you'd like to join us for some tea." How typically English, I thought. Everything stopped for tea at 4. Seated on their sofa, this brought a smile to my face. "You can have some soup, bread and meat, after which my daughters will drive you to a better place for a lift." The man took a sip of his tea and continued, "Where are you heading for?" "Sweden," I replied, thinking this time I would apply for the political asylum, because at that moment I couldn't believe how kind people were. First, there'd been the German brother and sister. Now, there was this Dutch family. As I was sat in their front room, staring out the window and up to the road, I thought I could have easily been in a village in England. At that moment my thoughts were disturbed as the man's wife entered the room carrying a tray upon which was a bowl of soup, together with some bread and meat. I ate the light meal, taking my time, not wishing to be in a hurry in case I appeared to be ungrateful. After a while I thanked the man and his family for their hospitality, and his daughters led me out to a car and dropped me off at a better place for hitching a ride. Good trip, they said as they left in their car. Thank you, and please thank your parents again for the food. The girls turned their car around and drove back to their house. I thought to myself, I've still got the sandwiches from the hotel, but then there's always tomorrow. That night I hadn't gone very far and remained in Holland, sleeping in a field which overlooked a canal. Chapter 19. It was very early in the morning when I arrived at the border. I left the Dutch section and ambled through to the German section, where I was stopped and challenged by the border guard. Passport, please. I pulled the passport out of my pocket and meekly handed it to the guard, who studied it and said, "Come with me, please." I was scared stiff. I felt my newly found freedom was about to come to a drastic end. This was because my job was listed as government service, which at the time provoked comments like, "I think you're James Bond." This guard knew the meaning of those words, and I felt soon I'd be picked up by the army and returned to Britain as a deserter. It was the worst feeling I'd ever known. The guard led me inside a building and halted outside an empty office. Fortunately, his superior officer was not in attendance. He stabbed a finger at the passport where my job was listed as government service. "What is this?" he asked. With relief, I replied, "Me, Luftwaffe," which I followed by making the sound of a gun going off, then bent over and held my stomach as if I was in agony, and added, "Injured, so left, Luftwaffe." The guard stood to attention, handed me back my passport and saluted. I thanked him and was so relieved that I couldn't wait to leave Germany and enter Denmark. Only then would I once again be free. Having no watch, it occurred to me that I was lucky to have made such an early start to my travels that day. But the experience I felt at the border is not one I would like to repeat. Fortunately, there were no more incidents like that, and once in Denmark, I thought I'd return via Helsingør in Denmark to Helsingborg in Sweden. The reason being that it was the cheapest route. At that time, to cross Denmark, which is basically a series of islands, meant having to board a ferry from the west of Denmark, just past Odense to the north-east of Denmark, to where I was heading, Helsingør. I could have crossed from Copenhagen into Sweden, but that meant using a ferry, which would cost me money, whereas the one in Helsingør was free. The rides had gone well, and I kept on hitching into the night, as I wanted to try and make the border that night, and perhaps spend the night in Sweden. It was late in the night when a VW Beetle, driven by a thin man in his 20s, with shoulder-length blonde hair, stopped and offered me a lift. Once we were on our way, he said, "Tell me, you like some tea, possibly something to eat?" As it's been a long while since I'd eaten my sandwiches from the Dutch hotel, I eagerly replied, "Yes." We drove to a wooden house, which wasn't far from the ferry to Sweden. He parked his car and we climbed to the top of the stairs of the building. When he'd unlocked the door to the flat, I placed my high pack on the floor. The Dane turned on a pale yellow light, which was sufficient for me to absorb my surroundings. While I stood there taking it all in, the Dane filled an old kettle and placed it on a gas ring. The room had no wallpaper, only the unpainted walls of pine wood. Upon one wall there were bookshelves, but the books were not placed tidily as in a library, but were lying higgledy-piggledy. On the floor was a low, square table. The Dane said, "Please, sit down. Make yourself comfortable." I sat on a soft, very comfortable seat, whilst the Dane placed a pot of tea and some large cups on the table, followed by a plate of bread and meat. Then he extracted an LP from its sleeve and placed it on an old record player, from out of which exuded the sounds of Bob Dylan. Wearing jeans, a dark jacket and a light brown shirt, the Dane looked the epitome of a mature student. He poured us both a cup of tea, and as he added no milk, I gave him a quizzical look. This he noticed, and sat down saying, "I know you English like your tea with milk, but please try it the Danish way." I raised a large cup to my lips and thought it resembled a soup bowl rather than a cup. Perhaps these cups were where the expression "a dish of tea" arose from. What's more, the tea leaves, at least by English standards, were enormous, and the taste, although pleasant, was not like any tea I've tasted in England. I replaced the cup on the table and took a sandwich. "This tea is very different from the tea I'm used to, but I like it," I said. For a fleeting moment, the Dane smiled and replied, "All you need is music, a good book, food in your belly, and something to drink." I could easily have spent the night chatting away, but after several cups of tea and many sandwiches, I made my excuses and left. The house, as I've already stated, was but a short walk away from the ferry, and as I passed through the ticket office, I looked up at the clock. It was almost midnight. For the second time in my life, I'd once again arrived in Swedish soil. I walked out of the town towards the main road and searched for a place to sleep. I pulled out my sleeping bag and once again slept in a field. The following morning, I decided to head for Stockholm, and the rides went well until I was in a VW Karmann Gia, which was involved in a crash. Although neither the driver nor myself were injured, there was some minor damage to the car. The VW driver blamed the other driver, saying, "I've got my lights on. What's the matter with him?" I almost expected him to say, "Blithering idiot," but then I was not in England. The driver asked for my address in case he needed me as a witness, so I gave him my parents' address in England. After that hazardous ride, I got a lift with some labourers who took me to a quarry where they gathered their belongings. They informed me their job was to blast the rock, which then went into the manufacture of railway chippings. Having left the quarry, we arrived at a small town, and I was offered a spare bed in their room for the night. The room itself was quite Spartan and resembled a dormitory. I deposited my pack there and we went for a meal. I changed my money earlier that day into Swedish kronas. Having eaten, the labourers scanned the papers for a film. They chose one called Eva. Although the film was in Swedish, I had no problem in understanding what it was about, as it was more like a blue movie as Eva's clothes kept coming off. The following morning, prior to going to work, the labourers left me at a good vantage point for hitching a ride. Arriving in Stockholm, I decided to stay in the youth hostel, which oddly enough was situated on an old sailing ship. One of the attendants on the ship was English. He was tall, had brown hair, was heavily built, and offered me some advice. "Look, mate, it's going to get really cold here soon. I was thinking of going to Israel, work on a kibbutz." He pulled out his handkerchief, blew his nose, continued, "Okay, it'll take you a while to get there, but it won't cost you anything, as you can hitch overland. You won't need any food, as eventually somebody will feed you." "Oh yes, sounds like a good idea, I'll think about it." I decided not to go to Israel, as it would mean having once again to travel through Germany. And as the youth hostel was working out to be expensive, I decided to look for cheaper accommodation. Asking around, I found a place that offered cheap accommodation for students and immigrants, and the adverts were in English. Chapter 20. So it was that I entered a somewhat derelict part of Stockholm. The buildings looked ancient and were made of wood. There was a small amount of paint on the wood, but even that was flaking off the wooden houses. I checked the address I'd written down, approached the house and knocked on the door. It was opened by a thin, gaunt man whose skin was stretched tautly over his face, giving his head a skull-like appearance. What hair he had was white, and his dark, shiny suit hung on him as if he were a coat hanger. In fact, he wouldn't have looked out of place in a Hammer House of Horror movie. Having announced myself, I followed him upstairs to his flat, and we entered a room where there were very little space, as most of the floor was covered with camp beds. The man looked at me and said, "You can pay half rent if you like." Being fascinated, I inquired about it. The man then led me through a room into the back, where there was only one bed. Apparently, half rent meant sharing the bed with the landlord. I declined the offer. I wasn't that hard up, nor was I gay. He showed me a camp bed. I removed my valuables from my hire pack and returned to the centre of Stockholm. Whilst walking around the grass square, I noticed a large hotel that appeared to be guarding a corner of it. I approached the hotel and inquired about a job, hoping this time I'd become a bellboy. The woman who interviewed me had light brown, shoulder-length hair and wore a figure-hugging woolen trouser suit. She looked stunning. Once again I was employed as a dishwasher, but what I hadn't realised was that if I'd stayed at the front of the hotel, I could have become a bellboy. But as I was at the rear of the hotel, I'd reverted to being a dishwasher. I didn't realise in Sweden the length of hair didn't matter, as mine hadn't been cut since I left the Navy and I had a stigma about it. Hence, I went round the back of the hotel for a job. When I started work, the conditions were so much better than those in Amsterdam. The dishwasher was superb, as it was merely a case of placing the items in the racks provided, where they then entered the machine, and as they emerged on the other side, all I had to do was lift them off. An elderly man, whose blonde hair was turning white, told me to leave the dishes and cutlery. I took his advice. I thought he was in charge. But by leaving the dishes and cutlery, it allowed them to dry. The entire hotel staff were given a uniform, and the elderly man who was telling me what to do, although he was a bit podgy, still looked very dapper in his uniform. For meals, there was also the addition of a glass of beer, and at the end of work, I made full use of the excellent shower facilities. At lunch one day, I was introduced to a man who had well-groomed hair, a neatly trimmed beard, and wore a light brown suit. As he was English, I asked him, "Do you have any plans to return to England?" "I don't think so," he replied. "I enjoy my job. I can go skiing. Then, of course, there are the women." "Oh, yes, they are gorgeous." My heart jumped with joy. Perhaps living in Sweden wouldn't be so bad after all. But all this changed when I was called into the office and asked for my work permit. As I had none, I had to leave the job. I was thrown into a turmoil as I had no idea what to do. It was November, I was stuck in a strange country with no work and knew eventually my money would expire. But nevertheless, I decided to have a look around Stockholm. In one square there was a large sign erected which said, "Eat Swedish apples." As it was written in Swedish, I got someone to translate it for me. Then I discovered the sign was made up entirely of apples. In Stureplan, I thought I'd stumbled across a roadworks, but I was wrong. For although there were roadworks signs around part of the square, at the centre was a statue of a man emerging from a manhole. I also discovered a good bar called Sturehof, and like Amsterdam, there was a disco, which before a certain time allowed people in for nothing. There were 2 DJs who worked on alternate nights, and on one particular night the English DJ, at the end of a session, played the Beatles' Abbey Road album in its entirety. As it had just been released, it was the first time I'd heard it, and I wasn't impressed with it, although the disco was pleasant, warm and free. I then started working in the evening for a company that required English-speaking people. The other workers were great, but as I had to sell encyclopedia on a commission-only basis, I made no sales and earned nothing. I once again felt very despondent, but the girls that worked there were very helpful and bought me coffee and snacks. I remember one apartment I went into. The couple didn't speak very good English, so they handed me over to their daughter. We just chatted about music. She put on an LP by Creedence Clearwater Revival, asked me where I went. I mentioned the disco where I'd heard the Abbey Road LP. I left, saying I'd see her there. One evening, before we set out to try and sell encyclopedia, the boss said we had to wait for Grogan. Who or what Grogan was, I had no idea of. When Grogan arrived, I discovered he was an Englishman from Dunstable. He was about the same height and age as me, but was thinner and had short mousy hair, wore a dark suit with a double-breasted jacket. Having made Grogan's acquaintance, I discovered his name was Peter. I told him my plight, to which he replied, "It'll be difficult for you to obtain political asylum. If you really want to stay in Sweden, your best bet is to marry a Swedish girl." Don't know about you, Smiler, but selling this encyclopedia is getting me nowhere. Yeah, I'm like you. I turn up at the office of a night, that's it. Never make a sale, but I really don't know what to do. I think I'll quit this job. How'd you like to come back with me to Gothenburg? Bridget and I, my wife, we'll try and find you a job. Feeling so happy, I could jump for joy. Naturally, I replied, yes. We both spent an unfruitful evening trying to sell encyclopedia, and then went off with 2 girls, one of whom said she was engaged to Lee Kerslake, who was the drummer of Uriah Heep. We left the girls and Peter drove me to my flat in his VW Beetle. I never went back to the disco, nor did I see that girl who liked Creedence Clearwater Revival again. As we entered the room, Peter could not believe his eyes. We clambered over the sleeping bodies, and I informed the landlord I was leaving. As I paid him on a weekly basis, I owed him nothing. Just grabbed my belongings and left. Chapter 21. We drove through the night to Gothenburg and stopped en route for something to eat and to give Peter a break from driving. In between mouthfuls of food, I asked Peter, "Won't your wife mind me staying with you?" "It'll be all right." "How'd you meet her?" "Oh, she was an au pair in England. We dated, she got pregnant, so I married her." "Well, why live in Sweden?" "Thought I'd try it out." "How you getting on?" "Not bad. Could be better," he replied as we left the cafe. At Gothenburg, Peter headed out to a suburb called Västra Frölunda. We pulled up outside a block of flats, removed our belongings from the Beetle, and wandered over to the entrance of one of the block of flats. Peter spoke into the entry phone, the door opened, we entered and waited for the lift to arrive. Entering Peter's flat, he said, "Leave it back in the hall." "Well, can you take your shoes off? It's a Swedish thing." As we entered the living room, Peter said, "Bridget, this is Smiler. He'll be staying with us for a while." "Hey, Smiler," she said. "Hello, Bridget," I replied as I looked into her blue eyes, but otherwise, to me, she didn't look Swedish, as she was short and had long, dark hair. "You got a sleeping bag?" Peter asked. "Sure." "Good. You can sleep in the kitchen. As you can see, this place is small, but it has everything." It's late, so we go to bed. Unfortunately, the sofa is being used as a bed, so we'll talk in the morning. The following morning, I got up and dressed, and Bridget asked, "Would you like a cup of tea? Something to eat?" "Oh, please. Tea would be most welcome. But I thought you, being Swedish, drank coffee." Bridget smiled. "You and Peter are English, so we have tea." Bridget served the meal, saying, "You have any washing, Smiler?" "Yes. Leave it over there. I'll wash it. We have, in the basement, washing machine and drying room." The flat, although not very large, had some very modern amenities. These comprised of a living room, bedroom, where the baby slept, and a kitchen, which incorporated a fridge, freezer, cooker and hob, over which was a fume extractor. Plus, the flat was centrally heated by radiators and had double glazing throughout. The first night I was there, we hadn't long finished eating when we were visited by two lissom blonde girls who both chatted away eagerly in English. Once they'd gone, Peter said, "They're schoolgirls. They're only 13. I was amazed because to me they looked a lot older. After that initial visit, the girls became regular visitors as they probed me with all sorts of questions. "We like seeing you, Smiler. It makes change from Fulundatory." This was a reference to what at the time was the first European shopping mall. I made them cups of coffee, and they had in small cups, and asked them, "As you drink so much coffee, why serve it in small cups? Large cups for tea." The coffee was thick and black, but I got used to drinking it the Swedish way. The girls used to keep saying "that," which I found out meant "what." They used to say "en gång till" a lot. This, I found out, meant "say again." On another night, a very attractive blonde arrived. She had short, blonde hair. Her name was Maud. She spoke in Swedish to Bridget, and then to me she said, "I'm Agnetha's older sister." Agnetha was one of the schoolgirls who had a crush on me. Oddly enough, Peter was seldom there. I got on very well with Bridget and often ribbed her about her English accent. I would ask her, "What do we have to eat?" "Soap." "Soap? But you wash with that." She meant soup. She got her own back. "Say cheese in Swedish." "Ost." "We have east to eat then." "See, you not so clever." Bridget read the paper and said, "I found a job for you, Smiler." "What is it?" "Window cleaner." "Well, it makes a change from washing dishes." She made a phone call and said, "You start at 7:30 on Monday. Peter will show you where it is." Peter took me to where the place was in the city centre and said, "That's where it is. You can catch a tram on Monday. Just buy a pack of tickets, stamp one each time you use it." "Oh, it's just like Amsterdam." "Right, let's go for a sauna," Peter said as he drove off. "Ever had a sauna?" "No." As he drove along to the sauna, Peter said, This would be an experience for you. But why did you join the Navy, Smiley? To travel, but I've really enjoyed these past few months. What do you do now? Like I said in Stockholm, I thought perhaps I'd be able to get political asylum. Nice try. But as you joined of your own free will, by all means apply. It will at least allow you to stay here and work. In the end, they will say, no. Your best bet is to marry a Swedish girl. I've got to say, they are very attractive. We entered the building, put our clothes in a locker and went naked into a hot room where there were blokes seated. The sweat was pouring out of my body. After a while, Peter said, come on, let's have a shower. In the shower, the other bloke said, you English? Yep. You have cold shower after sauna? No. You're not a Viking. After that, I always followed a hot shower with a cold one. Chapter 22. My first day of work as a window cleaner arrived. And starting so early in the morning, I thought I'd easily get a seat on the tram. But I was wrong. The tram was full of people also travelling to work. As a consequence, I stood for most of the tram ride. I got off the tram, made my way to the address of the window cleaning office, where I descended down some steps into darkness. The boss was an elderly man, introduced me to his son, Bjorn, who spoke very good English. Good morning. I am Bjorn, he said as he shook my hand. I'm Smiler. Good. We start work 7:30, finish at 4. But Friday, 8:30. Well, that was only a menial job. The wages were good. Well, they were compared to wages in England at the time. After I'd been working for a while, we stopped for a break and went to a store that had a cafe. The two main workers gave me a Donald Duck magazine and said, read this. I looked through it and they said, read it out loud. Being Swedish, I tried my best. You understand? No. You read this? You don't understand? You crazy, they said, laughing. Every now and again I'd say to Bjorn, this is a bit tricky. He didn't understand what I was saying. I told him to ask his sister, who apparently spoke very good English. He never did because I think he thought I was swearing. After work that night, I said to Peter, how come the train was so full that early in the morning? The whole of the Volvo factory start work between 6 and 7 in the morning. Even the office workers? Yes. Everyone in Sweden starts work early, and that means the Swedish also go to bed early, normally around 9 o'clock at night. One evening, whilst waiting for the tram to take me home, I noticed a lot of young men stood in the queue wearing caps with a shiny peak and a soft top which tapered to a tassel which hung over one side of their head. I later discovered they were graduation caps. If it were at all possible, I believed I was turning Swedish. For a start, I hadn't had my hair cut since I'd left England, which was in August. And so as my hair is naturally curly, I looked like a cross between Jimi Hendrix and Eric Clapton. What's more, I'd even bought an ice hockey jersey which was yellow and had black hoops around it. Of a night, I would watch the television with Bridget. The television programmes were in the original language with Swedish subtitles, and as most of the programmes were from either America or Britain, I could easily understand them. Actually, I'd learned how to ask for a stamp for a letter to England in Swedish. It went something like this: 55 öre frimaker, which translates as a 55 euro stamp. I could also say hello and window cleaner in Swedish. Bridget smiled. She said, "You speak Swedish with a Finnish accent." "Well, at least people won't think I'm English." "Ah, Finnish. They drink too much." One day Bridget picked up the paper and said, "Why don't you take Agnetha to see this film?" It was called The Language of Love. The film was a typical Swedish film where hardly anyone kept their clothes on. Maud said, "Agnetha has a crush on you." Bridget suggested I take her to see the film Language of Love, but I'm not sure. "Why not?" "Well, the film's about Smiler." "This is Sweden. We know all about that," Maud interrupted me. As for Agnetha, yes, she was very attractive, but as she was only 13, I thought to myself, I'm not exactly Jerry Lee Lewis, who'd actually married his 13-year-old cousin. In the end, Peter and I went to see The Wild Bunch, and it was brilliant. Some days I would either walk around the shopping mall or else walk around the surrounding area, which led to a sports field that was near to the flats. Chapter 23. It was starting to get colder, and as I'd been working for a few weeks, I said to Bridget on Thursday night, "I won't be home tomorrow as I'm going to Denmark to buy a Scandinavian ski coat." Having finished at lunchtime on Friday, I hitched down to Malmo and caught the ferry across to Denmark. I chose that route as it was the nearest to Copenhagen, where I believed I'd have the best opportunity of purchasing a coat. I chose Denmark as it was something to do, and also the coats were cheaper than in England. I wandered around the market looking for a leather ski coat, but couldn't find one small enough. At the time I weighed 9 stone 10 pounds, about 61 kilos. In the end, I bought a canvas ski coat that had the obligatory sheepskin lining, and it certainly did the job of keeping me warm. Having got what I came for, I hitched back, and even though it was late when I arrived at Gothenburg, I still managed to catch a tram to Västra Frölunda. Apparently, Gothenburg operates a nightly tram service. The following Monday we would clean the windows of a large store. Afterwards we had a breakfast, and as we sat down, one of the guys said to me, "What do you do the weekend?" "Oh, after work on Friday I hitched out to Copenhagen to buy a ski coat." "Buy one? Why go to Copenhagen? You can buy them in Sweden." "Well, I've been told about the flea market in Copenhagen. I thought they'd be cheaper. As they were second hand, they were, so I bought one. Also, something to do." "Was it skin?" he asked, meaning leather. "No." I was working near to the railway station, and as I went about my task of cleaning windows, I noticed a shop selling hand-carved trolls. Thought they'd make an ideal gift for my parents. The one I fancied was a forked twig which had trolls climbing all over it, but it was too expensive, and so instead I bought a man and a woman troll in a rowing boat, and as the oars were detachable, it made it easier to post to my parents. Sometimes of a weekend I would try out the discos. I also managed to see Fleetwood Mac and 10 Years After. It was so good to see English bands. Fleetwood Mac performed the song "Oh Well." I just loved it. I arrived home from work one night and Bridget said, "Your boss phoned." "Tommy, get Rise." This I did not believe, but yet again I did get a rise, and it led to being in charge of a Norwegian who just started and spoke very little English, which was odd as I spoke very little Swedish, let alone Norwegian. It was getting near Christmas, and the boss of the window cleaning firm had often asked Bridget where my work permit was. Things were beginning to look a bit shaky. Peter said, "To obtain a work permit, you've got to leave Scandinavia." "Look, I can't do that. I'd have to return to England or go to Germany. Either way, I'm done for. The only option is, as I said before, marry a Swedish girl. I don't know. I like it here, but I'm not really sure. One day the Norwegian window cleaner and I were driven out to a factory there where we were told to clean windows. The problem was, as soon as I put water on the windows, it froze. I had no idea what to do, and neither did the Norwegian, as he approached me with the same problem. I suggested we go across the road to the cafe and have some breakfast. Shortly afterwards, Bjorn arrived. He had a container of paraffin. This he added to the water, and it never froze. We finished the cleaning, factoring the windows, which, believe me, were very grubby. Whilst I was in the factory, a young man asked, "Why are you in Sweden?" "Oh, to see the midnight sun." "No, you're here for the women," he replied. I didn't want to stay in Sweden for Christmas because they had fish for their main meal, and I don't like fish. Also, I'd read in one of the music papers The Who would be performing Tommy at the London Coliseum. I wrote to my parents, told them I'd be home for Christmas, also asked them to get me a ticket to see The Who at the Coliseum and to buy a record for me called Birth by the Peddlers. I bought a ticket for the boat to England and said to Bjorn, "I'm leaving next week." On my last day at the window cleaners, Bjorn said to me, "My father very sad to see you go." "Thank you. Maybe I'll get work permit and come back." "You can always work here." "Thank you," I replied as we shook hands. One of the last things I did in Sweden was to buy the album of Easy Rider. I looked for it everywhere, but eventually found it in an electrical shop by the harbour. I'd also bought Ogden's Nut Gone Flake by the Small Faces. Peter drove me to the harbour and came with me to my cabin. He shook hands with me, and so it was I left Sweden and set sail for Tilbury in Essex, which would be but a short train ride to London. I discovered I was in the same cabin as the Animals and said, "Where's Eric Burden?" "Oh, he left the band, he's now in America." They gave me lots of whiskey to drink and I was sick. The following morning, when I joined the band for breakfast, I was asked by one of the girls on the boat to sign her autograph book. Having signed the book, one of the band said, "Every time we get a new member." Prior to disembarking, everyone had to go through customs. I was wearing my ski coat, which I had opened, revealing my yellow ice hockey sweater. I was called aside by the authorities who made notes and sent me on my way. I bid the band farewell and disembarked. Apparently, at the time, the Swedish were giving English visitors to Sweden a hard time. I could only assume by entering Sweden, first of all by train and then hitching, I'd avoided this close scrutiny. Perhaps the customs officials thought I was Swedish, and hence they scrutinised me. At the railway station, I bought a single ticket for London, also a copy of Melody Maker. As I waited for the train, I was chatting to a guy. The two men approached. One of them asked me, "Is your name Bristow?" "No, it's Bryson." "Come with us. You're a deserter from the Navy." I handed my Melody Maker to the guy I'd been chatting to and accompanied the men to their car. Chapter 24. As I sat in the car, I thought, well, I'm not going to be seeing The Who play Tommy at the Coliseum. Also, my taste of freedom looks like it's finished. The detectives dropped me off at the local police station and placed me with my high pack in front of a portly uniformed sergeant and departed. The sergeant took one look at my hair, which hadn't been cut since August, and said, Skinheads are all the rage now. What? Those cunts. Mind your language, there were ladies present. At this, for some unknown reason, I had visions of women who resembled the females of the Russian shot-putting team. My thoughts were interrupted as the sergeant said, "The Navy works a 5-day week now." I stood there, said nothing, whilst the sergeant took down my details, speaking out loud. Build, slim, complexion fair. What colour your eyes, son? Brown. Having finished, he locked me in a cell until two leading regulators from the Navy arrived, who deposited my luggage and me in the rear of a van. As we travelled off, I felt like a lion that had been caught, enclosed in a cage, and lost all sense of freedom, and soon my mane would be cut. As for the regulators, they never said a word to me. It was as if I was just an insignificant package to be delivered. We stopped en route. The regulators bought themselves fish and chips, and by the look of their bulging stomachs, they didn't need to eat. I wanted to cry out, "Oi, what about me? I'm starving!" But I never did. To them, I suppose I never existed. Finally, the van went under an archway in Kensington. The regulators unlocked me and said, "Pick up the kit, follow us." We entered a large, split-level building and stopped at the higher level, where a lean-looking regulating petty officer took charge and said, "Put your pack on the table." All three began to empty the contents of my high pack and search it thoroughly. "Oi! What do you think you're doing? The police never did anything like this." The RPO stared at me, saying, "We are more thorough than the police. You may be carrying drugs. So far, we've been lenient with you, and we haven't locked you up. We'll be eating soon, and we can let you watch the telly. But if you carry on like this, we'll keep you locked up until the Portsmouth lot arrive." I said nothing. One of the leading regulators handed over a letter to the RPO, who said, "Been writing to one of your oppos, have you? Get his name. We can punish him for withholding evidence." What a fool I'd been for keeping a few letters. I later discovered my friend, Gary, underwent number 9 punishment, which meant stoppage of leave and grog and extra work for a number of days. Taking my time, I begrudgingly repacked my things and was then escorted down to the lower part, which was dominated by a long wooden table and a television. I ate in silence and watched an episode of Star Trek. It was something about a large, cigar-shaped object in space, but, unfortunately, the leading regulators arrived from Portsmouth, and, to this day, I still don't know how that episode ended. By now it was dark. I don't remember much of the drive to Portsmouth Barracks. What I do recall is, as we drove under the archway, which was inscribed in those days as HMS Victory, I thought, sarcastically, "I bet Nelson's going to be proud of me." Once again I was bundled out of the vehicle and told, "Remove your coat." It was locked up in a cage, together with my high pack. I was given some bed linen and taken upstairs to my cell. We walked along a corridor with no windows and only doors along both sides. We stopped at a door. I was put inside the cell and locked up. There were bars up high, a wooden bench which doubled as my bed, and the walls were made of bricks, painted grey. Chapter 25. The following morning I was awoken early and escorted to the heads to wash, shave and change into a set of number 8s, working clothes, and packed away my civvies. Back in the cell, the guard removed my breakfast dishes and offered me a selection of books. Oddly enough, I chose one about Sweden. Reading it, I yearned to be released and return to Sweden. I'm not sure if it was homesickness or just the thought of being caught and once again being back in the Navy. After lunch, one of the guards unlocked my cell and said, "The chief wants to see you." I sat opposite the chief, who was a large man, and as he offered me coffee, said, "What have you been up to then?" The one rating returned, bit like you, long hair, bag over his shoulder. Said he'd burgled houses, which, when we called police, he denied. I told him my story, and when I got to the bit about staying with Peter and his wife, he said, "Did you fuck her?" "No." "You're not a sailor then?" I remained silent, thinking it was obvious. After all, that's why I'd left, because I didn't want to be a sailor. When I ended my story, he said, "In the morning, the boatswain will offer you a cup of coffee. Don't accept it, as then it'll make him feel uncomfortable." The following morning, having carried out my ablutions and had breakfast, I was shown into the boatswain's office. Whilst being questioned, the weekend duty chief put his head round the door and said, "I see you never took my advice. You've accepted the coffee. So, did you fuck that bloke's wife?" "No." "You're not a sailor." He closed the door and left. I didn't understand his reason for wanting to upset the boatswain. After all, the weekend chief had taken me into his confidence and asked me what I did whilst on the run. The boatswain, who was a thin man, said, "Not much we can do until your docs arrive. What we do is arrange an escort, get your picture taken, get your hair cut, after which go and buy some provisions for DQs. I haven't got any money, only Swedish money. Don't worry about that, it'll be taken care of." Eventually, my escort, which consisted of 2 cash hands, were told by the boatswain's mate, a leading hand, "You two will accompany the prisoner all week or until he goes to DQs." They were all right, as they weren't regulators and were interested in where I'd been and what I'd done. The youngest was a slim cook and said, "Where'd you go to when you jumped ship?" "Sweden." "Wow. What was it like?" "Oh, you'll have to excuse him. Never been abroad," said the older escort. "You're a cook. Surely you must have been abroad." No, nothing but land bases so far. So, what was Sweden like?" I got there at the end of August, and practically every girl I saw was the gorgeous blonde. "Did you fuck any of them?" asked the older escort. "Oh, one or two." "How long were you in Sweden for?" the cook asked. I told them about my exploits in Holland, Sweden, and the older escort said, "It's better than being in the Navy then." "Well, for a short while it was. But it was getting cold in Holland, so decided to hitch back to Sweden and see if I could get political asylum." "I take it you never got it," the cook said. Eventually we arrived at the building where my photograph was to be taken, which I thought would be done by a naval photographer. Wrong. I was placed in a photo booth, and so, by way of rebellion, I turned my back to the screen. The older one of the 2 escorts looked at the prints as they came out of the booth and said, "You prat. I don't know what the chief will say. We'll have to take them again." which no doubt will be deducted from your pay. What pay? Second time I opened my eyes and it gave them an odd look. We returned and the boatswain looked at the photo saying, bit odd. Then, photo booths affect people in different ways. As for the first lot, you'll pay for that. He looked at the escort. Right, you two, take him to get his hair cut. After which the boatswain said, now you look more like a sailor. My escort and the boatswain's mate accompanied me to the shop where I purchased soap, razor blades and shampoo. At first I only picked out carbolic soap to wash my clothes with, but the boatswain's mate who was paying for the item said, you'll want other soap as well, otherwise you'll have skin like leather. Chapter 26. My kit and documents arrived. I changed into my number 1 uniform. Luckily the only kit that was missing were my bed sheets. Having been issued with a cap tally of HMS Victory, I tried it on and smiled, because it was as if Nelson was looking down at me with a somewhat jaundiced eye. Finally my escorts, together with all the other men, were marched across the parade ground to the commander's office. We stood outside until the Master-at-Arms beckoned us in and the RPO cried out, prisoner and escort, attention, quick march, left wheel, prisoner and escort, halt. Prisoner, 1 pace forward, march. Prisoner, off cap. Prisoner and escort, stand at ease. Stand. Easy. I stood in front of the dais, behind which stood a stout commander, who said, Naval Airman Bryson, do you plead guilty or not guilty to desertion? You sure you've got the right man in front of you? What on earth are you on about? Do you plead guilty or not guilty to desertion? I'll repeat, have you got the right man in front of you? Believe me, I have the right man in front of me. But you said Naval Airman Bryson, and I a Naval Air Mechanic Bryson. Is that what you're whittering on about? Yes, I have the right man in front of me. Do you plead guilty or not guilty to desertion? I'm not pleading to that. There is no such thing as desertion. I cannot believe what I'm hearing. Do you plead guilty or not guilty to desertion? I think you heard me all right. I said there's no such thing as desertion, so I didn't plead. I hope you're not going to stand there and make a mockery of these proceedings. No, that's not my intention. Good. Perhaps we can get on now. Do you plead guilty or not guilty to desertion? I'm not pleading to that, as there's no such thing as desertion. What on earth are you gibbering on about? I merely ask you a question, to which normally I receive a reply from. But oh no, not you. You try and make a farce out of these proceedings, so I'll ask you one more time. Do you plead guilty or not guilty to desertion? I repeat, there's no such thing as desertion. What do you mean there's no such thing as desertion? Look, like I said, there's no such thing as desertion because it wouldn't stand up in a civil law court. Brought here on a charge of desertion, all you've done so far, gibber on and avoid answering me. Now you bring up an issue of civil law. I'll ask you one more time. Do you feel guilty or not guilty to desertion? Well, if all you're going to do is repeat yourself, then I'll plead not guilty. Did you intend to return to your ship? I don't think so. I'll take that as an obstinate no then. You can take it for what you like, but I might well return to my ship. I can't really say for sure. You know, I might have got bored and decided to return to my ship. You cannot just come and go as you please. This is the Royal Navy, not a part-time job. When you join the Navy, you agree to abide by naval law, which governs everything you or I do. The Navy does not employ drifters who just turn up for work and when they please. So, did you intend to return to your ship? Look, first you're asking me if I deserted. Now you're asking me if I intend to return to my ship. You want to make your mind up as to which question you want me to answer. I want you to answer both questions. Right, let me see if I can get this in some sort of perspective. First of all, you want me to give an answer to a fictitious charge. Then you ask me if I return to my ship. Is that correct? At last, the message seems to be getting through to you. You said you plead not guilty to desertion. Oh, right. So you were listening then. Look, I'd like it noted that although I'm pleading not guilty, I'm pleading to a fictitious charge. So you're back on that again. Don't try and get funny with me now. Did you intend to return to your ship? I will not accept any perverse answers from you. All I want is a simple yes or no. And don't go off at a tangent about civil law. As I've already said, you are governed by the same law as me, and that is naval law. Well, I suppose, if you put it like that, I don't suppose I would have returned to my ship. By your own words then, you're guilty. Oh, that's good. I thought the law stated everyone was innocent until proved guilty. I suppose that excludes the Navy, does it? Because I said I pleaded not guilty to desertion, and yet you say I'm guilty. I shall ignore your comments. Is there anything else? Yes, there is. Do you want to tell me? If you do, you'll also have to tell the Commodore. Well, I'm certainly not going to waste my breath on you and the Commodore. I'll just tell the Commodore. Stood over for Commodores. The RPO then burst into animation. Prisoner on escort, attention. Prisoner on cap. Prisoner on escort, about turn. Prisoner, 1 pace forward, march. Prisoner on escort, quick, march. Right wheel. When we were once again walking across the parade ground, both of the escorts said, "You're hilarious. State the commander is about to blow a fuse." "It don't matter, I'm done for anyway." "Aren't you scared?" said the cook. "What of?" "Going to defuse." "Look, you don't understand. The scariest bit is over. I'm back in the Navy, aren't I?" "But you'll be locked up. It's an awful place," the other escort said. "OK, it's a deterrent. Not for me. It all ended when I was picked up by the police at Tilbury, if I had the chance." "Oh, I don't know. I wish I'd stayed in Sweden. I was earning good money. The flat I stayed in was nice. And you know why I came back?" "No," they replied. "Because the Swedish have fish for Christmas dinner. Goodness only knows what I'll have for Christmas dinner now." "I don't think you'll have to worry about Christmas dinner," replied the older escort. Chapter 27. There was some hold-up, so I couldn't see the Commodore until 2 days later. Once again, I stood in front of the dais, behind which stood this decrepit-looking old man. I would add here, the rank of Commodore is virtually redundant, as most officers tend to go from the command of something like an aircraft carrier, where they hold the rank of captain, to admiral. So where they dug this decrepit old relic up from, goodness only knows. Once again I stood easy with my cap in my hand, and the questioning began. Naval Airman Bryson, do you plead guilty or not guilty to desertion? Look, I told the Commodore, I am a naval air mechanic, not a naval airman, and I plead not guilty. Did you intend to return to your ship? No. Therefore, I find you guilty. But there's no such thing as desertion. I'm not going to be put through the same rigmarole as the commander. I believe there are mitigating circumstances. That's right. And what are they? Your advert's a lie. What do you mean? Your advert clearly states I can further my education. Perfectly correct. Oh, no, it's not. Explain yourself. Well, see, there I was, working on my helicopter squadron. I used to get time off to study for my GCEs. One day, I was told instead of going to my lessons, I had to work on the helicopter. There's a perfectly good correspondence course. Anything else? Yes. The conditions of work. We've all been through it. Oh, it's all right for you, with a steward attending to your every need, but you try working in a hangar in the winter with the doors open. No joke, I can tell you. You think the Navy owes you a living? I was going to say no, but I remained silent. I could see the silly old sod was getting angry, and I thought I said enough. Then it was back to the cells, and both my escorts said, "You weren't as funny as last time. It's almost as if you don't care." The older escort said, "I don't. I told him what I thought. It's up to him now anyway." He looked at you like you was well past retirement age. Where'd they dig him up from? Just before they left me, the cook said, "I'd like to travel." Yeah, that's why I joined the Navy in the first place. To travel. Look, if you really want to go to sea, put in for a ship or swap drafts with another cook. Oh, thanks. I'll do that. Don't blame me if you don't like it at sea. All being well, you should at least go abroad and try and go on a small ship, not an aircraft carrier. Thanks. Good luck, both escorts said. I bid them farewell, and on Friday afternoon, all of us prisoners were lined up to hear our sentences. Most of them got 28 days. But when the bosun called out my name, he called out 42 days. Afterwards, the bosun's mate came over to me and said, "You've been in before?" "No." "Well, you must have upset the Commodore or something, because for a first offence, you normally only get 28 days. He then stood to one side and addressed us all. "Now pay attention to the bosun. Tomorrow morning you'll all be dispatched to detention quarters. I don't care what you did to get in this predicament. Whatever you're doing, DQs, keep your nose clean. Don't, under any circumstances, play them up. Just do your time, get maximum remission, and come out. Dismiss." That night, prior to going to sleep, I thought about the Commander and Commodore and what they'd say about me. I could see them in the wardroom. Well, How'd you get on with that naval airman? Oh, you were right. What an impudent young pup. Furthermore, he never once acknowledged my rank by calling me Sir. Chapter 28. Having washed, shaved and eaten breakfast, I dressed in my number 8s and assembled outside the cells with the other prisoners. It was a dark and cold Saturday morning in December as I loaded my kit bag along with my high pack into the truck which was waiting outside the cells. Together with the other prisoners I climbed aboard the truck and sat on a wooden bench waiting to be chauffeur driven to Royal Navy detention quarters just down the road from RN Barracks, otherwise known as HMS Victory. It was still dark as we entered DQs and were marched into an office where our belongings were checked and stored until we left. Everyone I saw who was in charge was the Chief GI, except that is for the Chief Cook and Master at Arms. As we signed for our belongings, the Chief looked at my Swedish money and said, "What's this? Monopoly money?" "Excuse me, it's Swedish krona and worth about £80. "Very good. Just sign for it, you can have it on your release." Prior to being marched over to the cell block, we were told, "You call everyone in here Sir. You'll be given a class number, which in effect means which week of the year you arrived in this establishment. So all of you will be in 51 class. You will all be issued with a band to slip over your belt. And you will also notice there is a 53 class who wear green bands. That's because they're green cunts who were here previously in the last 2 years." From the office we were marched to the cell block. As we entered, I looked up through the wire netting above us and saw another 2 floors of cells. The chief, who was in charge of us, looked aloft to another chief standing on the first floor and said, "Chief Petty Officer Bates, sir." "Yes, sir." "Your intake, sir." "Thank you, sir. Be down a moment." Oh my God. What on earth is this place? I thought. They even call each other Sir. We were marched along to the shaving locker where our razors would be kept for the duration of our stay. The other chief walked down the stairs, which the Navy referred to as a ladder, and joined us by the shaving locker and explained about shaving routine. "First thing in the morning, your room will be unlocked. By this time you'll be dressed in your 8s, which will be the standard dress during your stay here. You'll be told to stand by your doors with your drinking mugs, from where you'll be ordered to collect your razor, which will be placed in this locker." The chief pointed to a black metal locker behind him. "Your razor will be in the pigeonhole that is the same number as your room. You'll also collect in your shaving mug hot water to shave with. You then return to your room and shave with your door open. You do not shave from your drinking mug." He looked at the other chief, saying, "All yours, sir." Showed them how to clean their rooms and which room they've been allocated. "Aye, aye, sir." Then we were marched over to a room. It was narrow. One side was a wooden bed upon which was placed a mattress and bed linen. The bed had to be made up as laid down in standing orders, which meant it was made with a counterpane on top of the blankets and sheets. The top sheet was turned down to expose the pillow. On the opposite side was a wooden table, underneath which was placed a wooden stool. Upon the table there was a plastic mug, a shaving brush, soap, toothbrush, toothpaste, a Bible and a book. Up high was a barred window. Underneath it was an oblong piece of shiny metal. In the corner, a plastic bowl and a shiny galvanised bucket. We gathered round as the chief said, "This is what your rooms will be like. The bucket you can see at the far end of your room is in case you get short in the night. The plastic bowl is for washing in, and the mug contains drinking water. Also, after unlock, as you've just been told, you'll be drilled down to the shaving locker carrying your mug empty." The chief went into the room and pulled out a polished piece of metal, saying, "This will serve as your shaving mirror. Also, you will be allowed to write one letter a week. As for smokers, you will be allowed a cigarette a day. After you've eaten your midday meal, you will be engaged in plaiting rope, which goes to make mats. You'll be instructed about this on Monday. If any of you are caught lying on your bed, you'll be placed before the commander." He then lifted up the stool and turned it over, saying, "Also, you will have to clean the woodwork and tin gear." He then pointed to the bucket, mirror, table. "Mind you, for the first week you will not mix with the others, nor will you be allowed to have any cigarettes. The only time you'll be allowed to speak is in the classrooms. All other times you say nothing. In the second week you'll be allowed to have your midday meal with the others, and you may speak to them. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "What was that you said?" "Yes, sir." We repeated, only louder. I looked at the woodwork in the cell. It was white, whereas the tin gear was gleaming. In fact, I could have used a bucket as a mirror. We then marched over to the mat room, where we were shown how to plait the hemp. We were all issued with a quantity of it, marched to our rooms and locked in. My room was located on the first floor, at the far end of the cell block, above the television. I sat on my stool thinking to myself, if this is my room, where's my key? As for the staff, blimey, it's as if they'd arrived. I'm here at the old retirement home for old GIs. I looked up to the barred window, which was open, too high for me to close. The heating was supplied by a pipe which ran along the bottom of the room below the window. I then started to plait the hemp. It was really coarse, but I soon got into the rhythm of plaiting the stuff. Also, not being too sure about what I could or couldn't do, I began reading the Bible, which only contained the New Testament, which during my stay in DQs I actually read all the way through. Whether this may be more religious or not, I cannot say. I was still a lapsed Catholic, and as far as I could make out, there were some good stories in the Bible. This solitude drove a lot of men out of their minds. As for me, I spent so long alone it didn't really affect me. Firstly, on HMS Eagle, all I'd done was sit in the Burma row, waiting for the helicopter to land, and during that time read many books. Also, I spent time alone as I hitched from Sweden to Holland and back to Sweden. The answer to avoid boredom is to keep your mind active. Hence, we were all given a hunk of hemp to plait, and that's why I read the New Testament. I suppose you have to learn to live with yourself, but also all the time alone gave me time to think. I wanted to break out of the place, and if necessary, go back to Sweden and never return to England. For me, DQs just made me hate the Navy even more. The only method I had of determining when it was the end of the day was when the light in my cell was turned out. I had no watch. I could only guess what the time was, and as for when I got up or went to bed, really have no idea about, as I hadn't noticed any clocks around the place. The following morning I could hear in the distance a hammering on the doors, and gradually it got closer until the hammering was on my door. My light came on. I got up and dressed. Next I heard the order, "Unlock!" Gradually every cell door was opened, and I noticed that my breakfast was placed outside my door. I took it in and ate it. After a while the next orders were bellowed out from below. "Up behind your doors with your drinking mug." I had to retrieve mine from the table and quickly stood in the doorway waiting for the next order. "Stand by! Out!" As this command, every prisoner came out of their cells and stood staring in front of them. As for me, I wanted to look at the others, and I thought about what I'd been taught in school when playing basketball, which was, although you look ahead, you could also look either side of you. This I did, keeping my head straight, and just looking either side with my eyes. Then the chief GI started again. "When you come down to the shaving locker, collect your razor from the pigeonhole with your room number on it. Collect your hot water in your drinking mug. Return to your room and shave. When you shave, keep your door open and do not shave from your drinking mug. You then wash your razor and turn it to the locker open. Then carry out stop out routine. Towards the centre ladder, right and left. Turn! Double! March!" I returned to my cell and shaved from my drinking mug. This was not in disobedience to the orders. There's no way I wanted to stay longer in that place than I had to. It's just I hadn't been listening properly. I'd add here that in that respect, nothing has changed. As I'm still not a very good listener, well, so I've been told, more of a raconteur. Fortunately, I did not have a very strong beard growth. That was my early morning routine for the entire stay in DQs. Although Sunday was the exception, as we had breakfast served in our rooms. Normally we shaved, then went down to the galley for our breakfast. I must add, after a while, I did pour the hot water in the bowl and use it the proper way. That Sunday and every consecutive one, I went to church, as the only alternative was to remain locked up all day. Going to church relieved the boredom of Sunday in DQs. Church was merely a room set aside in DQs for worship. On Monday, the day began in the same manner I've already described. Once we'd completed shaving and stop out, we had to assemble outside on the parade ground, where we fell in by classes and had a number. The chief GI then bellowed out, "Right, turn, double, march!" We ran around the parade ground and over a small assault course. Up until this time, I felt really fit. After all, I'd been carrying my pack around Europe. After going out over that assault course, I felt totally knackered. I looked behind me at the assault course as one of the GIs went over it and was spurred on by the other chiefs who cried out, "Go on, bomber!" I've no idea how old the man was, but I thought he was very fit. Probably a lot fitter than men half his age. We then went into the galley to collect our breakfast, after which we returned to our rooms. Once again we locked in, then we were unlocked again. We returned our plates to the galley, then it was toilet routine. This was a complete farce. We all lined up to use the toilets. We were not allowed to speak to each other, and there was more or less shitting by numbers. Once, when I was waiting my turn, the chief banged on someone's door and cried out, "Come on now, you've had enough time to give birth." Later on, another prisoner said to me, as we queued up for the loo, I heard about this man who had his toilet built by a stream. Used to sit there for as long as he liked, fishing. Yeah, I know what you mean. This shitting by numbers is awful. When I get out, I'm never going to rush the time I spend in the bog. Me too. The shit should be savoured. We then went about our various tasks. For my first class, it began by reporting to the chief, who was in charge of the hemp, and we were all given a diabolical haircut. Mind you, the chief did say as he cut our hair, or rather shaved our heads, well, not all of our heads, only a bit below our caps. I can understand why you lot desert. In my day, we didn't spend very long at sea, and there seemed to be more places for us to call into. We were then drilled back into the main block to have a wash. Once a week, we carried out Dobie sessions, where we showered and washed our kit. After that, we had lectures. About what? I cannot for the life of me remember. One of the first lessons we had was PT. The PTI was an amazing man. He was certainly not what you'd expect of a PTI. They're usually very fit, whereas this one was rather rotund. He had a shock of white hair, white pullover, white shorts, white socks and plimsolls. Spoke in a deep, gruff voice and said, "Lie down!" The rest at last I thought, how wrong I was. Now raise your legs, about 6 inches off the deck. Now part your legs. Hold it. Don't let them drop. Legs together. Who said you could lower your legs? Throughout this torturous exercise, farts rang out across the room. Having done a few exercises, the PT asked us what we'd done to be in DQs. I can't remember what one bloke said, but the PTR replied with, "You think the Navy owes you a living?" As the commander said that to me, perhaps it was the standard comment of old salts. We were also drilled on the parade ground, and one of the GIs was gaunt. Didn't so much give out orders as scream the orders, rather manically. And so he'd been named by someone as the Screaming Skull. The first week was hell for me, as the only time I could speak was in the classroom, and then it was only to the chief, or sometimes we had a Marine instructing us. First time I could actually speak to my fellow inmates was Monday week at lunch. The only time we were allowed to speak was at lunch and dinner, when we sat at tables to eat. I actually met the sailor who'd fallen overboard and ate a Miss Eagle. He'd been drunk, and not, as we thought, or rumoured, on Bryson, but beer. In the evening we were allowed to watch television, which consisted of Hector's House, followed by the news, and then confinement to our room. After lunch we were once again locked in our rooms. Occasionally I'd hear one of the chiefs banging on somebody's door. They were no doubt committing the sin of doing nothing except lying on their bed. I was scared, so I either plaited the hemp or read. I knew when I was being watched, as I could hear the cover of the spy hole being pushed to one side to allow the duty chief to ensure us prisoners were working, or at least not lying on our beds. I wonder what would have happened if I'd have blocked the spy hole in some way or other. Apart from the Bible, the other book we had a few bits by Baden-Powell about looking after yourself. Odd quotes like, "A gentleman is a bloke what cleans his toes." One of the guys I met had also been on the run, but he got a job at Middle Earth in London and said, "Yeah, it's amazing. Oh, when King Crimson come on and did Call the Crimson King, oh, they started to play. The whole place was silent, and then when it became louder. Wow. Brilliant. Probably the worst day for me in DQs was Christmas Day. It was the worst day of my life. We were paraded outside and one rating received a Christmas card, to which the Chief GI remarked, "And don't let it happen again next year." Those of us going to church went, after which we were kept up, locked all day. We had a Christmas dinner, but otherwise rather miserable. Having eaten my Christmas meal, I could hear from the television below me on the ground floor what sounded like the film A White Christmas. For me, it was a dank, dark, grey Christmas. New Year's Eve was worse. I lay in bed. I never slept that well, still don't. I think I'm a bit of an insomniac. All of a sudden, I heard ships' horns blasting out through the dark night. Probably the Navy's way of welcoming in the new year. I suppose if anyone had been asleep in DQs, they'd certainly been awoken by that cacophony. I gained my full remission and released after 28 days. I suppose in hindsight, I'm glad about having a laugh with the Commander and Commodore. After all, I'd only served 4 days more than I would have done if I'd kept my mouth shut. I felt really fit and was sent to HMS Douglas, which is the main base for the Fleet Air Arm. That first week I was once again misemployed and just did odd jobs about the place. I even arranged to get a lift home for the weekend. This was not to be, as one day I was called into the office and told, "Your draft's come through. You're being sent to HMS Eagle. No more details. When I hear, let you know." I thought to myself, I wonder what they'll do. Probably back to misemployed for me. A day or so later, I was once again called into the office where I was duly informed you're being drafted to the SAR on board Chapter 29. I dismally returned to the Eagle and was once again in my old mess. Pete said, "Where'd you go to?" "Oh, Sweden, Holland." "Oh, we thought you'd gone to India." No, I went for political asylum, then each down to Holland." Your kit was sold. "So, what have I got left?" My kit bag was handed to me. All was well, as only my sheets had been sold. So to compensate, I slept in a mattress cover. It was like a sleeping bag, or, but thinner. "I thought you'd have gone back to America," Davy said. "Yeah, I'd like that, if only to see Woodstock." On Friday, I said to Paddy and John, the flight chiefs, "I'm going on weekend leave." I thought they would try and stop me, because I certainly didn't intend coming back. Instead, they said nothing. Perhaps they thought I was too much of a problem. So I grabbed my watch card and said to my messmates, "I'm not coming back. I'm going to try and fake it and not put my card in for leave. If it should go wrong, could one of you grab my card, please?" They said they'd do it for me. But I didn't need them, as I never put my card in, just made the gesture. I got home to see my parents, and Dad said, "Good to see you back home again, son." Mum said, "We had a surprise over Christmas. Peter visited us. He's the guy I stayed with in Sweden." After a while I said, "I'm not going back." Mum said, "It's the wrong time of year. Too cold. Anyway, your father's going to work on something for you. Remember you had that crash on your scooter?" "Yeah." "Your father's going to say it sent you a bit mad." As we went along to the pub for Sunday lunch, Mum said, "I remember when you'd not long deserted, your father and I were walking along this path when we saw a naval van going along the road. I wondered if they were looking for you. I later discovered they were, and the young sailor with the older ones wished he could desert. I returned to my ship, where I was told I had to see Lieutenant Stanton. I went into his cabin. Sit down. This afternoon we have to see the captain. Everyone who's been to DQs has to see him. So, what are you going to say to him? Well, I'll just tell the captain. Don't you want to tell me first? Not really. I felt sorry for Dave as he was a good bloke. I got changed into my number 1 uniform and went with Dave, Lieutenant Stanton, to see the captain, who said, "Have you learned anything from your stay in DQs?" "I don't think so. Still don't like the Navy." "What are your intentions now?" "Well, I'll be honest with you. Think I'll desert again." Let us suppose everyone who wanted to leave took that attitude. Where would we be? After a while, some of them would drift back, and so we cannot take that chance on how many would return. We just cannot have this sort of thing. There are far more deserving cases than you on board who wish to leave. I will say you're a pain in the rear, but I will not bend over to get you out. Later on in the mess, Dodger, one of the aircrew, said, "How did you get on with the captain?" "Yeah, I told him I'd desert again." "I wouldn't have you on my ship. I'll throw you off now, you're a liability." Shortly after that we changed pilots, and some of them mechanics and electricians. A new man in charge was Lieutenant B.P. Davis, a right stuck-up person. I asked the aircrew to find out what BP stood for. At the time, there was a band called Spencer Davis Band, made tunes like "Somebody Help Me," which I used to go around singing. I also discovered we'd lost a petty officer. He got fed up and also got into DQs, but unlike me, he wasn't sent back to HMS Eagle. We also gained a doddery old petty officer, 3 badmen, been in the Navy for 12 years. But as far as I could ascertain, HMS Eagle was his first ship. Once we're at sea and this PO had seen me work, he said to Pete, "You know, Bryson could be a very good mechanic." Pete replied, "Smiler is a good mechanic." The ship set sail, and when we had to spread the blades of the helicopter, I was on the pole on my own, which meant I had to clamp the pole over the end of the blade and hoist it up into the air, whilst Peter hammered in the pin. It went fine, unless I didn't quite line up the pin and had to jiggle the blade about. Normally, it was a 2-man job, but I suppose as I'd just come out from DQs, it was assumed I'd be fit enough to carry out on my own. We then lashed down the helicopter and went along to the galley for breakfast, after which for me is back in the Burma Row. This is a passageway that runs alongside the chimney on the ship, always warm there, hence the title of Burma Row. It was back to reading books and waiting for the helicopter to land, when I merely had to refuel it, get a signature from the pilot and return to the Burma Row. I heard later the petty officer that got sent to DQs was quite funny. You see, the lashings we used to tie down the helicopter were usually stowed in a gully running along the side of the ship just below the flight deck. Sometimes when he was asked where to put the lashings, he'd say, "I'll throw them over the side." No wonder he got sent to DQs. What happened to him, no idea about. Most of the time at sea it wasn't rough, but this might have been because the ship was so large. I can recall one occasion when flying was cancelled because the sea was rough and we were also being refuelled at sea. It was in weather like this that Ed James asked me to give him a hand to collect the victuals for the coffee boat. He asked me as I was one of the few who weren't working and also wasn't lying in bed feeling seasick. As we went aloft to the weather deck, I could not believe what I saw. The sea was so rough, the RFA, refuelling us, was up in the sea like a bucking bronco, and its stern screws, every now and again, rose out of the sea. We then went higher up in the ship. I certainly felt queasy, but never threw up. Also, I took over the coffee boat. In the mess, we had victuals that enabled us to have tea or coffee all the time, and whoever ran it before wasn't very good, so I took over. All it entailed was collecting money from my messmates and going to collect the victuals, and then everyone just helped themselves any time to tea and coffee. Once again, it went wrong. You see, running a coffee boat is supposed to be a profit-making business, so I confronted my messmates who were moaning about the dysfunctional coffee boat. I replied by saying, "Fine, you want this coffee boat to run 24 hours? I've got to charge you more." They all agreed, and this time all went well. As for profit, I don't think that I made that much, but we did have some of the pilots down to have a chat. I said to one of them, "If I get hold of an officer's uniform, will you buy me a pint in the wardrobe?" He replied, "Smiler, you get hold of an officer's uniform, I'll buy it off you." I only wanted a pint of beer, which apparently in the wardroom was very cheap. The first port of call was Gibraltar. Oh boy, what a lark that was. The first shift to go ashore got into trouble. I think they returned drunk and someone lost one of his badges. As for me, I spotted the second wave to go ashore. I didn't think much of Jib. Just seemed to be a long street with bars. So we had a few drinks and went back on board. Chapter 30. Then we stopped in France. Pete returned and couldn't speak. He'd been in a fight and some Frenchmen had hit him and his tooth had gone through his tongue. He was on doctor's orders not to speak. We took bets on how long he could remain silent for. Needless to say, it didn't last long. When I went ashore in France, I went with Dan, he was new. And we entered a bar where we ordered pasties, whatever that is. Turned out to be Pernod or something like aniseed. Feeling hungry, we decided to get something to eat, so we chose a Chinese restaurant. Well, we thought they'd speak English. Wrong. I have no idea what we ordered, but we got this soup that looked like snot with long bogies in. Neither of us could eat it, so we left. I really don't know if we paid, but then I don't remember any Chinese chasing after us. Our new pilot, BP Davis, organised what is termed as a run ashore, which meant we went as a group. Also, I discovered what BP stood for. So, the whole of the Eagle SAR was in some French bar. Lieutenant Davies was talking to Al Hart, referring to him as Hart. I butted in with, "Look, we're ashore now, so you call him Al. Tell you what, I'll call you by your first name. You can call me Smiler." "Ah, but you don't know my first name." "Okay, Bradley, or would you rather be called Brad?" "You can call me Smiler." His initials stood for Bradley Peregrine. After that trip to a bar in France, I don't think we really got on. As far as I was concerned, Dave was much better. So my first trip to France was not a good one. I was glad when we left and set sail for England. On the way, it was my birthday. I had a magic top glass as it never emptied. The lads had also saved some beer for me, but I was too drunk to drink it. Also, over the ship's radio, the DJ played bands like Led Zeppelin. I was crying out, "I love you, Robert." This was a reference to Robert Plant, the lead singer of Led Zeppelin. as someone ran out a mess, thinking I was referring to him. I was also writing to Agneta, the girl in Sweden, and in my drunk state, I said I loved Agneta. When my messmates found out who she was, they thought I was off my rocker. We were nearing Portsmouth when I was told to report to the sick bay, where I saw the officer in charge. I went into his office. He said, "Be seated. You'll be sent ashore at Portsmouth to see the shrink. Apparently, your father thinks you're mad. Personally, I can't see it myself, so why would he say you're mad?" Oh, yeah, I crashed when I was 16. I was driving a scooter and wasn't wearing a helmet, so might send me mad. Oh, really? Well, it'll be up to the shrink to decide. When do I see him? You'll be informed when you are to see the shrink, and you wear number ones. You understand? Yes, sir. Dismiss. So I was duly sent to see the shrink at HMS Victory, Portsmouth Barracks. Lo and behold, I bumped into an old schoolmate of mine, Jeff Cornish. "Ah, Jeff, how are you?" "Hello, Smiler. How you doing?" "Well, I don't like the Navy. Deserted. Went to Sweden and Holland. Came back, sent to DQs. Actually, I took my way out of 28 days into 42 days. You must be insane. Same old Smiler. I rather like it. I don't think I could go to DQs. The only thing is, I wish I'd joined the Merchant Navy. That way, I'd be an officer." "Yeah, Mel," another old schoolmate, "told me that. I'm off to see the shrink." "What for?" "To try and prove I'm mad and get thrown out that way." "It's really good. You get to travel." "Ah, that's the problem. See, I'm on an aircraft carrier. Went to the States last summer, came back and deserted. Realised then I should have just hitched around. It's a brilliant life. Work a bit, travel on, follow the sun. I suppose I've chosen the wrong path. Should have become a hippie. Just hitched around. A bit like a gypsy." Yeah, I suppose so. By the way, did you take Diane's diary at school?" He laughed. Told me he'd shagged most of the good-looking girls in school. Well, better looking than me and, obviously, not so shy. Lucky bleeder. After a while we went our separate ways. As for the shrink, I really cannot remember much about it. So, back to sea and wait for the results. Next port of call was Liverpool, where we had to go ashore in uniform. I just wanted to get back to London, and the Navy had put on a special train for sailors. The rail staff told every sailor to catch the special train that had been laid on. I changed in the station, loo, into civvies, and caught another faster train. That weekend I went to a university to see a band. On the way back I met Ricky and Dodger on the train. They told me how people who changed into civvies and got on the naval train been told off by the naval patrol. I was so glad I'd avoided that train. Also, I had to go back and see the doctor on board HMS Eagle. Once again I sat in his room and he said, "I have the results of your test here. It prove that, far from being insane, you are rather intelligent. Now, as this test was carried out by the insistence of your father, if I were your father, I'd tell you to get a job you cannot get out of. Look, I've got one nose and quite frankly don't think much of it." "Very good, I'll make a note of that. Return to your section." Later that day I was in the mess and everyone was getting ready to go ashore in Liverpool. Rumour had it those that stayed in Liverpool had no problem pulling girls, as they seemed to like sailors. When the bearded blokes from a helicopter squadron turned up in our mess, looked at me and said, "Bryson, get your kit on. You're coming ashore with us." So I put on my number ones, went ashore with Dodger, Ricky, L.A.M. Johnson and the bearded bloke from the helicopter squadron, whose name, for the life of me, I cannot remember. It was a right laugh. Plus, I'd never drunk so much in my life. We started at lunch and drank until closing time. Then we wandered around the shops. Sometime during the afternoon I threw up. Well, at least it made room for the evening drinking session. I think in the end, throughout the whole day, I drank about 20 pints. I believe by going to DQs I'd raised my status. As for the drinking, my status went up even higher. Eventually the ship left Liverpool. I knew we were heading for Plymouth, where we were to disembark for the final time. Somewhere on the trip we went to Elgin in Scotland. I met a bloke whilst ashore who was working with the gannets and said, "Any chance I can get a flight in a gannet? I really fancy being launched off the catapult." "Oh, there may be a chance. You're going in a gannet that collects the mail." "I don't think you'll have much luck. I'll find out for you." "Thanks, mate. If it comes off, I'll sort out a flight for you in the helicopter." Needless to say, there wasn't much to do in Elgin. The Eagle was anchored off the coast, the weather was rough, and we had to stay overnight at Lossiemouth, which then had buccaneers. I awoke in the lower bunk of a mess and looked up at a bunk opposite me, and as I did, some bloke farted, and his white underpants had a brown stain upon them. He just cried out, "Where's my wife?" Also, whilst at sea, we underwent the situation as if we were at war. I arrived down the mess to find it in total darkness. I asked what had happened. Someone replied, "Oh, we've been hit apparently. This part of the ship's damaged. I'm supposed to report to sickbay with a broken leg." I told them to fuck off and go and play silly sailors elsewhere. Well, there appeared to be little to do, so I thought I'd go to bed. Eventually, we all arrived back at HMS Seahawk, Cold Rose in Cornwall. Even though we're still part of the Eagle SAR, we knew we'd soon be going our different ways. Hence, we were all asked to put in a preference to where we wanted to go. My first choice was for the PTA at Portland, a small section that had model aeroplanes, which are used for target practice, but they're not supposed to be hit. I think it's for the gunners. Basically, the members of the PTA get flown around the world with model planes. Having filled out my form, I had to go and see Brad, who looked at my form and said, "Why do you think you will get on the PTA?" Well, yeah. Look, you've got to live out of a suitcase, which is not everyone's cup of tea, but not married or engaged, so I think the life would suit me. I don't think there's much chance of you getting on the PTA section. What's this HMS Chrysanthemum? I heard they needed an aircraft mechanic on board. Actually, I had no idea about that at all. It's the ship that's moored in the Thames. I thought I'd be able to live at home and commute into town. I see. I don't hold out much chance of that either. I'll see if we can get you to Portland. Okay. We chatted about my general work and behaviour, after which Brad said, "You sat here talking to me and yet you haven't once called me sir." "Right, that it then? You finished with me?" "Yes, I have, you insubordinate person." There was another day when Brad turned up in an old A55 pickup he owned. Apparently he had a small holding. Seeing the van outside the window, I said to him, "Excuse me, sir, is that van outside yours?" "Yes." "Why?" "Tell you what, I'll do you a favour. I'll risk getting seen off. I'll give you a £5 for the lot." "Get out of here and go and do some work. I've just spent more than that on tyres." I thought life at Cornwall would be back to normal, but even here I was wrong. Stan now had a girlfriend, Tony was married, so I used to go to drinks with Ellis. I remember walking along the road with him singing 21st Century Schizoid Man, a song by King Crimson. Also, I chatted up a girl in Falmouth and was due to see her of an evening. A message came over the tannoy system for me to report to the gatehouse, where the chief of the watch said, "I've got a message here from some girl. Can't make it tonight." "Oh, thanks, Chief," I replied, as I dismally returned to my mess. Plus, I had no way of contacting her, as I never had her phone number. Another time I was walking down Helston when someone shouted out, "Bryson!" "Hello, Tommy," I replied. "You've been one of the first aircrew. I've heard good reports of you." "Thanks, Tommy. See you later." With that, I wandered to the pub, which is no doubt what the good report was Tommy had heard of. Word of my drinking binge in Liverpool had obviously got around. One day Dan said to me, "Go for a late top. My mate's in charge of the rum." Late top was doled out to those that missed lunchtime top and virtually neat. Very tasty. I later discovered the PO in charge was Jimmy Rowan, whom I'm pretty sure was the same Jimmy Rowan, along with Jake Fordham, who voted me the ugliest bloke of the year in Portland. But I never went to find out. As for Jake, I once got a lift home with him to London. He'd also been promoted to the rank of petty officer. Another time I hitched to London, I got a lift in the Admiral's car with someone high up in the Navy. I was still very disenchanted with life in the Navy, but that summer there was to be a music festival at Bath featuring Led Zeppelin, so I bought a ticket for it. Chapter 31. I was really fed up with the Navy. The job on the PGA didn't look like it would materialise, but I'd also taken an exam to see if I was good enough to be trained as a leading hand, which, if I passed, would hopefully mean I'd be sent on the leading hands course. Passing that with a high enough mark, even with my pass, could result in being asked if I wanted to stay at school and train for a petty officer. It was not to be. I decided to end my life in the Navy once and for all, but how should I do it? Then it occurred to me, why not wreck a helicopter? So the following day, one of the helicopters was out ready to fly, whilst the other was in the hangar. I went into the hangar to attempt my sabotage, but there was someone working on it. Armed with a pair of cutters, I went to the other helicopter and cut several looms inside it. I better explain what a loom is. Basically, it consists of thin wires bunched in groups, and they carry around the information from the cockpit to various parts of the helicopter. Having cut the looms, I then splayed them out around the cabin so anyone could see the helicopter would be inoperative. I then danced around saying, it's dead, it's not going to fly." Started singing, "These are bare wires and somebody's broke your wings." I later discovered both these songs were written and performed by John Mayall, although, as far as I knew, a band called Atomic Rooster performed Broken Wings. I returned the cutters to the tool case and wandered back into the line shack. Paddy Ryan then said to me, "Make sure the helicopter's ready to fly." I wandered back outside and stood alongside the helicopter. The pilot came out, approached the helicopter, and as he looked inside, saw the bare wires, turned to me and said, "Did you do this?" "Yes." "Come with me." I'm not certain which pilot it was, but we returned to the line shack and Paddy said, "You've caused the weekend's work for the flight." As I sat waiting for the naval patrol, one of the aircrew said, "He's done the wrong one. Look, sorry." I tried to get the other one, but someone was working on it. David Jones wasn't very happy, saying, You've ruined my birthday. Now I'll have to stand guard over you in cells. As far as I can recall, that never happened, as whoever was on guard duty guarded me. One of the first people to visit me in cells was the petty officer in charge of the flight crew. He said, "You okay?" "Yeah, fine, thanks." "Look, tell Davey I'm sorry if I've ruined his birthday. Piss up." "Will do." "You realise what you've done?" "Yeah, for sure." "You'll probably have to spend a long time locked up. You prepared for that?" "I think so." "Good luck, Smiler. You're going to need it. I hope you get what you want." "Well, thanks for coming to see me. How's Paddy and John?" "Oh, they'll get over it." Tony, the chap I'd been ashore with in the States, came to see me. "Smiler, everyone's talking about what you've done. In fact, they're calling it Smiler's helicopter, and you've hit all the newspapers. In fact, a reporter from the Observer wanted to see me, but the Navy, on my behalf, blanked him. I remember the PO on watch saying something about it, but what did I know?" "Can you do something for me, Tony?" "Sure, what?" "I've got a ticket for the Bath Festival with Led Zepp. Can you give the ticket to Ellis?" "Sure." I usually got quite a few visitors, and someone took pictures of me. One of my visitors was John the Bish. He'd been the padre on board HMS Eagle and said, "When I heard there was an Eagle Eye in cells, I thought I'd pay you a visit. Anything I can do for you?" "Oh, thanks for coming, John. But I can't think of anything I want, except the obvious. I realise from your docs you're a Catholic. Would you like me to send along a Catholic padre?" "Well, look, thanks for the offer. I think I'll be all right. But I have a question for you." "What is that?" "When we're on board the Eagle, you always seem to eat in our mess. Surely, as you hold the rank of officer, I thought you'd dine in the officers' mess." "Actually, the food was better in your mess." "Really? Were you on board when we were up in the Arctic Circle?" "Yes." "Oh, I thought the food was better then. I used to eat from the salad bar and have ice cream. But when I returned with the SAR, we were used to having night flying suppers, and they were pretty damn good." "We had a chef in our mess, and we used to moan about the food, so somehow or other he managed to put on a special spread for us. He did us proud. Never underestimate people. I may well pop back to see you again, but I will pray for you." "Thanks for coming, John. I do appreciate it. It's nice to know someone cares. Look, I know I've done wrong. It's the only way I could think of to get out of the Navy. It's a shame when everything goes wrong. I shall leave you now. I believe they call you Smiler." "That's right. Try not to be too despondent, but with a name like that, I'm sure you'll manage." He then turned and left for the guard, who said, "No more visitors for the moment. I can see you now, and this is your life. I suppose you'll be there, will you? I've got news for you, pal. What you've done is massive. I hear they're going to have you court-martialed." "But I had a word with one of our mates. He knows someone who knows the captain, who's going to see if he can get me out." "It's too big for that. Let's be honest. How often does the Navy have a court-martial? I'll tell you, pal. Never. They love this." "Oh, thanks for that. You are my worst nightmare." Chapter 32. I'd been locked up for a few days, and the petty officer on duty said, "Would you like a book to read?" "Oh, yeah, that'd be great." "Right. We may as well go to the library and draw out a book or two for you. Otherwise, with nothing to do, you might go insane." Oh, that's great. Would that get me out? Right. If you promise not to try and escape, I'll escort you to the library. You're having a laugh. I'll wait and see what happens. How could I escape? You'd catch me here at the gate. I put on my cap and we wandered across to the library. I said hardly anything to the PO. On the way, one of my friends saw me and shouted out, "All right, Smiler, how's it going? Have they let you out?" Yeah, I got fed up sitting in my cell, so I'm off to the library. I think we're off to the beach this afternoon, possibly a pint. I'll see you in Port 11. I'll buy you a pint, Smiler. You're a bloody hero. Cheers, mate. Shut it, you, the PO said. I'm trying to be nice to you, but I can make it hard for you. Oh, really? What'll you do? Take away my mattress? Do you know what it's like, sitting out of cell with nothing to do? Okay. I'm trying to make it easy for you by getting you some books. I appreciate what you're doing, but I was only having a laugh. Let's be honest. Next time I'll be out, will probably be for my court-martial. At the library, which quite frankly I didn't even know was at the camp, I was allowed several books, and among the authors I'd chosen was Alistair MacLean. The petty officer looked at my choice of novels and said, "Good choice. It's not what I expected." What do you think, I'm an idiot? I only did what I did to get out. If there was another way to get out, I'd have done it. Believe me, I've tried to do it legally. I remember whilst at sea, I read what is known as a commission novel, which is so called because it takes the commission, which can last a year or so, to read. The book was about a monk. I talked to Stan about becoming a monk. It seemed to be another way to get out of the Navy. Okay, so the sex life of a monk isn't up to much, but then my sex life wasn't up to much either. Mind you, the thought of walking around all day in a blanket and praying did not really appeal to me. I'd also read The Good Soldier Suite. In it, the soldier contracted blood poison. And yes, I thought of that as another choice to get out. Eventually, an officer turned up to see me. I remember him from my days at Portland. He was a lot better than my last boss, or even my boss at Portland. When we met, he said, "I'm to deal with your defence, unless you prefer another officer." "Oh yeah, right. Any chance I could have Keith Rolfe to defend me?" "Well, yes you could, but he is at Portland at present, undergoing training to fly another type of helicopter. Quite frankly, I don't think he would be too happy about being dragged back from Portland to defend you, but if that is who you would like..." No, you'll do. I remember you from Portland." Right, I have to ask this question. Do you want me to defend you? After all, you can always defend yourself. No, you'll do fine. I made a right ash of defending myself last time. Good. Now, next thing. How are you going to plead? Guilty or not guilty? Well, look, let's be honest. I think it'd be a waste of time pleading not guilty. So, okay, I will plead guilty. Good. Glad to hear that. Now, the next thing is, they may well want a psychiatric report. Yeah, well, I saw a shrink earlier on in the year. That's just maybe. But the Navy will commission this one, so I'll arrange for you to see the psychiatrist. I didn't know we had one here. We haven't. So you will be informed when you see him. I was eventually driven in a car by a wren and had 2 escorts to accompany me to Plymouth to see the shrink. I wore, as did my escorts, and drove up my number 1 uniform. As we drove along, I recognised the red from a beach party I'd been to a few nights before. I went to jail. Why did you do it? She asked. I went into the whole story, after which she said, I thought you were stupid. Now I feel sorry for you. By the way, I said, if I escape, you do the time for me. Boy, did they lock the car doors really quickly. Once again, I was confronted by a shrink, and one of the questions he asked was, are you mad? Well, isn't that what we're here to ascertain? I returned to Cornwall to await my trial, and Tony, who'd become a regular visitor, came to see me. I gave Ellis your ticket to the Bath Festival. Oh, thanks. What's he say? Going around telling everyone he's got your ticket, but I don't think he'll go. Look, I tried. He's the first person that struck to mind after all. He's only one ticket, otherwise I'd have given it a stand. Now he's got a girl and you're married. Oh, by the way, as I was going to be your best man and deserted, who did you get as best man? Some petty officer. Well, look, how's married life? It's fine. Look, Smiler, you've no idea what's happening outside because of what you've done. We're having a meeting with the captain. He wants to know why you did it. It's daft, isn't it? He could have asked me. I'd have told him. I'm pissed off. I deserted, got caught, went to DQs, and I still want out. But good luck with your chat with the captain. Let me know how you get on. Will do. By the way, do you remember Bugsy? Yeah, wait a minute. Didn't he become a photographer? Yeah. You know what? He really likes it. Been on the Antarctic survey. Photography. Yeah, well, I don't know really. Not something I've ever thought about. Mind you, the bloke over the photographic section seemed to like his work. I think he'd rather be out the Navy. He took a picture of me when I'd just shaved my head. It's quite a laugh. I was in the shack next to his. He just called me in and took a picture of me. Bit like a convict, really. Had a board in front of me with Baldy written on it. Mind you, I can't think where I put the photo. No, I don't know him. He's a right cockney. The next time I met Tony, he'd been with some of the others to see the captain. How was your meeting with the captain? Very good. We told him we were pissed off with the Navy. The way we dress, could we wear jeans off the camp? He was with a few officers who made notes. They said they'd look into it. Actually, I did have other visitors, and some even took pictures of me. So I suppose in some way I'd become something of a celebrity. Chapter 33. Boom! A cannon shot ran out across the parade ground. I stepped onto the board that had served as my bed, gripped the iron bars framing the window, peered out and watched as the Admiral's flag was raised. My heart leapt, for this was to be my day. I stepped down onto the floor and stared out of my cell into the adjoining room of the gatehouse. It was time to put on my best uniform. For today I was to be court-martialed and finally be out of the Royal Navy. Having dressed, I eagerly stood waiting for my escort to take me to my court-martial. I was looking forward to having my badges ripped off. So together with my escort we marched to the room where the court-martial was held. Quite frankly, it was rather boring. There were a few officers assembled along a desk, and the whole affair was presided over by an admiral, and one of the officers said, Naval Airman Bryson, do you plead guilty or not guilty to willful damage to a helicopter? Guilty. The officers looked at each other. Someone said, very good psychiatric report. The officers left the room and I sat in silence waiting for their verdict. When they returned, I had to stand and hear my sentence, which their spokesperson read out. We duly sentence you to 1 year's detention. I was then hustled out of the room. The officer who defended me said, "How do you feel?" "Okay, but you haven't got what you wanted. They've just given you 1 year's detention. Nothing about you being dismissed from the Navy." I was shaken. My ashen face probably said it all, and for once I really didn't know what to say. The officer said, "Is there anything I can do for you?" "What happens now?" "You'll be taken as soon as possible to DQ's in Portsmouth." "Yeah, okay. There is something you can do for me. I'd like to see Naval Airman Vickers before I go. I want to give him all my money." "You sure?" "Positive, sir, and thank you for your help." The officer left and I was escorted into the regulator's office, and shortly afterwards Tony Vickers turned up. "What's happened, Smiler?" "I've got 1 year's detention, but I'm not being thrown out, so I've got something I'd like you to have." "Sure, what is it?" I put my hand in my pocket, pulled out all my money. I would add here, whilst in cells I had no money or any possessions, but before the trial I was given everything back. "Add this. I won't need it where I'm going. Shall we say it's a belated wedding present?" "Thanks, Smile, I tell the boys." "If I don't see you again, some way or other, I'll get out." "Good luck, Smile." Having said that, he pocketed the money and left the regulator's office. One of the regulators said, "I could have done with that money." "Oh, you are the last person I'd give it to." The Master at Arms then called me into his office. "Yes, Chief." "What do you mean by calling me Chief? I am a Master at Arms and should be called Master." "Oh, really? I thought there was a Admiralty instruction stating that Master at Arms could now be referred to as Chief." "Well, I don't know where you heard that. Now this is what will happen. You will be taken along with your kit to Plymouth, and from there you'll be taken to DQ's in Portsmouth. You've been there before, you should know the routine." "Did you hear me?" "Yes." "Yes, what?" "Yes, I heard you." Before he could have another go at me, a leading regulator said, "Current escort's here for the prisoner, Master. Get him out of my sight." On the drive to Plymouth, one of the escorts said, "Did you get your ticket?" "No." "How long you get? 90 days? "Nowhere near it. I've got a year in detention. After that, I will still be in the Navy." "Shit, man. Means you'll have to do an extra year in the Navy." "Well, if I were you, I'd lock the doors, because I really don't want to spend a year inside, and if I escape, you do my time." They soon locked the doors, and one of the escorts said, "I think I'd kill myself." "Well, please, I'm not exactly over the moon about it. I could do the year. If only I knew at the end of it I'd be out. This, I don't know. You know what?" "What?" "I cannot recommend a court-martial at all. In the films they rip your badges off. Didn't happen to me." "Ah, but you have no rank." The wren driver added, saying, "I don't envy you doing a year. Look, sweetheart, if you're not doing anything tonight, I've got a cosy little room in Portsmouth." "Oh, really?" "When I get back from Plymouth and finish for the day, I will be seeing my boyfriend." So, you wouldn't like a quickie on the back seat with the hero of HMS Seahawk? Tempting as the offer is, what would the two escorts do? Obviously, really, on it, you know what I mean? Stand guard. What kind of girl do you think I am? Alright, it's obvious you're not that easy, but think of me. No women for a whole bloody year. It's your problem. So how many are there to a cell in DQs? One of the escorts asked. Oh, only me. I'll be alone. Holy shit. You'll get bored out of your brain. I've been there before. I can only assure me in my spare time I'll either be plaiting this bloody bit of rope or else cleaning my woodwork and tin gear or reading the Bible. That is all there is to do. Rather you than me. Don't think I'll be deserting, but as escort said. The rest of the journey was uneventful. But the Wren driver and two male escorts looked pleased when they handed me over at Plymouth. I wonder if they shagged her on the way back to Cornwall. I was once again locked up until the escort arrived from Portsmouth. When they arrived, the escort and driver who took me to Portsmouth said nothing. Didn't even say much to each other. At RNDQs, they just handed me over. There I was, back in DQs. Every name it's been given is so right for the place. The big house, over the wall. For me, it was a place of broken dreams. Yes, I've done wrong, but if they'd have let me out last time, I wouldn't have wrecked a helicopter. I thought about it. If I was good, I'd get the maximum remission of 1/3 off my sentence. Meant I'd only serve 8 months instead of a year. Then what? I wanted to leave the Navy, not carry on. What a mess I was in. And as I've been told in the preceding year, I now wore a green band round my belt. Yes, I was most assuredly one of those green cunts. The chief looked at me and said, get changed into number 8s, hand over any valuables, stow your number 1s in your kit bag, you won't be needing them for a while. My biggest problem was to get on with life in DQs. After that, I would have to seriously think about. Whatever happened, I still did not want to be in the Navy. What they'd done to me may well have been a deterrent to others who no longer wished to be in the Navy, but for people like me who wanted out, they would always find a way. And yes, I had tried everything else. I'd applied to purchase my way out. Well, my parents applied for me. The Navy wouldn't let me. Goodness only knows why. I was no good to them. For me, the worst was over, and that was a court-martial. Up until then, I knew I'd get out of the Navy, but now, what? Should I hit the commander at DQs? Nothing sprang to mind. Having already been to DQs, I was used to it and knew the score. Plus, having learned to deal with the situation being alone, I knew it would hold me in good stead. Chapter 34. There I was back in DQs, back in the same old routine of running downstairs to grab my razor and shave, followed by running round the parade ground and then going over the assault course, finally lining up under the colonnade and numbering, followed by mail and any notices. Then it was off to breakfast, and whereas the last time I'd attended lessons or did drill, this time all I did was odd jobs around the place or marched around. In my break I still had to plait that awful hem, also had to polish the metal stairs, plus clean my tin gear and woodwork. This time I actually managed to finish reading the entire Bible. Last time I only read the New Testament. Must say, the last bit, John's Revelation, is a bit like some sort of hippie trip. After a few weeks, the GIs actually opened a cupboard that held books. What did I draw out? Stoker RN. A story about a man who'd been in the Navy as a stoker. Was I insane or what? But knowing I was in for a long time, I wondered what job I'd actually end up with. I had a choice of three. Working in the galley for the chief cook, working for Sweeney Todd the barber, come map maker, or assisting the commander. The job I wanted was as the assistant cook. After all, it would keep me out of my room for most of the time and keep me busy. Every so often, the commander would inspect us and refer to the letters I'd written, in which I'd stated, having hit the newspapers, I must be rather famous also. How often does the Navy court-martial anyone? The commander said, "You think you're famous, rather infamous, I should have thought. At a stage at the age of 18, you didn't know what you were doing, otherwise you wouldn't have joined the Navy. Don't you realise people at the age of 18 get the vote soon?" I remained silent, and the commander also added, "Your tin gear and woodwork are not very satisfactory." He then mumbled something into a tape recorder and wandered off to the next cell. In all this mire, something funny happened. It was early in the morning. We'd already had the usual run round the parade ground, and we were lined up and told to number, which we did. But when we got to the end of the line and stopped, a voice from above shouted out a number, and we all fell about laughing. For that, we had to double round the parade ground. It was worth it to get a bit of humour in that hole. It was brilliant. The voice from above was obviously not God. It was a sailor who'd been locked in solitary and was trying his utmost to get out of the Navy. I hope he managed it, because for one brief moment he made a lot of people happy. On the sadder side, one rating tried to hang himself. Fortunately, he failed. Once I was out of the Navy, we met, but more of that later. There was also a rating who, when summoned to the commander's office, tried to hit him. I don't know if he got out, but he deserved to as well. Another little bonus of being in DQs for so long was that I became an altar boy. This was very good, as I could have a quick sip of wine, although it did go through me rather quickly. As I said before, I was a lapsed Catholic. But if I didn't go to church, then I would have stayed locked up all day Sunday. I was also thinking about Christmas. This would be my second consecutive Christmas in DQs, which was something I was not looking forward to. One day, as the Chief GI read out notices, he said, "Appleton Instructors now decided you may grow your sideburns longer, and so even here in DQs, we have adhered to this, and you may all draw your sideburns to the base of your ear. This doesn't mean we want any crab ladders, does it?" I must add, all naval ratings entering DQs have to be clean shaven, so that if they enter with a beard, then it has to be shaved off, although I supposing this would be done before the rating arrived at DQs. It occurred to me I might have had something to do with the longer sideburns. After all, Tony had said he was having a meeting with the captain of Cold Rose and asked why they were disenchanted with the Navy. Could the longer sideburns have been the outcome of all this, which was sparked off by my sabotaging a helicopter? I do know this. Whenever I see a naval rating with long sideburns, I think to myself, I hope to get them. The irony of it is, I cannot grow long sideburns. Now, apart from the chief GIs, the highest grade in DQs was a stage man. These ratings wore white gaiters and were one of the 3 assistants I mentioned before. I'd already been promoted as an assistant stage man, which meant I had to do more cleaning duties, and one day whilst cleaning the stairs, one of the ratings was telling me he was going out. So, will you be back? Of course. I'll still be here, so which cell you fancy? He pointed one out. Yeah, good choice. I'll keep that one for you. I also came across a mechanician apprentice. Asked him about Ian, whom I'd met in training. Yes, he's the chief mechanician apprentice. Wow, he's done well. I joined up with him. If you see him when you get back, tell him you met Smiler. Send him my regards and tell him I'm trying to get out of the Navy. Not really my cup of tea, and I chose the wrong path. I'll do that for you. One day I was going about my cleaning duties. The chief cook had a word with me. His voice was a cross between Melvin Rose and Derek Nimmo, and he said, I saw your parents on television last night. They seemed quiet, sensible. My parents had gone on television saying that had the Navy released me after I deserted, then I would never have sabotaged a helicopter. As for the GIs, they just thought I was an idiot and deserved everything I got. In fact, some of them said I had the longest sentence they'd ever known. Others added could have killed someone through my misdemeanour. On that count I knew nobody would get killed. After all, the helicopter never even took off. But I left the GIs in their ignorance. One GI said to me, would you like to go and work on that helicopter? Yeah, it would be better than working in here. That's right. You could sabotage it again. I said nothing. I proved my point. The Navy wasn't for me. I just wanted to leave. Having tried everything else, sabotage seemed the only way. Albeit a drastic way out. Another time, a sailor said to me, I had a wank in my cell. Blimey, you must be fit. I'm knackered after that early morning run round. Dunno really. Just think I need to do it. But being knackered wasn't my worry. As I was about to come my fat, I was scared. In case it went over my woodwork or tin gear. Oh, as far as I was concerned, this man was a hero. One morning, having spent about 60 days in DQs doing general cleaning duties, the commander of his entourage was expecting me when he said, Naval Airman Bryson, you finally settled down, so it is from Monday you will be promoted to stage man. You will return your gaiters and be issued with white gaiters, and you will move rooms. You will now be on the ground floor. Your job will be to assist the cook, and so your room will only be locked overnight. Plus, once a month on a Sunday, you will be allowed visitors. When you have been a stage man for a while, you'll be allowed ashore on a Saturday. But, should you come back drunk, you will lose all your remission. Do you understand? Yes, sir. And make sure you leave your room in good order. Yes, sir. Your work in the galley will start from today, and on Monday you'll be shown your new room and issued with white gaiters. The commander then mumbled something into his tape recorder and wandered off. At last, I was going to be promoted to a stage man. As one usually gets a third off for good behaviour, an even 90-day man would not have had to go through the crap I went through. After 60 days, he would have been out of the place. Not just starting as a stage man in the galley. I was over the moon. So far, it was the pinnacle of my naval career. To be honest, I've been assistant to chief cook and stage man in the galley for a few days. It really was the best job. Plus, the chief cook was a friendly bloke and quite chatty. Also, there are going to be days out to look forward to. My first morning as a galley assistant was brilliant. I was having a shower and washing my clothes and talking like there was no tomorrow to the stage man about Jimi Hendrix and Led Zeppelin. Life in DQs is rather like being a monk. No sex, very little talking. The chief cook said his son wanted to join the Navy. The stage man and I gave him an odd look. That's because you two don't like it to serve me well, plus by being here I get to serve longer in the Navy and we don't have to rely on my pension. The stage man and I said nothing. Well, what could we say? Chapter 35. My first day as a stage man in the galley was brilliant. The stage man helping the chief cook had gone. Where to, who knows? Perhaps he'd learned his lesson and would make a good sailor. But to be a stage man, he had to be in for 60 or 90 days, and from my experience, I don't somehow think he'd take to the Navy. The chief was quite friendly and said, I've seen quite a few ratings in here. Quite frankly, you seem alright. I think once you get out, you'll do alright. As a stage man with a cell on the ground floor is often used as a showpiece. And here's the odd bit. One day I returned from the galley to find my stool was placed upside down on my bed. When I looked at it, I could see why. It was filthy. To think my woodwork had been so much better than this when I was basically a green cunt. I've been told it wasn't up to the standards required. But I suppose now that I was a stage man, it was looked over. Mind you, I cleaned the tin gear and woodwork in my room until everything sparkled. No way did I want to go back to being a green cunt. I hadn't been a stage man for long when news arrived that Jimi Hendrix had died, and one of the chief GIs said to us, a few of us anyway, I hear they're playing Jimi Hendrix on the radio tonight, sir. Don't think much of him myself, but I'm on duty tonight, so I'll leave the radio in my car on so you can hear it. After all, it's you lot keeping me in a job. Yeah, it's all just hot air. I never heard any music that night. About a week or so later, on a Sunday afternoon, my parents arrived. I walked across the parade ground and entered a room where my mum and dad were seated. In the back of the room was a Marine, also one of their staff, and said nothing. Mum said, your father and I still trying to get you out of the Navy, written to the local MP and been on telly. Look, I do appreciate what you're doing for me. I've got good news for you. I'm going to be eventually let out for the day in Portsmouth. Your father and I will come and see you. But as we've said all along, if they'd let you out when you deserted, this would never have happened. I'm not certain how long my parents were there for, but it certainly broke up the day. On Monday it was back to normal. I noticed in the new entry a sailor I knew from my days at Portland. I said to him, I thought you liked the Navy. Well, I used to, Smiler, but I met a girl no longer want to be in the Navy. What about yourself? I thought you liked the Navy. What do you do here? Can't say I really like the Navy. I suppose, well, that's wrong, isn't it? You know, in the beginning it seemed a game until, that is, I reached Portland. Then it really hit me. I just thought things would get better, but they didn't. And then I got put on 737 Squadron, and hence the Cold Rose and the Eagle, where I realised my dreams were just an illusion. So I deserted, went abroad and realised what I should have done in the first place. Just hitch around. But I came back to jolly old England, where I was caught, sent back to sea, and when the Eagle ended its tour, everyone disembarked from the ship. I came back to Cold Rose, where I wrecked a helicopter, and so here I am. Oh, that was you, was it? We read about it. Wondered who it was. When did you get out? Ah, yeah, see, there's the problem. I merely got sentenced to 1 year's detention, then presumably back in the Navy. How come you just wander about here? Well, I suppose, a bit like a trustee. Been here over 2 months now, and I help the cook. 2 months? This place? You say you've got to do a year? Tell you what, you still smiling after that, it will be a miracle. Yeah, I know. Most people ever serving here is like, all the time is due is like 90 days. Third off for good behaviour. I'll be out of here by now. With a year? No way. Still, I suppose being a stage man is not all that bad as long as you get a good job, which I have. Oh, by the way, that's why I have white gaiters and no colour thing on my belt. I don't have to make those awful mats. Also, I have a cell on the ground floor, which is hardly ever locked. Plus, I work most of the time, so I don't have time to think about what's happening. Heard some footsteps approaching. Looks like somebody's coming, so I'll have to go. If I don't see you back at Portland, I finally got out. Must go. Otherwise, could be back in the ranks, so to speak. I know what you mean. Good luck, Smiler. One day I was asked to see the commander, and so I accompanied the stage man to his office. I stood there, looking at the commander upon the dais with the master at arms by his side. I wondered what on earth I'd done wrong. Could it be I was no longer going to be a stage man? You asked to see me, sir? Yes, I have some good news for you. Your sentence has been confirmed. You are to be released from the Navy. As you cannot do anything with you, it means you'll be released by Christmas. But if one word of this gets out, I'll make sure you serve the rest of your time. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. Carry on the galley. Remember what I said. Yes, sir. I left the commander's office feeling elated. My parents' work had not been in vain. Plus, I would most certainly not be in DQs for another Christmas. I desperately wanted to tell everyone, but I couldn't, and so said nothing. Not even to the chief cook, whom I'd got on very well with. If anyone asked why I was so happy, I merely replied, well, being a stage man here ain't that bad. Okay, I'm in DQs. No shore leave. Well, I don't smoke. Job ain't bad. I might be in prison, but I'm alive. Who knows what'll happen next? Almost a week or so later, I was once again called in to see the commander. He was stood behind the dais and flanked by the master at arms and the chief GI. You wish to see me, sir? I eagerly asked, thinking I was to be thrown out there and then from the Navy. Yes, that's correct. Now, as I stated before, your sentence has been confirmed, and you are, on completion of your sentence, to be discharged. Services no longer required from the Navy. You are to be transferred from this day hence to MCTC in Colchester, where you will serve out the rest of your sentence. Do you understand? Yes, sir, I replied. I'd like to have had, you lying bastard! Chief, accompany Naval Airman Bryson to his room, where he will collect his belongings, and take him to the cage, where he is to stow his apes into his kit bag and change into his number ones to await for the escort to take him to MCTC. Very good, sir, he replied. And we sauntered over to my cell, collected a few items I'd left, collected my kit bag from the cage, changed, put the apes into my kit bag and marched to the gate, where I waited for my escort. I was scared stiff. I had no idea about MCTC, apart from the rumour, that is, about a soldier had been doubled to death. To be honest, In DQ's life had become easy, almost a doddle. No more map making, no doubling around the playground. As I was busy in the galley, assisting in preparation of breakfast. But then, would my position as a stage man in DQs be taken into consideration? My silent thoughts were broken as the Chief GI said, "Leave Lem and Bryson, grab your kit. Transport's here to take you to MCTC." I picked up my kit bag and followed the Chief to the huge gate that had barred my exit to the world twice. Now, I would leave it behind forever. Outside the gate was a car with a leading regulator stood by the side. He looked at the Chief GI saying, "We'll take it from here, Chief. You'll need these, it's his naval docs," the Chief said as he handed over a large envelope. "Thank you, Chief." He looked at me, and as the Chief went back inside DQ's, the leading regulator opened the boot of the car saying, "Right, Bryson, put your kit in the boot, then get into the car." I did as I was told. The other leading regulator opened the rear door and I got into the car. Okay. So I was finally going to get out, but I was scared stiff of MCTC. Would I still be the equivalent of a stage man at MCTC? As for the journey, neither of the regulators said anything to me. They just wondered what the soldiers were referred to in MCTC. In the end, they settled for sergeant. Chapter 36. As we approached MCTC, Military Corrective Training Centre in Colchester, my worst nightmare was confirmed. It reminded me of the prison in The Great Escape. It was surrounded by wire and sentry boxes, but at least the sentry boxes weren't in towers above the wire, and the soldiers had no guns. I got out of the car and was handed over at the gatehouse of MCTC to the military provost, and the regulators drove back to Portsmouth. No doubt it was a nice trip out for them. They probably thought I was stupid. All three services were represented at MCTC. All NCOs had to be referred to by their rank. Most of the Army sergeants were staff sergeants, all rather rotund, and wore pullovers over which was a belt which bit into their large bellies. The Air Force had flight sergeants, and the Chief represented the Navy and Marines. I was marched to D-Wing, not, as I thought, at the double. I believed everything would be done in that manner, but I later discovered a soldier. I was marched to D-Wing, not as I thought, at the double. I believed everything would be done in this manner, but later discovered a soldier was doubled to death, and the sergeant that did this was on D-Wing. Apparently, in days gone by, the soldiers were doubling around the parade ground, and one soldier complained of pains. Later, he collapsed and, so rumour has it, died. The D in D-Wing stood for discharge because everyone in that wing had served their time. They'd be discharged from the armed forces, albeit rather ignominiously. As for my room, I was now billeted in a Nissen hut along with other blokes who were also being discharged from the armed forces. In the winter, the central stove that burned coal or coke supplied the heat in the Nissen hut, and every morning the fire had to be dropped and the stove blackened. I was shown into a hut and given a box and a bed. Also, whenever anyone new arrived, they'd probably find their new razor blades would be depleted. How I got my razor blades in the first place, I could not remember. Fortunately, I'm not very hirsute, and any old blade did for me. I spoke to my hutmates and discovered there were 3 sections of D-Wing. I was in part 1, where all newcomers were billeted. Once used to the system, we would then be placed in part 2. For those that had shown the error of their ways, there was a stage man version of MCTC, but I never got that far. Part 1 was fairly lenient. I later discovered the staff sergeants didn't check for PA. Up until then, PA to me had always been what bands use and stood for personal amplification. But at MCTC, PA stood for prohibited articles. Once again, I was wearing my aircraft rigging shoes, mainly because naval shoes and boots had leather soles, whereas my rigging shoes had steel toe caps and rubber soles, and they were more durable. My kit had to be laid out in a wooden box, and my bed was laid out according to army regulations, which meant where my pillow was, my blankets and pillows had to be boxed. It was a wonder I didn't get put on a charge for not conforming to army regulations. This was my first worry. Having been in the Navy, I now had to do things the army way. The constant worry of not having laid out my kit properly was eating away at me. All of us in D-Wing were to be thrown out for whatever reason from the armed forces. So why the hell would we want to know how to do things the army way? The first thing we did when we were unlocked of a morning was to fall in outside the hut and march down to the wash house. The good thing about MCTC was that I could now talk to other people and was able to draw books out from a library. For every meal, I was with others, and the army gave us 3 meals and a supper. These consisted of breakfast with porridge and a fry-out. One Scotsman used to put salt on his porridge. Also, there was a midday meal and an evening meal. And once we were locked up, there was supper, which consisted of soup and bread. In R&D queues, ratings that smoked were allowed 1 cigarette a day, which was at lunch break. Whereas in MCTC, smokers were allowed 2 cigarettes a day, which was at lunch and with the evening meal. I was so glad I didn't smoke. I saw blokes smoking leaves and even bits of carpet. What we didn't talk about was why we were in there. In fact, some soldiers didn't want to be thrown out. I met other sailors who were supposed to have mutinied, but speaking to them, again, it was a farce. Then came the day I was transferred to the second part of D-Wing. The first thing that struck me were the beds. Oh dear. It was as if there was a box of blankets at the head of the bed. How on earth would my blankets ever look like that? Also, as the weather got colder, not many used the extra blankets for warmth, as this meant breaking up their blanket box and remaking it again every day. I was now an old lad and was about to get first-hand experience of what PA was. One of the staff sergeants came into the mess in the evening and said, "I'm looking for PA," and asked a couple of blokes to tip. This enabled tipping out the contents of their box and bedding. The staff sergeant was looking for tobacco. This was another thing that worried me. Would I be asked to tip? Fortunately, it never happened to me. Once I was established in the mess, I got along quite well. One bloke wrote home to say he had to make his blankets look like a television. Well, it's about right. Another bloke didn't know what to say, so I said, "Look, it's dark when we get up, it's dark when we go to bed. What happens in between, I cannot tell you about." He actually wrote it down and sent it home. Most of the time we would attend courses. One was on car mechanics, one on woodwork, the other on painting and decorating. There were also other jobs to do around the place. One sailor said to me, I was with this squaddy soldier. He asked me to burn the rubber off the electric cable, wanted to sell the copper. I said, "No way. That's what I'm in here for." After we'd done our day's work and eaten, there's nothing to do. So in our hut we decided to try and make a Monopoly board. We could get the board from woodwork class and reckon together we'd be able to figure out what there was on the board. Someone on the painting course could paint it, as to the dice, back again to the woodwork class. The problem was the cards. So we gave up the idea. Even if we made a Monopoly board, we'd probably have to get nicked for having PA. We were not allowed any games. Perhaps they thought we'd gamble, but they could not stop gambling. That year, Colchester played Leeds in a cup tie. I bet Leeds would win. I lost my cocoa on that as Colchester actually beat Leeds. Apart from more cigarettes and being billeted with others, I was able to write more letters, so I wrote to my friends. Tony wrote back, and one day when I was in the RSM's office, I looked at an old jam jar stuffed full of water, where he played, and also full of old cigarette ends. He said to me, "I see one of your friends wishes he could do what you did to get out of the Navy." I told him not to do it, sir. I know. I told this to the others in my mess, and they said he wasn't supposed to refer to anything we wrote in our letters. Okay. Chapter 37. I met a tank driver and a gunner. The gunner said they could drive the gun along. I asked, "What's the difference between a gun and a tank?" "You live in a tank." There was a time when someone had been caught with a tattoo on their arm of MCTC. They'd actually had the MCTC letters tattooed on their arm. This led to everyone in the wing being strip searched. 2 sergeants entered the hut, were all told to strip, stood there naked as they looked for tattoos. What happened if they had any tattoos of MCTC? They went sick. What happened? I later found out by first-hand experience. No, I didn't have a tattoo. In fact, I have no tattoos on my body at all. It was when I was working in the cookhouse and took a pack of butter. I also asked another bloke to take some. The idea being we'd be able to spread the butter on the bread we received of a night with the soup, which was now maggot-free. We were marching along to a hut when we were stopped and had to turn and face the huts. The staff sergeant said, "Someone has stolen butter from the cookhouse. You've stolen another men's rations. So the person or persons who stole the butter come out to the front. If you don't, you will all be thoroughly strip searched." I went forward and handed over the packet of butter, as did the soldier. The staff sergeant said, "Go sick in the morning, you two." The following morning we were both on sick break and went in front of the medical orderly, who said, "How do you feel?" "Fine." The 2 of us were sent to see the major, who said, "You realise what you did? Depriving a man of his rations is a deplorable thing. Anything to say in your defence?" "No, sir." 14 days restricted diets and 1 day's loss of remission. Remission has to be earned. It is not something that is automatically given. Do you understand? "Yes, sir." Whilst on restricted diets, I was seated away from the main group along with others on restricted diets. The diet, as far as I can remember, consisted of soup for lunch and evening meal, and of an evening all I was allowed was cocoa. It was this that I lost as a bet when Colchester beat Leeds in a cup tie match. During the time I was on restricted diets and could only do light duties. Chapter 37 continued. One day a sailor was told off for wearing shoes. It was because his shoes had leather soles, and all sailors were then issued with DMS, duty moulded sole boots. As I had my aircraft rigging shoes, I thought I might be able to still wear my shoes and put in a request to see the Major. My request to wear shoes was denied, and so I went along to Licklac to draw my boots. Licklac, the storeman, had got his name because of the way he drilled us. Normally sergeants would cry out, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Not Licklac, it was always Licklac, 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 Lick. Hence his name of Licklac. There was now a problem with my shoes. They had to be on display, and the toe caps had to shine so I could see my face in them. I looked at them in a forlorn manner. The toes were scuffed, and I wondered how on earth I would ever get a shine on them, let alone spit and polish them. But my hutmates helped me out. I explained while I was looking so dismal, so they set about shining my boots. I never wore them. They were kept under a duster, shining away. One day, whilst walking around D-Ring, a soldier and I saluted each other. We were both given a bollocking by a staff sergeant. How bizarre. We only had a laugh, which, believe me, in that place was very hard to do. I mentioned earlier I was attending classes. Some of them I did again. Otherwise, very few things to do. And it avoided doing the crap jobs around the camp. I helped build a sentry box. While I was on the woodwork course, a soldier said about his life on the run. Was working on a building. I'm working on this building site, and this bloke was saying about this woman in the next town whose husband was in the army anyway. She's looking for a shag. That bastard was shagging my wife. We had a fight. I got caught. That's why I'm fucking well here. There was a soldier who'd spent so long out of the army, he'd forgotten everything about it. Why they put him in MCTC is a mystery to me. They should have just let him carry on instead of sending him to military prison. There was also a Marine who wore a blackberry instead of the usual greenberry, and I said, "Where's your greenberry?" Never got past initial training. Another time I was working with a soldier and said, "Swing the lights, tell us a sea story." One day I returned to the hut from the library with 2 books. One of my hutmates said, "What books you got, Smiler?" "Oh, Wizard of Oz, Pinocchio." He looked at his copy of Bleak House, saying, "Maybe, Smiler, you have the right idea. I just wanted something jolly to read, take my mind away from this crap hole." One night as we were gathered round the stove, the soldier was kicking the lid on and off. I said, "Oh, don't do that, mate. It's getting on my nerves." With that, I got head-butted. "Sorry about that, Smiler. Didn't mean to. You're such a nice bloke." "Yeah, all right. Apology accepted. It's this place. I know what you mean. It gets to you." "What are you going to do when you leave here, Smiler?" another soldier said, to get things back to normal. "Well, yeah, do what I joined the Navy for. Just travel. What about you?" "Well, you may have a lot of memories, but you'll have nothing to show for it. Me, going to get married, have an electrical business, house and kids. At least I'll have something to show for it." "No, it's not for me. I deserted when on the run in Sweden and Holland and realised then it's what I should have done. Instead of joining the Navy, just hitch around and not have to worry about the police pulling me in as a deserter. Bliss. Pure bliss." "But you might get killed out there on the road." "I didn't get killed last time. Anyway, it'll be an adventure. No one telling me when to get my hair cut or what to do each day." I thought the comment about me getting killed whilst I hitched around was odd, as been in the forces, had war broken out, any one of us could have been maimed or killed. None of us wanted to be there, although some of the soldiers said if there were a war, they'd sign up. Of a Sunday morning, I also attended church. Again, it was to get me out of the hut. On Christmas Day, prior to going to church, a soldier said to me, "Smiler, you're about my size. How about swapping uniforms?" Yeah, I might as well. After all, I've now learned how to do things in the army fashion. So we swapped, as did another sailor and soldier, but they got nabbed. This was because the soldier had a moustache, and sailors don't have moustaches. They were made to change back again, but one of the staff sergeants looked at me and said, "Something wrong here, but I can't quite understand it." Christmas dinner 1970 was so much better than the previous year, and the staff sergeant served us. One of the soldiers has been in a similar situation to me. He agreed it was better than last year, and 1971 would finally bring about my release from the Royal Navy. Plus, on Boxing Day, we were allowed to watch Top of the Pops, and they showed Jimi Hendrix. I freaked out. As the weather became colder, we were issued with army greatcoats. The only thing was, they had no buttons on them. So we were issued with buttons to sew on ourselves. I sewed mine on down one side. One of my hutmates said, "Smiler, you short of buttons?" "No." "Well, you're supposed to sew them on both sides. You'll get done for it." The following morning, as we stood on parade in our greatcoats, the staff sergeant approached me, saying, "Bryson, why is there only one row of buttons on your greatcoat?" "Well, I'm only doing it up one way, staff." "The next time you're on parade, you will have 2 rows of buttons sewn on. Do you understand, Bryson?" "Yes, staff." "Because if you don't, you'll be on a charge." One morning, towards the end of my time at MCTC, I pointed up to a light in the washhouse. Said to the staff sergeant, "Excuse me, staff, light bulb's not working." "You're a little ray of sunshine. You get up there." Being in D-Wing towards the end of our time, we were allowed to go on working parties, which meant going outside the camp to army barracks and carrying out odd jobs. It was a pleasant change. One soldier was never allowed outside on working parties. When I asked, he said, "I've escaped before." About a week or so prior to release, I went to see the camp commandant, who said, "What do you hope to do upon your release from the Navy?" "I'll become a recording engineer, sir." The idea of mine was brought about by someone saying they'd worked in a recording studio. How true it was is another thing, but it sounded like a good idea. There seemed to be more gay soldiers than gay sailors. In fact, there was one soldier, when asked by the camp commandant what he was going to do when he left the army, said, "Flog my arse." My day of release finally arrived, and like all the others, I shouted out my name out the window. It was the final act of defiance. Apparently, one could be held back for doing this, but nobody ever was. So, on the 13th of March 1971, together with a few others, I was marched out of D-Wing for the last time. I changed into my civvies, handed in my ID card, and was given money and a piece of paper stating I was no longer in the Navy, now able to take up employment. I caught the train to Liverpool Street, and with the others we went into Dirty Dick's pub and down into the basement. Upon the wall were masses of stamps. We stuck a stamp on the wall and all signed it. That first pint felt so good, as did freedom. I got home and my parents were glad to see me. Mum said, "The World in Action team wanted to send you a car to pick you up." I said, "No, I'm not sure how the army would take to it. The World in Action team will be round here in the week to interview you, as will the Hampstead and Highgate local paper." I was glad to be out of the Navy, and to celebrate I played a record which was Crossroads by Cream. I told the World in Action team the name of the rating who'd tried to hang himself. They brought him up to London so we could meet. It was good to see him. If you read this, you know who you are. I hope all is well with you and your family. One of the soldiers I knew was into music and told me to look him up when I was out. I went round to his flat. He said, "Would you like to be a roadie for the Robert Stigwood Association?" I thought it would be a brilliant idea. "Yeah, it'd be great." To which he replied, "You have to sleep with me first." Needless to say, I declined the offer and went home.